Philippine Islands the broadest powers possible, even in line with the Spooner Bill, but, he conceded, in a good many cases specific authority must be given, and again we must listen to the practical prejudices of Congress. 129 To confront these practical prejudices, Taft would travel to Washington to present the case, and the BIA would busy itself in gathering favorable data. During this period, the BIA began producing voluminous reports for Congress, usually on its own initiative. Indeed, the production of the so-called Gazetteer of the Philippine Islands, designed as a cumulative and progressive presentation of facts essential to reference upon any given subject, was among the first major tasks Root had given to the BIA. 134,000 copies of the Philippine Gazetteer were printed at enormous expense in 1902, which, when combined with a supplementary report on the Philippines for that year, amounted to nearly 40% of the entire Senate printing bill for the first session of the 57th Congress. 1,000 copies were sent to the Senate, 2,000 to the House, and another 1,000 to the War Department. 131 It is also clear that at this time individual members of Congress began to rely more heavily on these BIA reports. In one revealing episode, Senator Platt wrote to Edwards to thank him for Magoon's opinion with regard to Philippine franchises. But, Platt noted, I have not received the report on the forestry in the Philippines. I wish you would send me as published all the documents relating to the Philippine and Cuban situation issued by the Insular Division. 132 In reply, Edwards promised to send the report and noted how very refreshing to have a senator take such interest as do you in these two great problems. 133 To gain the broadest powers possible, both Root and the Commission were well aware that they needed a stronger statute than an Army Appropriations Act. Their authority under the Spooner Act still depended in part on the President's powers as Commander-in-Chief, and Root was anxious to gain independent authorization for civil governance. Writing to Taft several months after the adoption of the Spooner Act, he noted that the form in which the present arrangements for civil government have been cast has as one of its causes a desire to continue the exercise of the President's power under the Constitution, and if possible at the same time, give to what is done the sanction of congressional authority under the Spooner Amendment. To accomplish this, Root continued, we want to do what is done in such a way that it will have behind it all the authority which the President has from any source, instead of casting loose from military power under the Constitution and standing simply on the Spooner Act. 134 Taft expressed a similar opinion in his report on October 1, 1901, in which he urged Congress to confirm the legislation of the Commission already enacted, and vest congressional enactment in the civil governor and commission and their successors to be appointed by the President, the authority heretofore exercised by them under the instructions of the President. 135 What the insular government desired most of all, however, was the power to grant franchises, to survey and sell public lands, and to develop mining interests. 136 This, they thought, held the key to success, both to bring much-needed industrialization to the Philippines and also to provide the empire with a strong domestic constituency. The Commission recommended that Congress reduce by at least 50% the United States duty on tobacco, hemp, and other merchandise coming from the Philippine Islands into the United States, and the power to grant municipal franchises, mine laws, regulate timber, sell public land, and issue charters to railroads. 137 To attract the interest of American capital in developing the islands, the Commission immediately set to work gathering and publicizing data on the population and industries of the island. A Bureau of Statistics was established, along with a Bureau of Forestry and a Bureau of Mining to investigate and conserve these two sources of latent wealth of the archipelago. 138 The Commission's efforts to court members of Congress were not limited to the publication of reports. They also invited them to tour the Philippines and to see for themselves the good works the Commission was doing. Accordingly, the first of several congressional fact-finding missions visited the Philippines in the fall of 1901. The visiting members of Congress gave a number of speeches in pacified towns, where Commission authorities, working with the Ilustrados, had arranged for appropriately patriotic displays. Towns were festooned with American flags and Filipino children were taught to sign songs for the entertainment of the visiting dignitaries. 139 Taft thought the visit a success in moderating the opinions of the more extreme anti-imperialists and earning the favor of moderate Republicans, yet it did little to change his negative evaluation of members of Congress and their ability to effectively govern the islands. In fact, as he later noted with some surprise, it was the Republican members of the delegation who most embarrassed the commission. Republican Congressman Edgar Weeks of Michigan, it seems, earned the special ire of insular authorities by expressing some rather rabid and various foolish ideas about the Filipinos in an interview with the American-owned Manila Times. As Taft's private secretary, James Leroy, later remembered the episode, among other things, estimates them to be little better than savages, with a thin veneer of civilization. That, Leroy noted wryly, was, of course, promptly seized on by the Spanish press, first of all by Progreso, and was run in full, with the words little better than savages underscored. 140 The commission, which desperately needed the continued support of Filipinos elites, was horrified. Weeks is an ass, a furious Taft wrote to Root, but asses sometimes have great capacity for mischief. 141 The congressional junket probably did little to change the commission's opinion that Congress was not to be trusted with the Organic Act. In fact, no episode better conveys the increasing insularity of the colonial government than Henry Cabot Lodge's relative ignorance of the development of the legislation. If any member of Congress was expected to have intimate knowledge of the insular government's work on the act, it was Lodge, yet he seemed to be left completely in the dark. Work on the act had commenced just weeks after the Spooner Bill was adopted, and by the late spring hundreds of cables on the bill's progress had been exchanged between Washington and Manila. 142 By the summer, Root was in search of someone to study the currency system and Charles Magoon of the BIA was busy developing laws to govern property and business in the Philippines. Lodge, however, had no knowledge of any of these developments. In June of 1901, he wrote to Root to ask what the idea is in regard to the organic legislation, because the Philippine legislation will necessarily be in the hands of my committee. When any draft of a bill is made, Lodge continued, or of any legislation, for the Philippines, if you would kindly send me a copy I should be very much indebted, for I should like to have an opportunity to study it during the summer and familiarize myself with it. 143 By late July, Lodge, who had still not seen any evidence of the bill, warned, if the commission have not one ready it would be impossible for Congress to frame one. 144 To all of these pleas, Root replied that it was best for him to wait. I do not expect to have anything for Congress to tear to pieces before the middle of October, he advised Lodge, and if you return then you will be in ample time. He did, however, note that there should be a series of specific acts governing the tariff, public lands, mines, and corporate franchises. Leaving the commission to work out the form and machinery of government under the general rules which have been prescribed. In any case, he added, I presume that no committee sitting in Washington would work the subject out so well as Taft and his associates can do in Manila, dealing from day to day with the practical problems as they arise. 145 In his reply several weeks later, Lodge agreed entirely with the specific acts Root mentioned, but thought it best to put them all in our bill. There was, he warned, a certain amount of fight to be met. 146 By the late fall Lodge was still awaiting word from the Commission on the progress of the Organic Act. The Philippine Organic Act, Restrictions on Colonial Development. The Organic Act as drafted by the War Department over the summer of 1901 and introduced to both houses on January 7, 1902 devoted large sections to mining and forestry laws, and to the creation of a new currency and banking system. 147 The Commission further recommended that Congress reduce tobacco and hemp duties by half, and grant the Commission broad powers to distribute public lands up to 5,000 acres. 148 These provisions, they knew, would encounter significant opposition from tobacco and sugar beet interests worried about competition from the Philippines, and from Democrats and anti-imperialists opposed to encouraging investment in the islands. A marked-up version of the bill in the BIA's own record states frankly that sections 1 through 12 were drafted by Charles Magoon, the BIA's law officer. 149 This was the bill that was distributed to Cooper and Lodge to introduce in the House and Senate, respectively. By this point, Taft had arrived in Washington and was ready to personally present the Commission's case before Congress, where the BIA was night and day at work in the interests of the Philippines government. 150 With Taft gone, the BIA stayed in constant communication with Vice Governor Luke Wright in Manila, providing him with cabled updates and copies of the congressional record so the Commission could stay abreast of the bill's progress. "We anticipate a terrible fight," Edwards reported to Wright. "Most of the Democrats believe you have horns, but," he assured Wright, the BIA had gained the silent support of the biggest men in the Senate and House. 151 At this point there was not much the Commission could do but wait. Wright worried about the extent of the partisan feeling developed in Congress, but he remained confident in Root's ability to give to Congress the benefit of his knowledge and to impress his views upon them. 152 Yet when Taft and Root arrived to testify before the Committee on the Philippines, American public opinion had already begun to sour on the imperial experiment. The committee, which had begun an extensive investigation on military conduct during the Philippine insurrection, had created a tremendous amount of bad press for the army, and civil authorities were eager to distance themselves from these reports as quickly as possible. 153 Despite the bad press, the testimony of insular authorities before Cooper's committee demonstrates their desire for more congressional discretion at every point. Indeed, it is hard to read their testimony as anything less than strategic in this respect. When asked, for example, whether land purchases ought to be restricted, Root responded that he was in favor of giving a very wide scope to the Commission. "Although I am not much of a believer in the wisdom of having very large tracts of land owned by any one concern," he continued, "I think that you can safely put discretion in the Philippine government on the subject." During his testimony, Taft pressed Congress to liberalize American tariff rates for Philippine products, and his forceful defense of the islands reveals the Commission's increasing self-identification as professional advocates for the colonial state. Governor Taft: "I should like to make clear the attitude of the Commission, if I may, with respect to this change of the Dingley Law and its application to the products of and importations from the Philippine Islands. Our recommendations are based upon our views of the needs of the Philippine Islands and the benefit to the trade of those islands. We are asking as much as we can get, because the more we get the better we think it will be for the islands. The effect upon the policy of the United States and particular interests in the United States that will be affected we have very little knowledge of and desire to express no opinion. I hope that explanation, Senator Patterson. You would not knowingly advocate any policy that would injure the industries of the United States, your own country." Governor Taft: "I do not think I would. We do not approach it from the standpoint of those interests, however." 154. The hearings before the committee also reveal the increasing dependency of Congress on the BIA and War Department reports for information about the islands. Even opponents of the act and the imperial project itself were left to combat it using the BIA's own publications, and their reliance on this strategy often left them grasping at straws, or, ironically, insisting on the veracity of the BIA's own reports. For example, consider Taft once again sparring with Colorado's Thomas Patterson. Senator Patterson: "In this connection I wish to call your attention to a letter from the Secretary of War transmitting an article on the people of the Philippines, compiled in the Division of Insular Affairs of the War Department, and transmitted to the chairman of this committee, Senator Lodge. This paper, speaking of the Tagals, uses this language: most of them, both men and women, can read and write. Is that a correct statement?" Governor Taft: "No, sir, it is not." Senator Patterson: "Further, I should like to call your attention, Governor Taft. If you will permit me, I gained my information from tax collectors, who have to find out Senator Patterson. This document is sent to us in this way, and I should like to read some further statements made in this communication from the War Department by some officials, compiled in the Division of Insular Affairs, with reference to the Filipinos, and to ask what you have to say about it. 155. Throughout the exchange, which goes on for some time, Patterson makes repeated references to the official nature of the document and its publication by the authority of the War Department and the Insular Division thereof. In truth, the document Senator Patterson was quoting from was a compilation of returning officers' impressions of the Filipinos. It was published by the BIA, but the BIA did not endorse all the opinions. The point, however, is this: even at this early stage, the lack of independent information from the islands left members of Congress at the mercy of the BIA for most of their knowledge. Increasingly, they were left to rely on Senator Patterson's strategy of sifting through official reports to find contradictory facts. While this was often effective, it left them with no choice but to concede the accuracy of the BIA's and the Commission's official reports, which left Congress increasingly dependent on insular authorities. Despite Taft's spirited defense, when the bill was finally reported out of committee at the end of March, significant compromises had been made. Republicans on the committee from sugar beet regions worried about the development of Philippine sugar plantations that would compete with domestic supplies. As a result, Lodge's committee report recommended the reduction of individual leases from 160 to 40 acres and prohibited the lease of public land to corporations until a law regulating the disposition of the public lands was enacted. 156. Why Lodge was so willing to amend sections of his own bill is hard to explain. Lodge later justified it on paternalistic grounds, writing to a potential investor at the time that in the long run it would be more just to the people of the islands and more for their ultimate peace, prosperity, and good government to regulate land speculation on the islands. 157. While this may have been true, it is also likely that Lodge feared that the bill would become stalled in committee without his quick acquiescence to sugar interests. This would have given Cooper in the House, whose Committee on Insular Affairs had not yet reported a bill, the upper hand, and further diminished Lodge's position as the central legislative actor in insular affairs. Whatever Lodge's reasons, this maneuver did not improve his standing with insular authorities, who were convinced that his motivations were entirely selfish. Taft was absolutely furious about the amended bill, calling it one of Lodge's subterfuges to avoid criticism, and Lodge himself one of the most cowardly men I know. Writing to Luke Wright, Taft complained of Lodge: he does not hesitate to surrender something of real interest to the islands in order to avoid criticism, provided only he can carry his bill. 158. To get around Lodge, Taft instructed Cooper to prepare a substitute bill, which authorized the Commission sell up to 5,000 acres to corporations, and he asked Cooper to press House Republicans on this issue. Cooper successfully reported Taft's bill out of the House Committee on Insular Affairs, apparently using Taft's letters to influence many members of the House. 159. The floor debate began on April 18, 1902. In the Senate, the insular government's supporters encountered fierce opposition from anti-imperialists and Westerners with significant sugar beet interests in their states. While most of the debate centered on the specific franchise and land grant provisions, some senators did oppose the immense delegation of administrative authority to the Commission. Senator Rawlings of Utah, among the most impassioned anti-imperialists, argued that the restrictions on land sales and franchise laws were barely restrictions at all compared to the immense powers Congress had delegated to the Commission. His limitations upon the exercise of arbitrary power are in no degree restrictions upon the President, or upon the Secretary of War, or upon the oligarchy known as the United States Philippine Commission, he argued. Any one of those agencies of government in the Philippine Islands is left with a free hand to violate every one of those cardinal rules, which are declared as to their subordinates, to be inviolable. 160. In other words, the minor restrictions placed on the Commission's ability to distribute lands were insignificant compared to its powers to suppress speech, pass arbitrary laws, and rule independent of democratic checks. This development was apparent even to contemporary observers. As one American touring the islands wrote in 1905, the Commission, subject to the action of Congress, has been given a free hand to work out its plans for the Philippine Islands without obstruction. 161 In the end, however, Congress was happy to enforce those aspects of colonial legislation that directly affected its own domestic political interests. The final bill seriously compromised the Commission's development plans. Although Root would cable Manila to congratulate the commissioners on the continuance and enlargement of your authority, the final bill dramatically reduced the Commission's ability to attract American capital to the islands by forbidding the Commission to sell or lease more than 40 acres of land to individuals. Oregon 2,500 acres for corporations. 162 Further restrictions were applied to the timber sales, and individual miners were restricted to one claim on the same mineral vein. For insular authorities, the more significant defeat was over tariff legislation. The Philippine Tariff Act of 1902, adopted on March 8, only allowed for a 25% reduction in Dingley tariff rates, the same provided in the Spooner Amendment. As Wright cabled Taft in Washington on hearing the news, "This is prohibitive and, if expressive of ultimate policy, most unfortunate." 163. Consider, for a moment, just how restrictive these limitations were. Congress had, for all practical purposes, prohibited American investment in its own colony by restricting land ownership and, through its refusal to significantly lower the Dingley tariffs, had made the export of raw materials from the Philippines to the United States largely unprofitable. By granting it no appropriations, by restricting its ability to attract investments, and by refusing to lower American tariff rates in any significant way, Congress had designed the Philippine colonial state to fail. This was a blow to the insular government, and it would portend a long struggle of insular authorities to fix this. Indeed, just months later Taft was already cabling to the War Department the Commission's wish to put a tariff reduction before Congress yet again. 164 Nevertheless, there were reasons to be optimistic. In their battle with Congress, colonial bureaucrats were able to gain a significant degree of autonomy to run the Philippines and, through the unique organizational form of colonial administration, to control information about the colony. Furthermore, Taft, now back in Manila, thought there was little more political hay to be made of the issues that motivated the anti-imperialists. Little I have seen leads me to suppose that the Democrats have not found the Philippine issue, including the alleged atrocities, to be as full of successful material for them as they thought, he wrote to Root in June. 165 Naturally, the colonial government would not dare to directly flout the will of Congress, but congressional restrictions would not stop them from exploring other ways to achieve their goals for an expansive American empire. The whole thing illustrates how foolish our representatives can be when dealing with something that does not affect their chances of re-election and concerning which they have no knowledge, nor the ambition to acquire it. Daniel Williams, Secretary to the Philippine Commission 1. On July 4, 1901, 125 years after throwing off its own colonial shackles, the United States commenced its imperial experiment in the Philippines as William Howard Taft took the oath of office to become the first Governor-General. While serving on the Second Philippine Commission, Taft had concluded that education, improved infrastructure, sound money, and favorable tariffs would stimulate trade with the United States and transform the islands from a backwater in Spain's quickly crumbling empire into a showcase of American progress. Nothing will civilize them so much as the introduction of American enterprise and capital here, the future governor had written to Henry Cabot Lodge the year before. To honest administration, Taft thought, maintained through strong civil service laws would give necessary, but limited, support for these projects, and local elections would allow Filipinos some practical experience with democracy. Finally, American wanderlust would provide a steady stream of miners and loggers to extract the rich deposits of minerals and harvest the forests for timber. 3. Taft never changed his mind that these progressive Republican policies were the right ones. Despite his grandiose title, he had limited resources at his disposal to impose these modernization projects on the Philippines. Congress had appropriated no money for civil governance, and American capitalists were hesitant to invest when domestic tariff rates remained so high. American public opinion had grown increasingly tepid toward America's imperial conquest in Asia due to congressional hearings on the horrific methods used to subdue Filipino revolutionaries during the war. To make matters worse, Taft was welcomed back to the islands by an outbreak of cholera that threatened thousands of lives and an infestation of the rinderpest parasite, which killed off 90% of the carabaos, the Philippine water buffaloes crucial for rice farming. For these two epidemics, coupled with 6 years of civil unrest, had so devastated rice production that the new Governor-General had to confront the very real possibility of a widespread famine throughout the Philippines. Taft's dreams of Yankee capital and sugar plantations were quickly replaced by the daily reality of dead carabaos and famine conditions. To make the Philippines the shining example of American progress that they envisioned, it became clear to Taft and to his fellow officials that they would have to play a much more active role in economic development. The Commission would need to do far more than to maintain law and order on the islands. It would need to rely on its own resources to develop the archipelago and achieve the Commissioner's ideological goal of creating a colony in the image of American progressivism. Thus, the inability to gain robust congressional support to tap the resources from the American state shaped Taft's strategy of colonial administration from the beginning, one that would eventually increase its autonomy from Congress. The Commission and its allies at the BIA would continue to lobby Congress for more favorable legislation and, initially, they engaged in a series of misguided publicity campaigns to increase public interest in the islands. Nevertheless, insular authorities quickly learned to rely on other strategies to develop the islands. This chapter traces how they coped with congressional roadblocks, not by flouting the restrictions imposed on them by Congress, but by cultivating new sources of power that attracted little congressional attention. In a lesson that would have profound effects on the development of the American external state, insular authorities learned to take advantage of Congress's short time horizons to create their own, nearly autonomous colony in Asia by embracing a policy of inconspicuous action and forming collaborative partnerships with American bankers. Fidelity to the colonial state, the civil service and the constabulary. Progressive ideas of government efficiency guided the goals of American colonial administrators from the earliest days, making American imperialism less tutelary than prescriptive, and the civil service became an early test of their philosophy. Given the dominance of progressive intellectuals and attorneys on the Philippine Commission, it should come as no surprise that one of their first legislative acts was the establishment of an independent civil service. The Fifth Act of the Philippine Commission on September 19, 1900 mandated an examination for all civil service appointments. The reasons for this were practically axiomatic for Taft and his colleagues. As they were well aware, the American consular service had remained an incompetent mess for years as a result of Congress's predilection for filling every slot with men whose political connections were far superior to their diplomatic skills. 5. Taft, in his inaugural address as Governor-General, put it bluntly, the civil service is the bulwark of honesty and efficiency in the government, he exclaimed. It avoids the marked evil of American politics, the spoils system. Without it, success in solving our problem would be impossible. 6. The Commission, after all, was not interested in American government as it was, but American government as these technocratic reformers thought it ought to be. Such a policy would have been a novelty for most state-level bureaucracies in the United States. At the time, only 3 states had adopted such laws, and the Philippine civil service had arguably adopted the most stringent requirements for employment. 7. Their ideological goals were not the only motivation for a technocratic colonial service, however. An independent civil service allowed for more efficient governance, but it also created a body of bureaucrats largely free of congressional control, and loyal, not to their party at home, but to the colonial administrators in the Philippines. According to the official policy, at least, qualified Filipinos were given first preference for jobs, then honorably discharged American military personnel were considered, and finally general American citizens. 8. This policy served the dual purpose of co-opting certain Filipinos, while also giving American soldiers a chance to stay in the islands. By sealing off colonial positions from congressional spoils and giving preference to former members of the military and Filipinos, the insular government simultaneously limited congressional interest by denying members patronage positions and guaranteed that the Americans in the insular service would maintain their loyalties to the colonial state, rather than to metropolitan political parties. With this decision, jobs in the colonial service, a possible source for patronage appointments, were taken off the table. This is not to say that members of Congress made no appeals to the BIA to find jobs for party loyalists. To be sure, the archival records contain hundreds of letters requesting special consideration for an esteemed constituent. In most cases, the BIA answered that insular appointments were strictly governed by the rules of the Philippine Civil Service Commission and that they could make no exceptions. I am sorry to say that there is nothing I can personally do in the way of appointing Mr. Spratt, began a February 1902 letter from the BIA to Senator Penrose of Pennsylvania. This department makes no direct appointments of this nature, the same being under the sole jurisdiction of the insular authorities and embraced under the Philippine Civil Service. 9. The relative lack of spoils appointments became a major point of pride among the top insular officials. No officer, high or low, Root noted in his 1901 annual report, has been appointed upon anyone's request, or upon any personal, social, or political consideration. The general power of appointment was vested by the instructions of April 7 in the Commission, which is 8,000 miles removed from all American pressure for office, and which will stand or fall upon its success or failure in getting competent men. 10. So important was this policy to the insular government that Roosevelt made special mention of it in his inaugural address, insisting that in the colonial service he should be paid to absolutely nothing save the man's own character and capacity and the needs of the service. 11. The adherence to civil service rules, however, did not translate into the creation of an elite corps of bureaucrats along the lines of the British India Office. The tests were, as a rule, fairly simple affairs designed for a solider of average education and intelligence. Consider the questions from one civil service exam given in the early days of colonial era. Spell the words Philippines, qualify, principle, and civilization. On April 7 a Manila merchant desires to obtain $1,440. For how much must he give his note, due September 14, without interest, to obtain the required sum when discounted at the rate of 9% per annum? Name 5 American statesmen who died before 1850. 12. This was a far cry from the famously difficult British test which required, among other things, a general acquaintance with the works of Chaucer, Langland, Shakespeare, Milton, Dryden, Pope, Gray, Collins, Johnson, Goldsmith, Crabbe, Cooper, Campbell, Wordsworth, Scott, Byron, Keats, Shelley, Coleridge, Bacon, Sir Thomas Browne, Cowley, Bunyan, Swift, Defoe, Addison, Burke, and Macaulay, as well as a section on Sanskrit language and literature including the ability to translate Sanskrit into English and English into Sanskrit. 13. Even top-level officials were recruited in a self-consciously nonpartisan way. In fact, social or class connections appear to have trumped partisanship, another factor that cut off the colonial government from the partisan discipline of other American bureaucracies. Both Governors Luke Wright and James Smith were Democrats, and Governor Cameron Forbes, while a nominal Republican, had a patrician's disgust for politics in general, and had never held political office. Roosevelt, it seems, had maintained it as a matter of personal pride that he had little knowledge of any colonial official's political beliefs, a fact that he apparently expounded upon at great length whenever the subject came up. 14. With the exception of certain high-level appointments of Filipino elites to positions such as head of the Civil Service Commission and Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Americans filled most of the higher civil service roles during the first decade of American rule, a decision that left them firmly in control of the colonial state. The Commission was especially cautious to appoint Americans to positions in the legal system and to roles that would allow them careful supervision of provincial spending, which they justified with the questionable assertion that Filipinos were more corrupt than Americans. As early as 1900, Taft wrote to a friend, reflecting on the perceived corruption of the Filipino judicial system, "We are obliged therefore, much against our will, to fill the judicial office generally with American lawyers." 15 Yet preferential hiring of Filipinos and American Army personnel was also a matter of necessity. The distance and supposedly dangerous conditions made it difficult to recruit qualified officials from the United States. During the height of the cholera epidemic, Edwards, who as chief of the BIA did most of the recruiting in the United States, cabled Taft, "Large number of declinations Philippine appointments probably due to cholera scare. Can we say anything favorable? If so, what?" 16 Tellingly, the answer was not forthcoming. The difficulty of recruiting Americans was only part of the problem. They were also significantly more expensive. Throughout the colonial period, Americans were paid much more than Filipinos for the same work, a policy justified by the dubious reasoning that Filipinos would need less money to support themselves. 17 For example, a senior Filipino clerk in the Bureau of Audits was paid 1,800 Cuban pesos, while a slightly more junior American was paid 2,800 Cuban pesos. 18 To fill professional positions, such as teachers and attorneys, the Commission was forced to pay Americans significantly more than they could make in the United States. American teachers, for instance, could earn between $75 and $125 per month, a significant improvement over the average monthly salary of $54 for men and $40 for women in rural schools back home. 19 To be sure, there never were that many Americans employed in the Philippines, but those who did join the Philippine civil service tended to stay and to remain loyal to the American regime. The total number of American civil service employees topped out at a little over 3,000 in 1905, and began a slow decline until it stabilized at about 2,500 employees for the remainder of the Republican era. The great majority of American civil servants were teachers or officers in the colonial police force, and despite the distance and climate, many American officials remained in the employ of the colonial state for years. The 1908 civil service roster, for example, shows that in the American-dominated Bureau of Audits, the heads of every department but the Railroad Division had been members of the Philippine Civil Service since 1901, while the average tenure for American division chiefs in the Bureau of Customs was 7 years. 20 In large part this relatively long tenure was due to the fact that colonial civil servants were employees of the Philippine Civil Service, not the Federal Civil Service, which meant that they were unable to maintain their seniority or to make a lateral transfer should they leave the islands. As a result, the BIA reported, they find that they cannot take up again their professions or occupations at home where they left off on entering the Philippine service. 21 This final restriction made it so difficult to recruit highly skilled Americans to the colonial service that the BIA had worked out an agreement with the U.S. Civil Service Commission to allow returning employees of the colonial service to maintain their status. Nevertheless, this understanding applied irregularly and to certain classes of employees. This put the BIA and the Commission in a difficult position. Allowing colonial civil servants to easily return home would make it easier recruit experts from the United States, but it also might begin a slow bleed of its employees as they found equivalent jobs back home. The solution to both problems, the BIA concluded, was to develop a retirement and pension system for Americans in the Philippines, a move that reveals their plans to occupy the archipelago for decades. Although never adopted during the Republican period of colonial administration, the law the BIA proposed in 1907 granted pension benefits to American members of the colonial service, but restricted access only to employees with 10 or more years of service in the islands. 22 For insular officials, however, the long tenure and relative loyalty to the colonial service meant that they had at their command an experienced and disciplined bureaucratic force whose members had a direct material interest in making the colonial experiment work. 23. Fidelity to the colonial state 107. The Philippine Constabulary. Certainly the most useful bureaucracy in maintaining coercive control over the islands was the Philippine Constabulary, the paramilitary force that maintained order in the pacified regions and reported to civilian authorities in the colonial government, not to the U.S. Army. This served both ideological and strategic goals. The PC had been recommended by the First Philippine Commission as early as 1900 and inaugurated a year later, and its budget, as Table 4.1 shows, was dramatically higher than other colonial bureaus. Americans filled most positions in the PC officer corps and nearly all came from the regular army, many personally selected by its first chief, Army Capt. Henry T. Allen, while the majority of enlisted men were Filipinos. By 1903, with an officer corps of 271, nearly 7,000 enlisted men, and a budget of $1.8 million, the PC constituted a fairly significant police force. 24. The combination of American officers and Filipino soldiers was not unique. Most Western imperial governments relied on native soldiers and policemen to enforce colonial order. Nevertheless, American colonial officials were well aware that a racially mixed police force might prove explosive, particularly because many American soldiers were still fighting Filipino revolutionaries. What was needed, according to PC Chief Allen, were soldiers of no mean qualifications, specifically soldiers who could cooperate with Filipinos. Not only would an American officer need sufficient tact to secure the cooperation of both insular and provincial officials, Allen wrote to Taft, above all he should not be a nigger hater or one who considers the Filipinos question as a second Indian proposition. 25. Allen's statement reveals the emerging tension between American racial attitudes and the practical need for manpower, a tension that would be exhibited at all levels of the colonial regime. As we will see, top colonial officials would draw the line when more vicious forms of American racism began to compromise the larger mission of development and modernization. Although many of them privately held racially exclusionist beliefs, public racism was thought to undermine the colonial order and to draw unwanted attention from Congress. The racial makeup of the PC was not its only unique quality. For Americans, the creation of a state-level police force with wide jurisdiction was something of a novelty, one that allowed the colonial regime to exercise tremendous coercive power within the islands with few checks from Washington. Although technocratic reformers at home had long favored professional police forces, these were relatively new to the United States. In fact, state police forces, aside from the Texas Rangers, did not exist in any American state. 26. For colonial officials, the creation of an independent police force had several advantages. First, it gave civilian officials the ability to suppress insurgent actions without army interference. Second, as Alfred McCoy points out in his landmark study of this institution, through its wide-ranging powers the PC could serve in virtually any coercive capacity from spying on Americans in the islands to enforcing the colonial state's draconian health and narcotics laws. 27. In short, Governor Cameron Forbes would later write, the constabulary at one time or another rendered service to practically every branch of government. It furnished guards for collectors of public revenue, dispersing officers, public land surveyors, and scientific parties on explorations, and for the transportation of lepers. It was used in the suppression of opium traffic and gambling and in the apprehension of vagrants. 28. Furthermore, its officers achieved tremendous success in their later military careers. 13 of the 17 men who led the PC would later retire as generals. Allen, the PC's first commander, would later serve as U.S. commander for Europe in World War I, while his successor, Henry H. Bondalls, would later establish the U.S. Army's military police. 29. Information control and the colonial press. The Philippine colonial state's lack of financial resources was not accompanied by a lack of civil authority. Although Congress had limited its ability to sell public lands and denied it free trade, the civil powers of the governor to pass laws, dismiss officials, or deport Americans remained virtually unchecked. Congress's interests extended, for the most part, to those aspects of colonial government that affected the metropole. For Filipinos or Americans who stood in the way of Taft's developmental goals for the islands, the consequences could be grave. The Commission's ability to present the colonial experiment as both benevolent and successful was considered essential to its viability, and Taft was not afraid to marshal his full array of civil powers to silence local residents who attempted to challenge that narrative. The control of information was always at the heart of the colonial project. Their greatest fear was that scandal would lead to a congressional investigation that would further erode their tenuous political support. They had good reason for such fears. Although the Army had managed to suppress most negative accounts of the Philippine-American War, by 1902, not long after Taft had taken control of the colonial government, metropolitan journalists began to report aggressively on the atrocities committed by American soldiers. Their efforts would eventually lead to the publication of Mark Severities in Philippine Warfare, which was edited by the staunch anti-imperialists Moorfield Story and Julian Codman. 31 Most troubling to the architects of America's empire, however, was the fact that Story and Codman's work connected these atrocities to President Roosevelt and Secretary Root themselves. 32 In the pamphlet, Root's statements assuring the public that the war was conducted in a civilized manner, that most provinces were pacified, and that the Filipinos welcomed American troops, were juxtaposed next to Army reports that showed just the opposite. Such charges suggested two possibilities: that the Secretary of War was a fool who was entirely misinformed about the situation in the Philippines, or that these atrocities were committed with his direct knowledge and approval. Since even his fiercest critics were quick to acknowledge Root's intelligence and competence, the latter option was supposed to suggest itself as the obvious answer. These efforts were joined by a Senate investigation conducted by the imperialists' longtime foe, Senator Hoar of Massachusetts, who formed a special committee in January 1902 to examine and report into the conduct of the war in the Philippine Islands, the administration of the government there, and the condition and character of the inhabitants. 33 Control of the investigation, however, was given over to Henry Cabot Lodge's Committee on the Philippines, which held hearings between January and June of 1902. Lodge made no secret of his support for the Army, but his committee did uncover disturbing facts about American conduct during the war, particularly the use of water torture to interrogate Filipino revolutionaries. Reports of the atrocities committed by American soldiers not only outraged anti-imperialists but also led many prominent Republicans to reconsider the wisdom of the Philippine experiment. As Boston businessman Henry Lee Higginson wrote to Lodge, a very considerable number of staunch Republicans, who have never looked at any other ticket, would like to get out of these islands. 34 Although these letters did little to dissuade the imperialists in the administration, they were serious enough for Roosevelt and Lodge to speak out. While condemning those who would besmirch the honor of the U.S. Army, Lodge assured the public that individual officers who had committed barbaric acts would be punished. 35 He was joined by Roosevelt, who provided a vigorous defense of the humanity and justice of America's war in the Philippines at the unveiling of a Soldiers and Sailors Monument in Arlington Cemetery. In his speech, Roosevelt condemned the lazy moral judgments of those who sit at ease at home, who walk delicately and live in the soft places of the earth. The war, he maintained, was fought to liberate the Filipinos from their cruel and medieval system of government. Rather than condemn the actions of a few soldiers, Americans should applaud the fact that they were doing a great work for civilization, a great work for the honor and the interest of this nation, and above all for the welfare of the inhabitants of the Philippine Islands. 36 In large part, Lodge and Roosevelt's counter-offensive was effective. The public remained largely indifferent to their nation's exploits in Asia. Concerns about the Army's contact did not lead to dissent among the majority of Americans or the mainstream press. 37 After the Lodge Committee's investigation, the colonial state dramatically increased its efforts to control information. Indeed, the broad restrictions on free speech and the obsessive monitoring of the local press by colonial authorities often shocked Americans who visited the islands during this period. When Professor H. Parker Willis, an economist who would later design the Philippine National Bank, First arrived in 1904, he seemed to find himself in a surveillance state. 38 From the very outset, he later wrote, there has been a persistent attempt to conceal the facts, and thus to muzzle public sentiment on this side of the water. 39 As Willis further observed, information from the Philippines never comes either from the Philippine Commission or from the executive at Washington, and Congress has found itself unable to elicit much additional matter. 40 This was by design. To protect its public image in Manila and Washington, the Commission adopted sedition and libel laws in 1901, making it illegal for any person to advocate orally or by writing or printing or by like methods the independence of the Philippine Islands or their separation from the United States, either by peaceful or forcible means. Although the Commission could do little to manage the metropolitan American press, which tended to support or denigrate the colonial experiment according to its particular party loyalties, American reporters in the Philippines were another matter. E. F. O'Brien, a white journalist and the editor of the Manila Freedom, was the first person prosecuted under the law. 41 O'Brien's editorial, entitled A Few Hard Facts, accused the Commission of installing notoriously corrupt and rascally Filipinos in the highest positions and scolded the commissioners for making fatal mistakes in the execution of administrative duties. 3 days after this editorial appeared, Taft and Root directed the Attorney General to bring libel charges against the Freedom. 42 Later, in what would become an even more notorious press scandal, the Freedom provided lurid details about Commissioner Legarda's personal libel suit against a Spanish-language paper, where he stood accused of seducing his own stepdaughter. Following these stories, the colonial state filed new charges of libel against O'Brien and the Freedom's publisher, Fred L. Dorr. Taft, in a furious letter to Root, explained his reasons for such aggressive prosecution. The Dorrs and O'Brien took up the libels and circulated them. The sedition suit grew out of libels in which they sought by the most vicious attacks on the Filipino officials and people to promote race hatred and insurrection in order that the conditions of turmoil in which Dorr had made his money by questionable means might return. I do not say that all the critics of the civil government in the islands are bad men, indeed many intelligent and honest men doubt the wisdom of our policy. But I do say that every American drunkard, every American tough, every dive keeper, every defaulting American public official, every American frequenter of brothels, every American vagrant, every dishonest American member of the bar against whom disbarment proceedings are instituted, every American who disgraces the country whence he came, was a supporter of the Freedom, and is a decrier of the civil government, and spurns the Filipinos, calling them niggers and unfit to associate with Americans. 43. The colonial state pursued its cases aggressively, eventually leading a judge to sentence the Freedom staff to a 6-month prison term. 44. The Freedom's accusations were threatening not only because they openly criticized the policies of the colonial government, but also because they actively insulted some of the Commission's most prominent Filipino allies. This episode reveals the Commission's obsessive efforts to control its public image, and also the complex relationship between race and American imperialism. Indeed, race hatred, when it seemed to compromise the state's development agenda or its stability, was actively suppressed, even as beliefs about the superiority of Anglo-American culture were universally shared by the colonial elite. As active as colonial officials were in quashing internal dissent, they were particularly aggressive in monitoring reports for a domestic American audience. In March 1902, Edgar Bellairs, an Associated Press correspondent in Manila who had long been on bad terms with the civil government, wired an article to the United States with the headline, "War Breaks Out Anew, 2 Pacified Provinces Suddenly Turn Hostile." Root immediately cabled Vice Governor Wright, "Sensational Associated Press report here reports practical renewal warlike conditions in Morong, intense excitement and many inhabitants fleeing for their lives. Report immediately actual conditions by cable." Wright quickly responded, assuring both Taft and Root that Bellairs' statement had no foundation and described it as grossly exaggerated. 45. Root, however, was not so easily assuaged. Days after receiving Wright's cable, he composed a furious letter to Melville Eastone, general agent for the Associated Press, excoriating him for printing the story. That Bellairs should be sending dispatches tending to create the impression that war was broken out anew, Root wrote, and that the civil government is unable to maintain peace, seems to me very reprehensible. Such a course tends to create the very disturbance which it described, to make government more difficult, and to bring the civil administration, upon whose prestige and effectiveness our country must depend for successful government, into discredit and contempt. 46 Stone's response to the secretary was conciliatory, and he agreed that perhaps Bellairs's article was inflammatory, but he also noted in his reporter's defense, the point of view of the army differs from that of the civil government very distinctly in Manila. 47 Bellairs would soon try to exact his revenge on Root and Taft. Later that year he published As It Is in the Philippines, a report on his experience as a correspondent in Manila, in which he described the commissioners as incompetent and Taft himself as a military despot but lightly veiled with a civil title, whom he compared to a Russian czar. 48 But Bellairs saved his deepest scorn for the Sedition Act itself, which, he argued, allowed members of the commission to abuse all those who had sent or written anything against the sacred majesty of themselves. 49 More to the point, the act allowed the commission to hound unfriendly reporters out of the country. Other than the Associated Press and the Laughlin Press Association, Bellairs reported, here are no correspondents for newspapers in the Philippines at present, and, he continued, it is not the province of these correspondents to touch on the political situation, but merely to record the day's happenings as they occur. 50 Nevertheless, executives at the AP had no desire to tangle with the formidable Secretary of War again. 51 Its next two correspondents, William Dinwiddie and Martin Egan, remained on good terms with the Commission, generally shying away from stories that could embarrass the colonial government at home. 52 Did this careful control of the press matter? Was the colonial state actively trying to remain inconspicuous? Although it is difficult to assess the effects of these policies on decisions made by American newspapers, on the whole the metropolitan press ran relatively few stories about the empire. Figure 4.1 shows the number of front-page articles about the Philippines in 5 major American newspapers: Chicago Tribune, New York Times, San Francisco Chronicle, Wall Street Journal, and Washington Post. After the brief spike in articles during the Spanish-American War, press coverage had dwindled by 1903, an imperfect, but suggestive, measure that the public's attention had quickly waned after its jingoistic fever had broken. The attention American political parties gave to their imperial policies, at least as reflected in their party platforms, mirrored that of the press. As Figure 4.2 demonstrates, after peaking during the 1900 election, both Republican and Democratic platforms devoted relatively little attention to the colonies by 1905. Whether this lack of attention was due to the public's own indifference toward the colonies or the colonial state's active efforts to suppress critical stories is difficult to know. There can be little doubt, however, that just a few years after the acquisition of these new territories, the empire quickly became a minor issue in American public life. As we will see, this lack of interest from the American press would become a signal advantage for colonial officials who wished to avoid tangles with Congress. Initially, the colonial state coupled its control of information with a positive public relations campaign in the United States to attract investors and public support. Much like the Progressive-era USDA and Postal Service, colonial officials were well aware that the maintenance of good public relations was the best strategy to receive favorable treatment from Congress. 53 Unlike these bureaucracies, however, the American empire did not have a clear domestic constituency, a fact that made it more difficult to generate positive pressure in support of its goals. After all, members of Congress cared little for people who could not vote, and some of the most powerful American agricultural interests saw the Philippines as an economic threat. This left colonial officials who represented no American voters facing off against powerful domestic lobbies who represented thousands. These circumstances, of course, allowed them to operate with relatively little congressional oversight, but they became a handicap when faced with intense and influential opposition. Originally, Root and Taft had assumed that powerful American capital interests, the backbone of the Republican Party, would step up to lobby for a favorable investment climate in the colony. But by 1904, it was already clear that American capital was far more conservative than most politicians had assumed, and that it maintained, at best, a tepid interest in the Philippines. Faced with these significant disadvantages, it became all the more important to attempt to sell members of Congress and the American public on the idea of an expansive empire. The importance insular officials placed on this goal is demonstrated by the extraordinary number of resources, both time and money, that they poured into promotional campaigns, an effort made easier by the almost seamless coordination of War Department, BIA, and Commission efforts. For its part, the Commission did not merely try to suppress negative news, but thought of actively employing an agent to feed positive stories to the press. James Leroy, a Commission secretary who had earlier been a journalist in the United States, reported in his private journal that Taft approached him about just such a position. As he recounted the episode, Taft and Vice Governor Wright proposed to give him some sort of special job as government press agent and political steerer, either creating a new position for it or paying me extra money out of Secret Service funds, ostensibly leaving me what I am. Weeks later, Leroy reported, Wright again asked him to take on the job, has gone back to his old idea of my remaining nominally as Worcester's secretary, but doing nothing for him, and having $100 a month added to my salary on the quiet, the auditory being now engaged in studying how this can be done. My work would be to influence the newspapers here and at home. 54 In the end, Leroy decided not to take the job, and it is not known if someone else was found. Even without a dedicated press correspondent, its relative monopoly on information about the islands allowed the insular government to present itself in a very favorable light without fear that opposition groups could easily contradict its claims. The Bureau of Insular Affairs embraced public relations early. Just 2 years after the adoption of the Organic Act, the BIA released a pamphlet entitled, What Has Been Done in the Philippines, a record of practical accomplishments under civil government, where they falsely claimed that tranquility prevails throughout the islands and the Filipinos now begin to appreciate the advantages to be derived from their new situation. 55 As insular officials knew, however, reports such as these had relatively little impact. What they needed was an event that would attract the interest of all Americans. And at the turn of the century there was no bigger platform than the upcoming 1904 St. Louis World's Fair, the Louisiana Purchase Exhibition. The colonial state on display. Plans for a Philippine exhibition at the fair were put into motion even before the Organic Act was finalized. That Taft regarded the exhibition's success as a matter of the utmost importance is demonstrated by the financial resources he devoted to the project. 56 In 1902, the Commission appropriated 500,000 Cuban pesos for the exhibition, an enormous sum to spend on public relations, especially given the limited revenues available and the famine that currently plagued the islands. The Commission, after all, had collected only 4.5 million Cuban pesos in internal taxes that year and was so short of money that it had begged Congress for a $3 million emergency relief fund. Their decision to put on the exhibition was nothing short of an attempt to restore the enthusiasm Americans had shown in the wake of the Spanish-American War. If they could succeed in this task, the commissioners thought, their efforts at securing funding from Congress and favorable trade legislation would be made considerably easier. Planning for the exhibition was among the BIA's top priorities in 1903, and Edwards was anxious that no expense be spared. When commissioners in Manila began to growl about the increasing costs of the exhibition, Edwards suggested to Wright that you tell them the character of exhibit we promised. We have simply got to make up our minds that we do not want to let money interfere with an adequate exhibit there. 57 The decision to retain as director Drive W. P. Wilson was telling. Wilson was a professor of botany at the University of Pennsylvania, but was also the president of the Philadelphia Commercial Museum, which promoted American goods and trade around the world. Wilson's assistant, Gustavo Niederlein, had extensive experience in designing exhibitions and had worked for the French Ministry of Colonies in 1958. When Niederlein traveled to the Philippines to arrange for the exhibits, Taft circulated a letter to provincial and insular officials instructing them to assist Mr. Niederlein in every way as commissioner of the insular government. To assist with this task, the colonial state exempted the exhibitors from taxes, permitted the free use of telegraphs, and provided free postage for packages related to the exhibition. 59. All of this work enabled the colonial state, in words of historian Paul Kramer, to use the insular government's new political, technological, and informational resources, currently under construction in the Philippines, to build an immense advertisement for civilian rule in the colonies. 60. And it was immense even by contemporary standards. The exhibition took up 47 acres and included a miniature city with streets and parks with a central plaza for an education building, a commerce building, and a government building filled with relevant exhibits. Separate sections were devoted to forestry, mines, and agriculture, all artistically placed in the words of the exhibition report. 61. 5 different villages with their inhabitants, from around the islands were transported to St. Louis from the Philippines. In all, over 70,000 exhibits from all over the archipelago were on display in the 20 exhibit palaces and 100 tents and lodges. 62. The BIA had 20,000 posters printed to advertise the exhibit, which opened on June 17, 1904 with a parade of 1,100 Filipinos led by the Philippine Constabulary Band. 63. In his inaugural address, Taft made clear that the exhibition's purpose was to advertise the good works of the imperial state, or, in his more artful phrasing, to make the people who come here to commemorate the vindication of one great effort of American enterprise and expansion understood the conditions which surround the beginning of another. 64. In many respects, the exhibition was a success, ticket sales were high and many visitors considered it the highlight of the fair. As Wright wrote to Taft from Manila, we hear from all sides that the Philippines exhibit at the St. Louis exhibition was the best part of the show, and whilst it came high, indeed, I may say damned high in view of our resources, still I believe that we will ultimately more than get our money's worth out of it. 65. It would make an enormous impression on those who visited, yet it was decidedly not the impression that the colonial state had hoped to convey. Rather than focus on the economic opportunities in the islands or the good works the Commission advertised, most Americans, it seems, focused on the savagery and exoticism of the tribal people who had been coerced into joining the exhibition. To recoup some of its money, the exhibition organizers had pushed to include exhibitions of the non-Christian Filipino tribes, particularly the Igorot people whose clothes and customs, they thought, would be sure to draw a crowd and increase ticket sales. If Americans took pride in their good works in the Philippines, the BIA reasoned, then they were likely to pressure their political representatives to pass favorable legislation. As the guidebook for the non-Christian tribal school read, within a trim little nipa and bamboo cottage in the rear of the Manila building 50 little savages, recruited from the various villages, gather each day and are taught to fashion English letters on big blackboards. 66. Yet these living dioramas did not have the intended effect on the American public. 67. As the St. Louis Post-Dispatch reported, the non-Christian tribes were the magnets which drew them more than anything else. Throughout the day, the article continued, men and women were standing thick about the stockade with their faces pressed into the interstices looking at the almost naked savages. 68. The colonial government was well aware that displays such as these could feed American racial fears and erode American support for the empire. Their attempts to shape this narrative, however, proved to be clumsy. In exhibition materials and speeches from BIA officials, the insular state emphasized that the Igorot people were no more representative of Filipino society than the Apaches were of American society. 69. They even invited ilustrados to be on hand to show what civilized Filipinos looked like. Predictably, Americans were far more interested in the naked savages than the more sober exhibits of Manila architecture and the commercial opportunities the BIA was so anxious to advertise. 70 Now insular officials feared that their carefully planned exhibition and representative displays of village life had become a circus attraction. Edwards became so worried that the savages have been attracting more attention than the educated Filipinos who wear clothes that he ordered the Igorots to put on pants. This only increased interest in the exhibit among Americans who demanded to see the natives as they are at home, and the BIA, after consulting with Roosevelt, was forced to rescind the order. 71 Nevertheless, the BIA's clumsy attempts to control its image led to a great deal of bad press. Taft was even lampooned in a St. Louis Post-Dispatch political cartoon that showed him running after an Igorot with a pair of pants. 72 This hugely expensive display, one intended to build public support for the empire, had backfired in a spectacular way. Rather than demonstrating the potential for investment and civilization, the exhibition only seemed to confirm that the Philippines was too foreign and its people too exotic to remain a permanent part of the White Republic. The public relations damage would prove to be lasting. If insular authorities thought they might rekindle the American public's interest in the colony before the fair, they knew by its end that they had failed. If anything, the American encounter with Filipinos at the exhibition had only increased questions about why, exactly, the United States was bothering with this distant land. Members of Congress seemed to share the public's view. I have often heard it remarked in Congress, Edwards wrote to Taft, that from the looks of the people in these photographs we ought not to bother much with the Philippines. When I told them the idea was merely to present the unusual types, that the great body of Filipinos are of a much higher class, they say one certainly would not get that idea from a casual glance at the Commission's reports, in other words, that the representation of Igorots, wild Moros, etc., would give as false an impression of the people of the Philippines as would a representation of Indians and Negroes properly represent the inhabitants of the United States. 73 If insular authorities took any lesson from the St. Louis exhibition, it was that attempts to marshal public support for a robust imperial policy were expensive and ineffective. The 1905 Congressional Junket. If the public could not be convinced to support the colonial state, then perhaps their elected representatives could. After Roosevelt's re-election, and as the insular state began its big push for free trade legislation, Taft arranged for a 3-month, all-expenses-paid trip throughout the Far East with 1 month in the Philippines. In part, this was designed to smooth relations with the Ilustrados. But it was also a chance to recruit members of Congress to their side. To get the tariff passed, minds had to be changed. The tour was presented to the media as a splendid opportunity for members of Congress to obtain first-hand information concerning affairs in the islands, and to make the trip attractive for legislators, they were invited to bring along their wives. 74 Although the Washington Post huffed that it was positively objectionable that there should be women in the party, the commission extended an invitation to one of America's most famous women to lend the trip some extra cachet, Theodore Roosevelt's celebrity daughter, Alice. 75 It was even reported that Speaker Cannon himself might go. 76 Some in the press saw the trip for what it was, a public relations junket, and criticized the colonial state for paying for it. Owing to the awkward lack of law on the subject, the Washington Post reported, the expenses of this trip must be borne by that puny little mendicant known as the Philippine government. If that government has not already made an appropriation for the purpose, it will do so. Laws blossom and multiply in the tropics. 77 COL. Edwards was instructed to come as well. I really have no business to go the islands, he wrote to General Corbin, but the secretary insists upon it, and thinks I will be no good if I don't go. Nevertheless, he conceded, the trip presented an opportunity to educate our 30 senators and congressmen, that is, to know the facts so they will be willing to give us what we most need, the free market of the United States for Philippine products. 78 The planning resulted in a flurry of cables sent between Manila and Washington. Prior to leaving, for example, Edwards warned the Manila government. Kindly put your friends onto the wisdom of not unduly exploiting the resources of the Philippine Islands for the stimulated production of sugar and tobacco that the doing away of the Dingley tariff would suggest in this country. Senators Dubois and Foster and Congressman Driscoll are opponents of ours, and they are going over to look for themselves, so I would hate to see 4 or 5 arguments in support of their contention. 79. In all, 7 senators and 24 representatives were in the party, 20 Republicans and 11 Democrats, including some of the insular state's most prominent supporters, Sereno Payne, Charles Curtis, and Henry Cooper, as well as its most strident critics, Thomas Patterson, William Jones, and Francis Newlands. 80. In fact, nearly every member of Congress who was active in legislating for or against the colonial state decided to visit the islands, but for the conspicuous absence of Henry Cabot Lodge. 81. On August 5, 1905, the party arrived in Manila and traveled throughout the islands, with ample time for shopping and to witness frequent displays of native enthusiasm for colonial rule at the carefully arranged stops. From Manila they traveled south to Iloilo, and then to Zamboanga and Jolo. 82. Judging by the schedule, however, there can be no doubt that this trip was primarily designed to increase congressional sympathy for free trade. The congressmen held days of hearings on several different islands where they heard from a variety of Filipino planters, colonial officials, and Americans already in business. Invariably, those delivering remarks were united in their opinion of the sorry state of Philippine agriculture, a calculated effort to reduce opposition from protectionists, and the immense importance of free access to the American market. A number of witnesses also repeated the BIA's claim that even under free trade conditions Philippine tobacco was unlikely to make many inroads in the United States. W.S. Leon of the Philippine Bureau of Agriculture, for example, testified that Philippine tobacco and cigars were an acquired taste and that he was unsure if they would find a market in the United States. At the very least, it would take time for Americans to cultivate a taste for Philippine cigars. The first time he had tasted a Philippine cigar, he confessed to the visiting congressman, "I thought it was simply vile." 83. The trip, it seems, was largely considered a success. All our enemies that we took with us were converted, Edwards thought, except in the cases of Patterson, Dubois, and Jones, and the 2 former I am quite sure will not be as virulent in their opposition as heretofore. Privately they are absolutely in accord with the Taft policy, as is everybody else. The Secretary won them all. 84. Although Taft may have concluded that the colonial government's charm offensive was effective, the public was, at best, indifferent to the tutelary efforts of the American colonial state. At worst, it was beginning to fear that the colonies would compete with American agricultural producers. For the Philippine Commission, which had counted on the maintenance of robust support and favorable trade relations with the metropole, this was nothing short of a disaster. The problem of colonial revenue, taxes and the tariff. Congress never provided generous support to the American empire, and it had few incentives to do so. There were few voters in the colonies, there were no patronage positions, and the public at large was either hostile or deeply indifferent to the extensive empire. Aside from $3 million it gave to the Philippines to offset the effects of the rinderpest plague in 1903 and $351,000 to aid in the first census of the islands, it appropriated no funds for the maintenance of the colonial state. Commission authorities, naturally, did not hesitate to publish this fact. As the BIA proudly reported in one of its many promotional studies, civil government of the islands is maintained by its own revenues and without a dollar from the Treasury of the United States. 85. Although that was technically true, it neglected the fact that Congress did pay to maintain the army in the islands, an expense the insular government would have been wholly unable to cover itself. Independent contemporary estimates put this cost at roughly $10 million a year for the first decade of government. 86. Yet the colonial government contested even this relatively low figure. By his own reckoning, Taft put the total yearly cost of supporting the army at half, reasoning that the only additional cost therefore that the maintenance of the army can be said to entail upon the United States is the additional cost of maintaining 12,000 soldiers in the islands over what it would be to maintain the same number of soldiers in the United States. 87. Although this lack of direct financial support crippled the grandiose development plans for the Philippines, It also meant that Congress had less incentive to closely monitor the colonial state's spending. For its own revenue, the colonial state, much like the domestic American state, relied primarily on customs duties. In a minor concession to commission authorities, Congress had permitted the colonial government to recover duties charged to Filipino goods entering the United States, allowing it to benefit, in part, from Congress's refusal to lower tariff rates by more than 25% of those that apply to other nations. Thus, the Commission could collect on import and export duties for goods entering and exiting the Philippines, and on import duties from Filipino goods imported to the United States. Further complicating this already difficult situation was a stipulation in the Paris Peace Treaty that gave Spain equal treatment under the Philippine tariff with the United States until 1909. During the period of military occupation, from 1898 to 1901, tariffs had been left largely as they were under Spain, a complicated system of harbor improvement duties and various consumption taxes. 88 From its earliest days, the Philippine colonial government and its allies in the Department of War desperately tried to recruit American investors by offering a variety of incentives. They passed a revised tariff schedule on September 17, 1901 designed to encourage the importation of American goods, particularly mining and agricultural machines, which could enter the country duty-free. The Commission, in consultation with appraisers from the New York Customs House, carefully designed this tariff to avoid, in Root's words, ambiguities which might lead to litigation. It was also published in a number of major American newspapers to invite criticism from American business interests. 89 While no different duty in favor of American products is openly mentioned, reported the BIA's Clarence Edwards, the articles were so described in the tariff as to allow an advantage to American goods. 90 This was both good politics and good economics for the Commission. In theory, it encouraged American manufacturers to invest in the Philippine market while maintaining their revenue base through higher tariffs on European products. 91 Nobody thought these minor changes to the colonial tariff would lead to a radical change in colonial investments. To fully develop the islands required American capital investments, and this required a dramatic reduction of tariffs with the United States. Free trade, insular authorities reasoned, could make the islands a profitable investment overnight. Without capital there would be no development, and without economic development, the reasons for annexation were seriously compromised. 92 Furthermore, a failure to make a success of its one major colonial project would lend credence to arguments that the nations of Western Europe had been making for over a century, namely, that the American Republic, while increasingly rich, was too poorly governed and chaotic to join the ranks of the great powers. Free trade would also, in the estimation of insular authorities, put to rest any agitation for independence from Filipino elites by economically binding them to the American economy. Capital and good governance would demonstrate to the world the genius of the American system, a belief that colonial government authorities continued to cling to even after it became clear that such investment would not be forthcoming. Taft, speaking to the Harvard College Alumni Association in 1904, made this plain. If we ultimately take the Philippines in behind the tariff wall, it will have a tendency to develop that whole country, of inviting the capital of the United States into the islands, and of creating a trade between the islands and this country which cannot but be beneficial to both. Now, is it wild to suppose that the people of the islands will understand the benefit that they derive from such association with the United States and will prefer to maintain some sort of bond so that they may be within the tariff wall and enjoy the markets, rather than separate themselves and become independent and lose the valuable business such our guardianship of them and our obligation to look after them has brought to them? 93. The connections would go both ways, however. As Root would later remark in the New York World, I think that our trade will increase as the processes of civilization go on in the islands, and particularly if the tariff on Philippine goods is reduced. The Filipinos are now acquiring wants. You cannot sell hats to a bare-headed people or shoes to a barefooted people any more than you can sell trousers to people who wear breech clouts. As the people become more advanced, their wants will become greater and more varied. Civilization and trade move together. 94. Yet a push for free trade, as the colonial administrators themselves were well aware, would put them into direct conflict with protectionist Republicans, members of their own party, and the tobacco and sugar lobby, among the most powerful interest groups in Washington. The battle to achieve free trade did not begin auspiciously, but the Commission and War Department's efforts in this respect show, perhaps better than anything else, the ability of the various branches of the insular state to work in concert. As with the Organic Act, insular tariff bills were prepared by the BIA, with extensive input from the Commission and the Secretary's office, but this time their key point person in the House was Sereno Payne, the powerful chairman of the House Committee on Ways and Means. By December of 1902, the Commission had prepared a bill that lowered the tariff to 25% of the prevailing rates for foreign governments. Payne presented the bill to the Ways and Means Committee on December 17, 1902, and he emphasized the increasingly desperate conditions in the islands and the need to attract capital. Although the Democratic minority criticized the Republicans for the bill's unusual haste and mocked them for not removing trade barriers entirely, the bill easily made it out of Ways and Means and was passed by the House just one day later on December 18. 95. The colonial government had expected the House to be favorable, but the more conservative Senate presented problems. Kindly write me full particulars as to the situation in the Senate as regards our bills, Wright wrote to Edwards the next day. I confess to a good deal of anxiety in regard to their fate in that august body. 96. Wright's sarcasm notwithstanding, insular authorities were not discouraged. Convinced as they were of the benefits free trade would bring to the Philippines, they were willing to work slowly. In an unusually revealing letter to Edwards, Taft reflected that free trade cannot be brought about at once, I suppose, and we shall have to hammer it down and hammer it down. 97. Slow, incremental changes to tariff laws would be the strategy, one that would be achieved mainly by remaining publicly pessimistic about the possibilities for Philippine agriculture and industry, even as they privately plan to fund their lavish infrastructure projects with absurdly optimistic predictions about future productivity. On February 20, 1903, Root reported back the unsurprising fact that the Senate was in a snarl, and he leaned further on Lodge to push it through his committee, even enlisting Roosevelt to ask him for a resolute effort in seeing the bill through. 98. The bill was eventually reported favorably out of Lodge's Committee on the Philippines, but only after sugar beet and tobacco lobbyists had succeeded in raising duties to 50%. Even this did not stop the most vehement opposition from Western Republicans. Senator Patterson, the Commission's longtime critic from Colorado, declared that if trade barriers were removed, the sugar cane industry of Louisiana and the beet industry of Michigan, Colorado, and other beet sugar-raising states, in 10 years will be wiped out on account of the immense area of the Philippine territory that may be used for the cultivation of sugar. 99. This was a preposterous prediction given the limited sugar and tobacco production in the islands. It did not matter. As Patterson himself frankly admitted in the same debate, as long as protection, whatever its phase may be, is the controlling economic position of this country, I propose to stand for the protection of the products of my section. 100. Such was the protectionist hysteria in the Senate, a belief that was fueled by American agricultural interests who not only were uninterested in investing in the Philippines, but also were actively working to make any investment unprofitable. The drive for development, as it would be throughout colonial rule, was championed not by business, but by the colonial state and its allies in the executive branch. When the bill finally reached the Senate floor in the spring of 1903, no action was taken and it died with the session's end. In part, the bill's failure to come up for a vote resulted from the Senate's simultaneous consideration of an omnibus statehood bill for the admission of Oklahoma, New Mexico, and Arizona to the Union, a bill that many Republicans feared would lead to the addition of several Democrats to the Senate. Neither Taft nor Roosevelt took the defeat well. Roosevelt was bitterly disappointed and, as Forbes would report, Mr. Taft took occasion to characterize some very worthy Boston people with an epithet not often heard east of the Mississippi. 101 Even the perpetually optimistic Edwards was frustrated, noting how the BIA had slaved like dogs to see the bill through Congress. 102 Still, the eventual outcome could hardly have been a total surprise to insular authorities or to Roosevelt. As historian Oscar Alfonso makes clear, both Root and Taft had decided that an effort to drive many things at once would be impossible, and they consequently devoted the majority of their resources to seeing that the currency bill was adopted. 103 There was also an unfortunate issue of timing. Tariff legislation for Puerto Rico, which already had significant American investments and accompanying political support, came up first, and Puerto Rico had been given free trade. Having lost this battle, agricultural lobbies were more motivated than ever not to allow the Philippines behind the American tariff wall as well. 104 The role of American agricultural interests was hardly lost on the domestic American press, as the December 1903 cover of Puck shows. Borrowing imagery from one of Charles Dickens's most famous scenes, the trusts are represented as the dreadful Mr. Bumble and the Philippines as an emaciated Oliver Twist, begging for a tariff reduction. Such sympathetic imagery, however, did not translate into robust political support. After Roosevelt's 1904 re-election, the insular government made another aggressive push for lower tariffs. Neither Roosevelt nor Taft had abandoned their belief that free trade was essential for a successful colonial state. "No businessman will go into the Philippines unless it is to his interest to do so, and it is immensely to the interest of the islands that he should go in," Roosevelt declared in his inaugural address. "It is therefore necessary that the Congress should pass laws by which the resources of the islands can be developed." 105 There were good reasons to be optimistic. The Republicans held a large majority in both houses of Congress. Even Taft was delightfully sanguine and optimistic about the bill's chances. 106 The BIA, too, was arguably in a better position this time around. After 4 years of shepherding insular legislation through Congress, it had honed its lobbying skills and gained some powerful allies. As Edward bragged to a friend, being so intimately associated in this legislation pertaining to Puerto Rico, Cuba, and the Philippines, I naturally have come in contact with the powers that be of the United States Senate, and unconsciously have made some good official friends. 107 Yet the BIA's chief remained cautious. "I know that the beet sugar people are hard at work," he warned Wright, "and have kept 2 or 3 statisticians in Washington all this. Some are getting up data to defeat the reduction of the tariff, anyway on sugars. The tobacco people are pretty active also." 108 In part, the BIA's optimism was fueled by rumors that past opponents in the Senate had warmed to the idea of reduced tariffs. It also helped that Roosevelt, having won re-election, was more willing to play an active role in lobbying, a task he had taken up in earnest by December. In a letter to Speaker Cannon, Roosevelt noted that he had received a telegram from Senator Platt referring to my proposal about getting a reduction of the Philippine tariff to 50%. "Think we could pass reduction bill at 50%, or especially if House would send it to us in that form. It seems to me that this is a measure that ought on no account to be allowed to fail. Can't we get the House to act upon it?" 109 The very next day, Roosevelt followed up with a letter to Paine. "I think it is of the utmost consequence that we should get the Philippine tariff reduced to 50% this year," he wrote to the chairman. "This is a compromise, as you know. Secretary Taft feels that we ought to reduce it to 25%. Senator Platt, who has the great tobacco interests of the country close at heart, is content to take 50%. 110 Insular bureaucrats did have a compromise in mind, but it was not the one Roosevelt had suggested to Paine. Taft and Wright both believed that they could push through a 25% rate, and nothing more than that, they reasoned, will do but little good, as the present Dingley tariff rates are prohibitive and were intended to be so. 111 But rather than rely on the goodwill of members of Congress, this time they would attempt to demonstrate that the Philippines, at least in the near future, could never produce enough of either good to put a dent in the American domestic market. They hoped this would trivialize the hysterical predictions coming from tobacco and sugar lobbies, which had resorted to dramatic measure to avoid competition with the islands. There is, in fact, good reason to think that they were behind vicious rumors about unhygienic treatments for tobacco in the islands that circulated in 1904, an effort which constituted, in Edwards's reasoned opinion, an organized attack on the manufacturers of tobacco in the Philippine Islands. 112 Charles Curtis of Kansas introduced a new tariff bill to the House on January 14, 1905, which called for a reduction of tariff rates to 25% of Dingley rates on sugar and tobacco, and for free trade on all other products. There was never any doubt about who had designed the bill. In his report for Ways and Means, Chairman Payne acknowledged that it was the result of much investigation and labor on the part of the insular government and of the Bureau of Insular Affairs. 113 For a variety of parliamentary reasons, this particular bill eventually failed to secure a vote on the House floor, but the extensive public hearings held by the Ways and Means Committee give a general indication of the tone of the opposition and the insular states' defense. Much as Edwards had predicted, tobacco and sugar interests were better mobilized now, and they led a parade of farmers and manufacturers, as well as industry lobbyists, to testify as to the dire consequences of free trade with the islands. Invariably they spoke of the rich sugar and tobacco lands in the islands and predicted how quickly production could spread once American capital arrived. It is not for the present, but for the future that we plead, testified one representative of a Michigan sugar company. Others relied upon more nakedly partisan appeals and threats. One witness, for example, requested that some one of the famous leaders of the Republican Party be delegated to clamber to the top of our falling smokestack, the same smokestack that furnished the text of our most effective campaign oratory, and there plant the victorious banner bearing the inscription, "Protection and Prosperity." Cigar manufacturers took a slightly different tack and concentrated on the lower labor costs in the islands. Mr. A. B. Jure of the National Cigar Leaf Tobacco Association, for example, explained in great detail the wage differential between American and Filipino field hands, while G. W. Perkins of the Cigar Makers International Union wondered aloud how Congress could pass legislation that would surely result in lowering the standard of living of such a large army of loyal American citizens. 114 The empire, in other words, was framed by American agricultural interests as deeply harmful to the domestic economy, and these groups were happy to force a split between the Republican promoters of imperialism and the remainder of the party that favored protectionism at all costs. This time, however, the insular government was prepared. Edwards, Taft, and Col. George R. Colton, a customs collector, all testified for the bill. Edwards of the BIA was the key witness. He presented extensive statistics that demonstrated the relatively low production capacities for Philippine tobacco and sugar, and further noted that the growth in domestic sugar consumption in the last decade had led the United States to import 1.5 million tons from abroad. 115 Taft echoed Edwards's argument that free trade would not harm domestic production, citing the fact that the same representatives had made dire predictions about free trade with Puerto Rico, predictions, he noted, that had not come to pass. While Taft acknowledged that there was indeed plenty of land in the archipelago that could produce sugar, possibly even a great deal of it, he considered these objections absurd, comparing them to a similar position taken by Mark Twain's classic character, Colonel Sellers, who calculated the number of people in China that needed eye water at $1 a bottle, and he would sell it them, and he would make $400 million a year. 116 On December 4, 1905, after his return from the Philippines, Chairman Payne introduced yet another tariff bill, virtually identical to the one submitted by Curtis the previous year, in the House, and this bill, too, came with Roosevelt's vigorous endorsement. Despite opposition from 57 Republicans, it managed to pass the House with the support of Free Trade Democrats 258 to 72. Yet much like the earlier bills, it did not fare well in the Senate. Indeed, unlike the effort in 1903, this bill did not even make it out of Lodge's Committee on the Philippines. Timing, again, played a part in the bill's defeat. A railway rate bill was also up for consideration, an act supported by Roosevelt that was bitterly opposed by corporate interests and their powerful representatives in the Senate. At the time, Lodge was trying to rescue the Philippine Free Trade Bill from its death in committee, but Roosevelt convinced them to wait. The opposition in the Senate had grown so intense that he feared that bringing the tariff bill up for debate in the toxic atmosphere would only lead to its defeat. 117 Free trade, at least in the near term, would not be achieved. By 1905, then, with their original plans for development defeated, it was clear that the Commission would need to modify its strategy. Without free trade, the type of direct investment that had fueled the development of the domestic United States would remain small. Although the Commission still called for massive investments in colonial infrastructure, with no direct financial support from the United States and with private capital seemingly uninterested because of the high tariff barriers, it was not immediately obvious how this could be accomplished. Their efforts to gather congressional support for development had largely been greeted with derision and hostility. To solve this problem, then, these conservative Republican bureaucrats would begin to experiment with state-led development strategies that were far more aggressive than anything attempted at home, experiments that would increase their independence from Congress and lead them to engage private money in some rather fantastic financial schemes. Their incentives to continue to push for this development, even in the face of capitalist opposition, are difficult to discern without recognizing their deep ideological commitment to American imperialism. The prestige of the United States as a modern power was at stake, as well as their theories of scientific government and development. As Governor Luke Wright put it, our job just now is to make the Philippines worth something to the Filipinos. 118 such ideas, of course, were justified as benevolent and tutelary, even as they were designed to demonstrate to the world the genius of American power and progress, regardless of the desires of Filipinos, Congress, or large parts of the American public. The American imperialists' hope was that after the Commission government had provided a stable currency and, in particular, improved railroad access to the rich interior of the islands, private industry would take over. To prime the pump, however, the commissioners would need access to more money, and the most immediate way to increase revenue was to improve the efficiency of internal taxation. But increasing domestic taxes was not without its own difficulties. While the Commission did not need further congressional authorization to change internal tax laws, pursuing this revenue-enhancing strategy would put colonial authorities in conflict with Filipino elites, the wealthy ilustrado class whose support the colonial administration had cultivated from the very first days of civil government and who filled the ranks of the friendly Partido Federal. 119. Co-opting local elites, race, taxation, and the ilustrados. From the very earliest days of American administration, there was near universal agreement among colonial officials that metropolitan and provincial Filipino elites would need to be incorporated into the colonial state. Although these decisions were often accompanied by self-congratulatory democratic rhetoric, there were more pragmatic reasons for including Filipinos after Congress had proved itself uninterested in robust support for American imperialism. Simply put, the ambitious developmental goals, the new roads, capital investments, and schools, that were supposed to jumpstart the Philippine economy could only be achieved if peace and relative order prevailed. 120 At its highest levels, the Commission government was designed to minimize conflict between Filipinos and Americans. The ilustrados, wealthy and educated members of Manila society, many of whom had been involved in the formation of the revolutionary government, were thought to provide two resources to the colonial state: their knowledge of the islands and influence on important sections of the population, and their inclusion at the highest level of governance made criticism from American anti-imperialists more difficult. 121 One decision made early on to reduce possible conflict was to include the Governor-General as a member of the Commission, so that, in Taft's words, he should not be brought by the exercise of the veto power in natural opposition. 122 The commission itself was to consist of 8 members, with 5 seats reserved for Americans and 3 for Filipinos, so that the American majority would be large enough to survive the absence of one commissioner. Taft developed close personal relationships with several of the Federalistas and chose the Filipino members of the Philippine Commission from its ranks. These wealthy ilustrados, such as Pedro Paterno, Trinidad Pardo de Tavera, Felipe Buencamino, and Cayetano Arellano, to name a few of the most prominent, would dominate Filipino politics for the first decade of American rule. Arellano, for example, was appointed the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Pardo was appointed to the Philippine Commission, and Buencamino became the first director of the civil service. Surely, however, the most dramatic move of the early colonial government, one that Taft insisted upon, was an assembly of Filipinos. Although Root was initially skeptical, the addition of this body was perfectly in keeping with Taft's policy of attracting the Filipino elite to the American colonial state and neutralizing criticism at home. Taft, it seems, had thought this provision important enough to insist that it be added to the Organic Act, despite the fact that it opened up the bill to attacks on the right. 123 The arch-imperialist, Senator Albert Beveridge, one of the Commission's most reliable supporters, fiercely opposed this particular measure. 124 Taft, however, would not budge, and he urged Lodge not to strike it in committee. If Congress shall withhold the provision now, he wrote to Lodge, I very much fear discouragement on the part of our friends in the islands. 125 The policy of attraction was coupled with one of official decentralization. The Spanish colonial state was highly centralized and based almost entirely in Manila, while the provinces were largely left in control of the Catholic Church, which had served Spain in a quasi-official capacity. The Americans, partially due to their experience with U.S. federalism and also due to the great variety of tribes and languages that made up the archipelago, decided early on that the governance structure would be decentralized, and that provincial and municipal governments would be vested with some independent powers and responsibilities. 126 Furthermore, given the number of civilian officials and the civil government's desire to remain independent of the American military, the Commission had no choice but to include large numbers of Filipinos in local administration. Thus, the Provincial Government Code, enacted on February 6, 1901, provided for the indirect election of a provincial governor by members of the provincial municipal councils. The American Governor-General would then appoint the other 2 members of the provincial board, a provincial treasurer and supervisor of public works. 127 Municipal authority, it was decided, would be given to a president, vice president, and council who would be chosen by popular local election. A treasurer and secretary would be appointed by the provincial president with the council's consent, but only the president, secretary, and treasurer would draw a salary. Finally, suffrage was limited to males aged 23 or more who had held office under Spanish rule, owned property with a value of at least 500 pesos, or paid an annual tax of 30 pesos, or who were literate in Spanish or English. 128 Nevertheless, much of this local power proved illusory. First, local governments were overseen by an executive bureau housed in the office of the governor, which kept a watchful eye on provincial governments. Before the first municipal elections could be held in 1902, the colonial state was already increasing its scrutiny of these local governments, as charges of corruption reached the executive bureau. Yet as historian Michael ColIn argues, what concerned them the most was not so much the abnormal political behavior of the Filipinos, but rather their mishandling of public funds, which prevented them from carrying out many important functions. In short, local governments were accomplishing nothing. 129 Tutelary democracy, in other words, was valuable only to the extent it enabled the colonial state's development agenda. Beginning in 1903, municipal treasurers became civil service appointees, while further regulations increased the supervision of spending at the provincial level. 130. In one unusual move, Taft went so far as to endorse the Partido Federal, a political party largely made up of wealthy ilustrados. As early as January 1901, he cabled Root for permission to give them official recognition. Party is composed of best men in islands, he wrote, main object peace and civil government under sovereignty of United States. Approval of organization does not involve approval of all its aspirations after that. 131. A month later, on February 22, 1901, George Washington's birthday, the party celebrated its official inauguration. The president of the newly formed party, Trinidad Pardo de Tavera, a wealthy illustrado educated in Paris and ostensibly a personal friend of Taft's, gave the keynote address, a florid speech that left no doubt as to the Federalista support of Americanization. "I see the day near at hand," he exclaimed, "when it shall transpire that George Washington will not simply be the glory of the American continent but also our glory, because he will be the father of the American world, in which we shall feel ourselves completely united and assimilated." 132. By May of 1901 the Federal Party could claim 150,000 members and 290 local committees, including most of the Filipino elite. And Taft's support extended beyond official sanction to financial support. He gave $6,000 from commission accounts to the party's newspaper, La Democracia, and even made an unsuccessful attempt to secure $20,000 from the U.S. Republican Executive Committee for their use. 133. Taft further recruited most Filipino employees of the colonial state from the party. As he later testified to Congress, in the appointment of natives the fact that a man was a member of the Federal Party was always a good recommendation for him for appointment, for the reason that we regarded the Federal Party as one of the great elements in bringing about pacification, and if a man was in the Federal Party it was fairly good evidence that he was interested in the government which we were establishing, and would do as well as he could. 134. Along with these more material forms of support, Taft mixed socially with the ilustrados, pointedly dancing with their wives at Filipino, American balls, a shocking display to many of his fellow Americans. As the Commission's secretary, the ever-observant James Leroy, wrote in a 1901 letter to a friend back home, has had from the first the warmest support from the Commission, has been patted on the back in little bouquets in public sessions, has been strengthened by little dinners and receptions and otherwise nursed along. 135. Despite his good public relations with the Filipino elite, Taft's private opinion was less rosy. He found in the ilustrados a certain tendency to venality and thought them born politicians, as ambitious as Satan and as jealous as possible of each other's preferment. 136. Yet Taft understood that good social relations were crucial to the success of the colonial state. His successor Luke Wright did not. The circumstances surrounding Wright's eventual dismissal illustrate just how the ambitious developmental agenda shaped the experience of race in the islands, and are worth exploring at some length. Although Governor Wright had great personal charm, described by all white officials as a true Southern gentleman, he and his wife rarely mixed socially with prominent Filipinos. 137. For ilustrados who had grown accustomed to the gregarious Taft, this was deeply offensive. As a result of these apparent indignities, there were rumors that Pardo would resign from the Commission, or, even worse, that the Federal Party would change its platform to call for independence. In part, the ilustrados' anger had to do with the Internal Revenue Law that the Commission was trying to enact, but Wright's inability to defuse the situation seems to have convinced the BIA that changes had to be made. Taft, now Secretary of War, decided to personally visit the Philippines to calm the situation before rumors could spread to the domestic press and give congressional opponents further ammunition. 138. Indeed, just before Taft's visit, Pardo wrote to Congressman Cooper, the insular government's central ally in the House and chair of the House Committee on Insular Affairs, to complain of his treatment under Wright's administration. 139. Whatever Taft's personal feelings about the justice of these charges, they threatened the carefully constructed portrait of American colonization efforts, the BIA's monopolization of information, and its close relations with key members of Congress. If Wright could let things unravel to this point, Taft thought, then he would simply have to go. Reflecting privately to his wife, Helen Taft, he concluded that Wright had managed now to get the government into a condition where it is supported by no party and where the Filipinos of Manila having social aspirations are setting their faces like flint against him. 140 Without the support of the Ilustrados, the Commission would never be able to raise the necessary funds to develop the islands. Repairing relations, however, would mean that the Wrights would need to be publicly snubbed, something Taft was perfectly willing to do, if it meant regaining the support of Filipino elites. As Leroy later recorded, "I drove to the Limpjap house, to attend the ball given to Miss Roosevelt by the Filipino ladies. It had been arranged since Taft got here, and partly at his interference, Mrs. Wright having shown a disposition to give these people to understand their participation in the reception to Miss Roosevelt was not wanted. Taft, arriving late, at once organized a regatta and took out Sra. Limpjap. Danced several round dances, once with the little American wife of young Torres, this purpose of course, to show that he disapproved of the race prejudice now being displayed here more strongly even than in the full days of military rule." 141. Privately, both Taft and Roosevelt admitted that Wright's personal racism was at the root of the problem. Upon his return to the United States, Taft asked Leroy to meet with Roosevelt to give him an independent assessment of problems in the Philippines. As Leroy later recorded the episode in his journal, the damage Wright's racism had done was the major topic on the president's mind. He blurted out squarely the question, as I was again trying to tell him the situation we found, the whole truth of the matter is it not, that General Wright will not do for the place? I had to say directly that he would not. The chief trouble with him, is it not, is that he is prejudiced on the matter of race? General Wright tries not to be, I said, and he would doubtless resent it if he were called so, but he is unable to help his general attitude and feeling as to the superiority of one race from affecting all his underlying views on the Philippine question, and thus occasionally influencing his overt acts, in small ways at least. 142. Roosevelt, it seems, left the interview convinced that Wright would need to be removed. He soon asked for his resignation and offered him the face-saving appointment of American minister to Japan. In the end, Taft's visit did convince the Ilustrados to remain supportive of the Commission government, but this support was likely given in exchange for the understanding that Wright would resign. If the Wright episode illustrates anything, it is the extent to which insular authorities valued the cooperation of local Filipino elites, at least in the near term. 143 With access to few resources, any colonial development goals would be simply impossible without their support. Not only did they rely on their local prestige to ease the acceptance of American authority, but also their support gave credence to the insular states' carefully constructed narrative of American good works in the islands. Public dissent from highly placed Filipinos was likely to stir up anti-imperial sentiment in Congress and make the adoption of favorable legislation all the more difficult. It is clear that Taft and Roosevelt would do whatever it took to avoid this, including the dismissal of the colonial governor himself. Taxing the Ilustrados, the problems of internal taxation. During the Spanish colonial era, internal taxes were limited and highly regressive, but they were also a significant source of revenue, providing some 12 million Cuban pesos in 1897. 144 The most important insular tax was the cedula, a general tax imposed on the heads of household of between 1/2 and 37 pesos, which amounted to over half of all internal revenue. 145 Along with the cedula, there was a lucrative Chinese poll tax, an omnibus tax for primitive tribes in outlying areas, a state lottery, and an opium tax. 146 The Commission found these taxes, along with others, to be confusing and illogical. Rather than tax a business's revenue, for example, the tax was assessed on the size of a shop. 147 As the Commission's whilom secretary Daniel Williams noted, in other Spanish colonies, the laws were made by the landed proprietors and people of wealth, and they saw to it that few of the burdens of government fell to them. There was and is today no tax upon land, while luxuries of every kind are admitted at a nominal duty. 148. During the spring of 1903, while resting at home in Vermont, Commissioner IDE and a young colonial administrator named John Hord, who had assisted in the development of taxation policies for Puerto Rico, worked on a new system of internal taxation for the Philippines. Their new tax code incorporated many of the progressive ideas about taxation that were currently in vogue in the United States, including a tax on corporations and an inheritance tax. 149. It also provided for a business sales tax of 0.33% and an increase in excise taxes on alcohol and tobacco. The state lottery that had thrived during the Spanish period was abolished as well. The lucrative tax on opium, however, was a more difficult matter. 150. During Spanish administration, the colonial state's opium monopoly had proven to be a significant source of funds, accounting for almost 7% of total revenue during 1894-5. Although the Americans quickly worked to eliminate the state's monopoly on the narcotic, they allowed the opium trade with China to continue. The drug, after all, remained perfectly legal in the United States at this time, subject only to import tax provisions. 151. By 1906, however, the Commission attempted to tax it out of existence after facing pressure from American missionary groups. 152. Overall, the new American tax plan as proposed by IDE and Hord was a slightly more progressive version of the Spanish system. It shifted the highest taxes from basic clothing and food to luxury items, especially alcohol and tobacco. 153. Despite this shift in the tax burden, the colonial state continued to rely on the cedula and excise taxes on alcohol and tobacco, and both of these regressive taxes continued to make up nearly half of all internal revenue receipts throughout the Republican era. 154. Still, colonial officials thought they had designed a revenue-neutral proposal well in keeping with many of the latest progressive theories of proper taxation. It spread the burden more equally and reserved the highest taxes for such sinful items as alcohol, tobacco, and opium. 155. As Cameron Forbes, the new head of the Department of Commerce and Police, which would administer the tax, noted in his journal, the system of taxation here was so arranged to bear most heavily on the poor. The little fellow always paid, the big fish escaped. Our government has changed this and now the big fellow pays his proportion. 156. Yet the move to a more progressive form of taxation stirred up a hornet's nest among these big fish, the Filipino ilustrados whom the Commission had attempted to co-opt with its policy of attraction. And none of them had a good word to say for the bill. 157. In public sessions with the Commission, they argued that the tax would be ruinous to their business interests and that the Americans had gravely misunderstood the importance of tobacco and alcohol in Filipino culture. These drugs, they claimed, were not luxuries but necessities, a position, Hord noted sarcastically in his report, they maintained in all seriousness. 158. American colonial authorities greeted these complaints with a collective frustration that they made no attempt to hide in their letters back to Washington. As originally drafted, it was intended as a comprehensive scheme of taxation which would raise an amount of revenue equal to that now derived from our customs receipts, Governor Luke Wright wrote to Taft in the summer of 1904. When this bill was sprung on our constituency, he continued, you can imagine the howl it created. We have been flooded with reclamas, petition, etc. 159. Others were even more blunt, the taxes are extremely moderate but the rich people are squealing like stuck pigs. It is pitiable to have a revenue so small that we cannot give these people the improvements they ask for. 160. As the perennially unpopular Commissioner Cameron Forbes wrote in his journal, the opposition to this has caused the big onslaught against the Commission, a part of which has been leveled at me. 161. Now worried that opposition from the ilustrados could defeat the measure, Wright encouraged IDE and Hord to moderate the taxes, which led to substantial reduction in all the new taxes but those on liquor and alcohol, including the elimination of both the tax on corporations and the inheritance tax entirely. 162. A proposed tax on land was also suspended for 3 years. This decision Horde later justified on the grounds that inheritance taxes would force the division of large plantation estates, and also for other weighty reasons, one of which must have been the fierce opposition this measure faced from Filipino elites. 163. But even these concessions did not resolve all of the colonial state's substantial problems. Indeed, two of the most vocal opponents of the act were the Filipino members of the Commission, Trinidad Pardo de Tavera, who had significant investments in tobacco, and Benito Legarda, the biggest producer of alcohol in the islands. 164. From Washington, Taft cabled the Commission to urge them to remain steadfast on this more moderate internal revenue law. The law, after all, called for taxes only 1/3 as high as in Puerto Rico, and the proposed excise taxes were substantially less than alcohol and tobacco taxes in the United States. 165. In the end, the majority of the Commission did hold firm on the excise tax provisions, and the final Internal Revenue Bill was adopted in July of 1904, conveniently passed when Pardo and Legarda were visiting the United States. 166. Privately, Taft sought to intervene on behalf of the Commission with the Filipino elites. The Secretary of War, who continued to have close personal relations with many of the top ilustrados, urged Legarda to give the tax a chance, reasoning that these new taxes would benefit him in the long run by eliminating fraudulent and unsubstantial competition. 167. Legarda, in turn, promised Taft that he would hold off on further protestations until he had a chance to look into the issue himself. He did not change his mind. Upon returning to the islands, Legarda and Pardo renewed their opposition to the act, both convinced that the new internal revenue policies would cripple the development of nascent Filipino industries. The situation was made worse when a private letter from Wright to Roosevelt was leaked to the opposition press, in which Wright called into question the value of the Commission's relationship with the Federal Party, a great embarrassment to Legarda and Pardo, the leaders of the Federalistas. 168. In the end, the Internal Revenue Bill was passed with only minor concessions to the ilustrados, and contributed, in part, to the increase in colonial revenues between 1903 and 1904, a necessary component of the colonial state's development strategy. With this victory in hand, insular authorities were already planning other ways to increase their tax base. On his journey back to the United States in September of 1905, Leroy proposed to Taft that the insular government begin studying land use in each province to develop an appropriate land tax. When it comes time for the expiration of the 3-year suspension of the present land tax, we shall have the data upon which to evolve a scientific system of land taxation, making it, as it should be, one of the chief sources of revenue, and perhaps planning to make it, as time goes by, the chief source of revenue. This would open the way for the abolition or great reduction of the customs tariff, and for the scientific revision of the internal revenue imposts. We have been legislating thus far over there for temporary exigencies, and it is time we began to evolve a scientific and permanent fiscal system. 169. As Leroy's proposal reveals, colonial authorities were not merely interested in increasing revenue, but doing so in a supposedly more scientific manner. Their focus on effective and modern government made charges of corruption or mismanagement from home all the more offensive. Yet charges of excessive taxation continued to dog the Commission throughout the Republican period, accusations that insular authorities went to great lengths to dispel, particularly because it drew attention from the U.S. Congress to colonial spending. Nearly every year, the annual reports displayed extensive comparative statistics on the per capita tax revenues, per capita expenditures, and per capita debts of various nations. 170. And every year the Philippines appeared near the bottom of these tables. The 1908 report of the Philippine Commission, for example, showed the rate of per capita taxation at $1.82, which compared favorably to Japan at $6.30, the United States at $7.45, and Great Britain at $17.57. 171. In a November address before the Brooklyn Institute of Arts, Taft acknowledged the persistent misstatement that the Philippines are a great expense to the United States. The only expense they constitute for the United States is the expense of maintaining the regular United States forces in the islands. Beyond this there is no expense to the United States. Every other expenditure is paid for out of the treasury of the islands, raised by taxation from other sources. 172. The administrators appear to have taken great pride in their belief that American imperialism was not only benevolent, but also offered great value for the dollar. 173. Perhaps most important, however, was the argument that the empire did not cost anything, thereby limiting the interest of Congress. Nevertheless, until the reduction in tariff rates for most goods entering the United States provided by the 1909 Payne-Aldrich tariff, both revenue and expenditure remained relatively low. As Figure 4.4 shows, the dramatically low revenues of the first 3 years Commission government were largely due to the famine and aftermath of the Philippine-American War. In 1904, when trade had increased, the Commission collected a little over 35 million Cuban pesos in revenue, but this remained a paltry sum to fund the roads, schools, and railways that the Commission had planned. Further increases in internal taxation would only anger the colonial states' Filipino allies, and give further ammunition to domestic critics who criticized their tax system. With direct investment hampered because of tariff barriers and political opposition to higher taxation, the colonial state would soon turn to Wall Street to fund its infrastructure projects through borrowed money, a move that granted it a nearly free hand to run the islands according to the Commissioner's progressive vision. State building through collaboration, colonial state development on Wall Street. Taft had earlier warned Root that it would be like running on one wheel to develop this country without power to offer investments to capital. 174. Now, it seemed, the Commission would be forced to do just that. Congress had limited its ability to attract capital through high tariff laws and public lands restrictions, the very sort of micromanaging that the colonial government found so objectionable. Even capitalists were uninterested in the islands and were willing to invest only reluctantly. The truth is, Taft acknowledged, that capital finds itself so profitable employed in that it is only after the greatest effort that it can be induced to go as far as the Philippine Islands. 175. In a lesson that would have profound effects on the development of American imperialism, insular authorities learned to adapt to these restrictions by forging private partnerships. 176. With little hope of gaining financial assistance from Congress, but with an understandable fear of flouting its wishes, the Commission began to borrow money for development, a move that would begin a process of collaborative state building for American empire. The rise of American investment banks. Among the many dramatic changes to occur in the American system of capitalism following the Civil War was the remarkable rise in the power and international stature of American investment banks, which grew throughout the Gilded Age in response to the need for vast amounts of new capital to finance railroad construction. 177. To raise this capital, banks began to develop the infrastructure necessary to market these securities directly to the public. As the American railroads grew in power and importance, so too did the banks that provided their financing. 178. By 1900 the American banking profession had transformed itself, in the words of one financial historian, from the passive, relatively detached merchandiser of securities typical of the pre-railroad era into an active investment banker, the central figure in a more integrated stage of capitalist development. 179. Between 1900 and 1913, for example, 250 separate loans with a value of nearly $1.1 billion were placed with American banks, and the very top year was 1905, when a total of $175 million issues were floated. 180. The massive growth of American investment banks and the domestic market for securities also put New York City on the map as a major center of international finance. Although American banks still dealt primarily with domestic securities, by the end of the 19th century the strongest Wall Street banking houses of J.P. Morgan, Spire and Company, J. and W. Seligman, Kidder Peabody, and Kuhn, Loeb, as well as large commercial banks like the National City Bank, began to look for international investment opportunities. In 1899, as part of a consortium of British and German banks that were arranging a £22.7 million loan to Mexico, J.P. Morgan became the first American firm to co-manage a large international loan. That an American firm was involved in international lending for the first time did not escape the notice of the English press. The strangest fact of all, noted London's Daily Mail, is the appearance for the first time of an American banking house on a foreign loan prospect. 181 for American empire builders, the timing could not have been more fortuitous. Just as they began looking for money to finance their imperial policies, New York was beginning to look for more international investment opportunities. Trading currency and floating bonds. To facilitate American investment, the Commission planned to put the Philippines on a solid financial footing, preferably a gold standard, which could easily be exchanged for dollars. Given the financial chaos in the islands, however, this was no small task. During the Spanish colonial period, Madrid had maintained an official gold standard for the Philippines, but had also permitted the exchange at parity of Filipino gold coins with the more commonly circulated Mexican silver coins. As the price of silver began to decline in the 1870s, Filipino gold coins were routinely traded for Mexican silver and shipped out of the country at substantial profits. As a result, by the time the Americans arrived, the Filipino gold coin existed mainly in theory, and the day-to-day currency of the Philippines was a confusing mix of Mexican silver and various of the other silver-based currencies that circulated throughout Asia. 182 This was much to the advantage of exporters, who sold their goods abroad for gold and paid their workers in silver, but crippled importers who were forced to do the opposite. In the eyes of the Republican colonial authorities, such financial chaos was completely unacceptable. In Root's estimation, the currency was in as bad a condition as is possible. 183 Yet they were well aware of the need for caution given the combustible nature of currency issues back in the United States. The last thing the Philippine colonial government wanted to do was to make further enemies in Washington. The insular authorities needed someone to study the issue who had familiarity with the financial system of East Asia and also currency politics at home. On the recommendation of Secretary of the Treasury Lyman Gage, Root had retained Charles A. Conant, a well-known business journalist and vocal proponent of imperialism, whose book, The United States and the Orient, had established him as an authority on monetary issues. 184 Conant's argument was that industrialized countries ought to secure colonies in which to invest their surplus capital, which, he reasoned, would provide an opportunity for profit while also developing the colonies. The acquisition of colonies was necessary not merely for profit, however, but also for national prestige. The great struggle of the future would, according to Conant, be between rival national trusts. It is, he wrote, this struggle between the great political powers of the world for bolstering up national economic power which constitutes the cardinal fact of modern diplomacy. 185 The new aim for leaders was to be the creation of national trusts vested with the power of taxation and with military and naval force for the object of seeking and holding exclusive markets on the one hand, and of increasing competing power in free markets on the other. 186 Conant, who would later become known for his currency reforms in Puerto Rico, Cuba, and the Dominican Republic, spent nearly a month in the Philippines studying the currency issues, eventually submitting his special report on coinage and banking in the Philippine Islands to Root in November of 1901. Although, as expected, he recommended a gold standard for the islands, his report was sensitive to local conditions. He noted the attachment of Filipino workers to silver coins, which he thought made the introduction of a gold standard currency or US dollars too radical a change. His ingenious solution was a dual currency. The Philippines would have a silver peso pegged to the dollar, thus easing trade between the United States and the islands, and also avoiding any shock that might accompany the introduction of a foreign currency. 187 Such a dual currency, it was also thought, had the added advantage of minimizing opposition from silver state representatives whose constituents stood to profit from the coinage of the new currency. The Commission, which was shown an early copy of the report, agreed with Conant's recommendations, and Conant himself was put in charge of drafting his currency plan into the Organic Act. Still, Root and the Commission worried about the reception the dual currency would receive in Congress. Here are rumors, Leroy reflected in his journal, of Hanna and certain Westerners, among them Senator Clark, being interested in seeing that congressional action this winter shall be such as to allow the Western mines a nice output for their silver. 188 Conant apparently shared these worries, too, because he recommended to Taft that he stay on as a consultant to shepherd the bill through Congress. Although this must have been an extremely unusual proposal for the time, Taft was receptive to the suggestion. "I have no doubt," he wrote to Root, "that he would be exceedingly useful with respect to the financial and banking legislation, and that he would be very efficient in giving us information in respect to other legislation. Yet," he added, "how much influence he has with the prominent members of the House and Senate, I do not know." 189 Despite Taft's lingering doubts, Root approved of the plan, and Conant set to work lobbying members of Congress. While Taft may have been correct that Conant had limited influence with members of Congress, as a former reporter and analyst for the Journal of Commerce, he did have influence with the New York financial community. During the debate over the Organic Act, Conant mobilized support from the financial press and wrote several articles himself for such Wall Street publications as Bankers Magazine, as well as more mainstream outlets like the Atlantic Monthly. 190 Although Taft could have hardly appreciated it at the time, these connections between insular authorities and Wall Street would prove to be crucial in the development and expansion of American empire. On December 3, 1902, Lodge reintroduced the Currency Act as a separate bill in the Senate, although the bill's prospects as a separate measure did not look much better. Conant's measure, it will be recalled, recommended the creation of a separate circulating silver peso backed up by the U.S. gold dollar at a ratio of 2:1. This would allow for the limited circulation of silver pesos and paper currency that would be backed by a gold reserve fund in New York. Predictably, the law became caught up in the intense monetary policy debates of Washington. In many respects, Conant and the commissioners had anticipated this difficulty, and muted the opposition somewhat by allowing for the circulating currency to be silver, thus ensuring that the silver mines of the American West could turn a profit on the new coins. Still, there was a considerable amount of fight to be met. Roosevelt made a valiant effort to push the legislation forward through a special message to both houses on January 7 imploring members to enact the measure already pending in your body for the betterment of the Philippines Islands, and warning that serious calamities may come from failure to enact them. 191 The President, it seems, even began to lobby members of Congress himself to ensure passage. 192 Even with Roosevelt's vigorous endorsement, however, the bill faced significant opposition, particularly in the Senate. Taft, writing to Edwards from the Philippines, observed that Brother Aldrich is leading a rubbershoe attack upon the proposed legislation. I suppose if he cannot prevent legislation he will emasculate it. It will be an immense disappointment to all the people if the coinage matter is not remedied, and I should much prefer even to have the radical introduction of the United States currency here to the present system. 193 For its part, the Commission arranged for the Manila Chamber of Commerce, along with the English, Spanish, and American banks in Manila, to petition Congress in support of the gold standard currency. Insular authorities, however, feared that more direct lobbying would be necessary to carry the bill through the Senate. As a nervous Edwards cabled Governor Wright, I am going to telegraph Professor Jenks, Conant, and perhaps Mr. Peabody, to come back here. We are certainly up to the danger line in my personal opinion. 194 Conant, now employed by the Morton Trust Company of New York, sent word to silver interests in financial circles that with the value of silver bullion in decline, Their interests would be hurt by delaying the passage of the bill. 195 It is not known how much influence ColIn's lobbying had on the effort to pass the bill through the Senate, although the deadlock seems to have been cleared up fairly quickly, and the final measure authorizing the dual currency was adopted in March of 1903. As usual, insular authorities saw the Senate's actions as foolish and remained less than impressed with members of their own party, particularly Senator Aldrich. In point of fact, they were convinced that their own efforts were the primary reason the legislation was adopted. 196 It was an immense relief to me, as I know it was to you, Root wrote to Taft, to get the coinage bill through at the last session of Congress. I can assure you it was not done without an immense amount of hard work. 197 Lodge, however, took a different view, writing to Roosevelt, I did a good piece of work yesterday in getting through the Philippine currency bill. Aldrich and I managed it, and I think it did credit to our head and hearts. 198 Taft's relatively public griping about Aldrich and Lodge earned him a stern rebuke from Roosevelt. Senator Aldrich, the president wrote to Taft, was at the end an immense help in the currency business, and he made a strong and loyal fight for the reduction of the Philippine tariff. 199 Although it is doubtful that Taft agreed with the president, he composed a conciliatory letter, noting that I did not intend to do Senator Aldrich an injustice in what I wrote you. Still, he did not let the issue drop. My experience, he continued, when I was in Washington was that he was especially sensitive upon any subject that affected either sugar or tobacco or silver. 200 ColIn meanwhile had been busy lobbying members for his currency bill, and had already discussed it with Speaker Henderson and Cooper, neither of whom saw any reason why it should have difficulty passing through the House. 201 In December of 1901, he finally met with Lodge, who, it seems, had begun to lose his patience with the insular government. As Conant described the encounter to Root, I saw Senator Lodge today and told him that it was your desire to secure prompt action on the coinage bill and that, if agreeable to him, I would have the bill ready for introduction on Thursday, with a proper statement of its contents to be given to the press, with the statement that it had been prepared by him and Mr. Cooper in consultation with the officials of the War Department. This plan did not meet with the approval of the senator. He stated that he had stood aside in reference to the Philippine tariff bill and that he would not stand aside in favor of Mr. Cooper in reference to other legislation. He said that he had offered to take charge of Philippine legislation and objected to its being divided up and given to other members. Among his close words, which I promptly jotted down after leaving him, were these: "If they want it introduced bit by bit in the House, let them do it. I will take care of it when it comes over here, but if I am to have charge of Philippine legislation, I want to have charge of it." This and other statements conveyed the very plain suggestion that House legislation would not fare well at his hands under these conditions, even if originating in the War Department. He was sufficiently courteous in manner, but did not mince the fact that he wanted the credit of handling the legislation. 202. In the end, it may have benefited the Commission that the debate in both houses of Congress was mainly a proxy war for domestic monetary debates. That, at least, took the focus away from what was actually going on in the Philippines. Congress had given an executive agency permission to coin its own money and to develop its own monetary system, a power expressly forbidden to any state in the Union. It is important to be clear on this point. The Philippine currency was not U.S. currency with slightly different markings, it was a separate currency backed by its own gold reserve fund. 203 The circulating coins were silver with a silver content worth less than their face value, and they were backed by a theoretical Philippine gold peso with 1/10 of the gold as a $5 gold piece, thus fixing the pesos at exactly 1/2 of $1 and allowing its value to fluctuate with other gold standard currencies. 204 The Commission was additionally authorized to distribute paper money backed by silver pesos. But this modest delegation of authority would soon become a tool for the Philippine colonial state to finance its imperial dreams in the islands that drew little attention from Congress or the American public. Insular bond sales. Now authorized by Congress to develop a separate currency for the islands, insular authorities had to figure out how exactly to do this. At this time, there were no professional consultants in monetary policy and currency design, and no prominent member of the insular government had the knowledge to arrange such a complex system himself. Conant had anticipated this problem nearly a year before. It seems to me that after the Filipino bill is passed, if it provides for a coinage and banking system, some official of thorough, theoretical training and practical experience will be required at Manila to attend to such matter. Would it not be well to ascertain if Professor Hollander would be willing to accept such a position? It will very likely be desirable to prepare some explanation of the law and what could be accomplished under it by the Philippine government after Congress has taken action. 205 Unfortunately, Conant, Jenks, and Hollander, all of whom had been instrumental in economic planning for the Philippines, declined the insular government's offers of employment. Eventually, however, on the recommendation of Jenks, Edwin W. Kemmerer, an assistant professor of political economy at Cornell, was given the job. To provide the gold reserves for this new currency, the act authorized the Commission to issue and sell $10 million in bonds on Wall Street, and this task was given to Col. Edwards at the BIA. 206 The idea was that the bonds would raise sufficient funds for the purchase of silver bullion to coin the Philippine peso, as well as for a gold standard fund to be held in New York. But insular authorities were not entirely sure how Wall Street would react to these new Philippine bonds. The colonial government, after all, had no credit history, and failure to make a full bond sale would contribute to the already tenuous financial position of the colonial state. Fortunately for the BIA and its allies in Manila, the sale was a success. Working through the Guarantee Trust Company, Edwards managed to easily offer $6 million worth of bonds at a favorable rate. I am told by financial men, Edwards gloated, that it was as successful an advertised bond issue as they have ever seen. 207 The importance of Edwards's ability to negotiate Wall Street bond markets was not lost on his superiors. I think Edwards has done very good work in getting 3.5% interest on balances with the Guarantee Trust Company, Root wrote to Taft, and if, as I hope, we can sell the certificates of indebtedness at a little premium, we will be borrowing the money to carry the operation through without its costing anything at all. 208 In all, 3 million silver certificates were successfully floated, giving the colonial state sufficient funds to carry out its currency operations. Following the success of their first bond offering, BIA and Commission officials again returned to Wall Street to float $7 million worth of bonds for the purchase of a Catholic monastic order's extensive land holdings in the islands. 209 Yet for cash-strapped insular officials, the successful sale of bonds on Wall Street indicated something more, that development funds could be successfully raised from private sources. It seems to me, Taft wrote to Edwards following the currency bond sale, that the premium which you obtained is marvelous and indicates that the credit of the Philippine government is such that we shall not have much difficulty in floating the bonds in more important matters. And this, Taft concluded, meant that the idea that we are to remain in the islands for an indefinite time in the future is deeply fixed, a perception that would be sure to improve the colonial state's credit among the bankers. 210 The insular government's success on Wall Street was remarkable. At the time, the prevailing interest rate in the islands on the best commercial security was 12%, and it requires some explanation. 211 While Edwards's careful planning and Conant's many connections on Wall Street likely contributed to the successful offering, these personal factors alone surely do not explain why some 3 million certificates could be sold at a good rate by an entity with no previously established credit. A further answer lies in an ambiguity easily exploited by Edwards, namely, the official status of Philippine government bonds. Few investors would normally purchase bonds from a fragile Asian government, but they would be willing to buy them if they thought the U.S. Treasury backed them, an impression that colonial officials were anxious to encourage. Indeed, as a result of BIA pressure, both the Secretary of Treasury and the Postmaster General had ruled that the Philippine government bonds were acceptable as security for deposits of public money. 212 As a matter of law, however, the U.S. government did not guarantee these bonds, but the savvy investor could reasonably expect that the U.S. Treasury would bail out the colonial government if it ever reached the point of default. Governor Taft, testifying before the House Committee on Insular Affairs in 1903 on the Friar Land Bonds offering, admitted as much. I suppose that investors have assumed that fact would lead Congress to assume the obligation of them if the government ever became bankrupt. I only know that banking houses are entirely willing to take the bonds without a guarantee by the government, and the rate at which the bonds sold is an indication that the shadow of the United States in the background is very valuable. 213. Later that year, Attorney General Philander Knox attempted to add a penumbra of legal authority to the issue. Although the loan is not legally guaranteed by the United States, he held, the issue is obviously made over its faith and credit and by its aid and recognition. At the most basic level, he concluded, the interest and credit of the United States are deeply and essentially concerned in these matters. 214 Opinions like these could only improve the insular government's credit on Wall Street. 215 Whatever the justice of these claims, congressional Democrats and anti-imperialists were not the only ones concerned about the status of these bonds. As it became clear that insular bond sales would become more frequent, and that insular officials wanted to use them to leverage more capital for development projects, the ambiguity of the official status of these bonds began to worry other Roosevelt administration officials, especially Leslie Shaw, Secretary of the Treasury. Naturally, Shaw was anxious to maintain a clear separation between the Philippine colonial state's bonds and U.S. Treasury bonds, and the speed at which the colonial state had embraced Wall Street bond markets concerned him. He had good reason to be worried. Edwards, encouraged by his success in the first bond sale, was planning to leverage the bonds to raise yet more money. I don't see why, he asked Wright, we can't get up some scheme and invite those banks that are holders of the temporary certificates, which are not in the Treasury Department covering deposits, to continue them at 1% or possible 2% interest. 216 For Shaw, schemes of this nature were unacceptable, and his concern soon turned to outright obstruction, creating a power struggle between the War Department and Treasury, precisely the sort of situation that the BIA had long worked to avoid. Never easily discouraged, Edwards had first arranged a meeting between the Secretary and Roosevelt to smooth things over, and to have the President press upon Shaw the War Department's need to squeeze more capital from the bonds. But even this, it seems, was not enough. The BIA decided that its next move would need to be more subtle. As Edwards wrote to Wright on New Year Day 1904, Secretary Shaw wouldn't give us the treatment we wanted, so we had to go at it again, and I finally to former Assistant Secretary Ailes, now Vice President of the Riggs National Bank, and representing in that bank the National City Bank of New York, to happen in on Secretary Shaw and tell him why he could do as we wanted to have him. We were in the midst of an easy money market and a very soft bond market with every prospect of government bonds going down, and after careful consultation with New Yorkers and others we came to the conclusion that the best time to sell was right after the first of the year when New Yorkers and capitalists were cutting coupons and looking around for good investments. 217. Even this, however, apparently did not sway the Secretary. 4 months later Edwards wrote again to Wright, acknowledging, confidentially we are having a dickens of a time here to make Secretary Shaw look through the same glasses that the Bureau of Insular Affairs and our honored chief uses. 218 The Commission argued that, as an independent government entity with financial independence from the U.S. Treasury, it should be able to play the bond markets as it saw fit, without interference from another agency. Their logic did not prevail on the Treasury, and insular authorities had little choice but to accept the decision. After all, without the endorsement of the Secretary, their bonds would not fetch nearly so favorable a rate. Nevertheless, insular authorities remained supremely confident in their ability to exploit Wall Street's investment capital to develop the islands, especially Edwards, who boasted that he was on intimate terms now with all the Hydra-head capitalists in New York. 219 By 1904, after the initial bond sales were concluded, colonial bureaucrats decided to cement their relationship with the Wall Street banks by employing one of their own. This, it seems clear, was a primary consideration for encouraging W. Cameron Forbes, a scion of the legendary Forbes banking family, one of America's wealthiest, to join the commission. Forbes was not being considered because of his political connections, but because of his experience in finance and, perhaps even more important, his social connections on Wall Street. As one colonial state official wrote to Taft, he is evidently a man of affairs and will be most valuable as a member of the commission at a point where it is weakest, because of his practical knowledge of corporate affairs and American capitalists. I am inclined to think he is just the man to hustle the East, if anybody can. 220 Thus, after its initial 2 successful bond sales, and more convinced than ever that private financing would be instrumental in the island's development, insular officials returned to Congress to gain broad authority to take out more development bonds. And the Commission's need for revenue was becoming all the more urgent. In a plaintive letter to Taft, Wright explained, "If you succeed in getting authority from Congress to allow us to issue bonds to an amount not exceeding $10 million for internal improvements, or even a less amount, it will be a considerable relief. While I think we can skin through without it by practicing small economies, we may find ourselves a good deal embarrassed in completing public works." 221 The Commission, after all, had already begun construction on a number of public works, including an ambitious and enormously expensive project to improve the breakwater in Manila Harbor. A lack of money at this point would prove a great embarrassment. Money had, in fact, become so scarce, that the Commission appropriated $250,000 from the Famine Relief Fund to the harbor project as a stopgap. Although the Friar Land bonds and currency bonds were made exempt, an authorized $4 million bond sale for Manila sewer and water system was still subject to state and municipal taxation. As Taft testified before the Committee on the Philippines, our theory is that as this is an experiment of the United States government, and as all bonds which are issued are to effect a purpose of the United States, the right to exempt them on the part of Congress is very clear under decision of the Supreme Court, and that being an agency of the government of the United States, the Congress may properly say to states, counties, and municipalities that you cannot impose a burden on this agency of the government. 222 In the chapters to follow, we will see how these bond sales and the independent colonial currency were used to raise yet more funds for internal development, and how the collaborative relationship between the BIA and Wall Street would shape the later development of the empire. Relative autonomy for the Philippines. The Senate hearing in 1906, much like the hearings the previous year in Ways and Means, saw the insular state clash with domestic sugar and tobacco interests over the effects of free trade on domestic agriculture, a veritable war of figures in the words of one historian. 223 Although the arguments were largely a repeat of the earlier debate, the more statistically driven nature of the Senate hearing reveals the extent to which opposition interests, too, had to rely on official insular reports for their information, and this gave the BIA a significant advantage. Consider, for example, a lengthy brief entitled Facts Which Should Be Considered Before Acting on the Philippine Tariff Bill prepared by Truman G. Palmer, Secretary of the American Beet Sugar Association. The facts cited by Palmer, although presented to support the sugar beet lobby's position, nearly all came from official commission reports or statements made by insular state officials. In one illustrative section, Secretary Taft's statements disproved by the records of his own department, Palmer's report picked apart Taft's public speeches in support of the tariff by pointing out discrepancies between the Secretary's statements and the Commission's official figures. 224 The truth was the sugar lobby had little choice but to adopt this strategy. There were very few independent experts who could speak authoritatively on the islands who were not in the employment of the Commission itself. And this left the industry lobbyists in a significantly weaker position than they were in domestic tariff battles, where they could present data from their own reports. 225 And with their greater knowledge and access to information, the BIA could dismiss the opposition's data as simply outdated or improperly presented. 226. Although the bill was again defeated in 1906, the opposition was weakening. Finally, Taft's plan to hammer it down was beginning to work. 227 Even H.S. Fry, president of the New England Tobacco Growers Association, admitted privately to Senator Platt that the insular government was probably right. A reduction in tariff duties on tobacco would not adversely affect the American tobacco growers and, repeating the statement made by W.S. Leone during congressional tour, further doubted that Americans would ever develop a taste for Philippine cigars. Although he continued to publicly oppose the measure, he confessed that he had tried without success to convince his organization to drop its opposition. 228 By this point insular bureaucrats had been repeating the same message for 3 years, to wit, that Philippine sugar and tobacco production was too small to adversely affect the American market. By 1906, Roosevelt himself echoed this talking point in his annual address: "I most earnestly hope that the bill to provide a lower tariff for or else absolute free trade in Philippine products will become a law. No harm will come to any American industry, and while there will be some small but real material benefit to the Filipinos, the main benefit will come by the showing made as to our purpose to do all in our power for their welfare." 229 In report after report, the Commission took pains to show that in the last 8 years there had been little increase in Philippine sugar or tobacco production and that there was no evidence that it would increase soon. 230 By 1908, as it was beginning to gain the upper hand, it did not hurt that Taft looked likely to win the presidency. The insular state brokered a compromise with Democrats and the sugar and tobacco lobbies. Taft, who in 1906 opposed any quota for sugar or tobacco, now went on record to support it. As Representative Fordney, one of the sugar beet industry's most consistent defenders, told the House, "Our present good president, Mr. Taft, agreed in my presence that during his administration he will not permit any further reduction in the sugar schedule if we will accept this agreement and let 300,000 tons come in free from the Philippines." 231 To gain Democratic support for the measure, Edwards, in consultation with top Democrats, agreed to let the agreement fail in 1908, if they would agree to end their opposition in 1909. 232 In the end, the compromise permitted the free entry of 300,000 tons of sugar, 150 million cigars, 1 million pounds of filler tobacco, and 300,000 pounds of wrapper tobacco. In truth, these limitations on sugar and tobacco were largely symbolic. 233 At the time, Filipino producers could not produce even close to that amount of sugar or tobacco. For all intents and purposes, trade between the United States and the Philippines became completely free. The victory must have been especially sweet for the recently elected President Taft, the first governor of the Philippines and its most tireless promoter, as he signed the Payne-Aldrich Act into law on August 5, 1909. Insular authorities were thrilled. As Edwards triumphantly noted in his 1909 annual report, this legislation was the result of a continuous effort of the department and bureau extending through several years. 234 When word of the act's passage reached Manila, Forbes, now acting governor, reported, "Sugar jumped like mad today, and orders for many millions of cigars are crowding in." 7 months later things looked even better. From all over the islands comes the same story: better crops, more cultivation, better feelings, and more prosperity. 235 Forbes's early reaction was probably overly optimistic, but free trade did significantly increase Philippine trade with the United States as well as the insular states' tax revenues. Nevertheless, there is, perhaps, no other episode that so reveals just how far the insular state had come from its humble origins less than a decade before. Indeed, as this section has argued, free trade could hardly have occurred were it not for the efforts of the colonial authorities. Their control of colonial data, their ability to tap independent sources of revenue, and the ease with which they could coordinate a political strategy were crucial to their success in getting the Philippines behind the tariff wall. 236 By 1909, then, after just 8 years of civil government, the American insular state had developed a remarkable collection of resources to run the Philippines with significant independence from Congress and with little assistance from the domestic American state. It had, among other things, established a civil service, a state police force, a new tariff system, a new currency, and a taxation system. The Philippine Civil Service, protected by civil service laws and largely made up of Filipinos and discharged American Army personnel, had few allegiances to members of Congress or the American spoils system. In their earlier battles with Congress, most insular officials had come to the conclusion that Congress and the American people would never fund the colonial experiment, at least not to the level that insular officials thought appropriate. To increase revenues and achieve their development goals for the islands, Commission officials developed a new internal tax, secured permission to raise money privately through bond offerings on Wall Street, and stabilized the archipelago's money supply to attract American capital. As Chapter 6 will show, these efforts allowed insular officials to realize large parts of their vision for the islands. Having failed to sell imperialism as a policy to Congress and the American public, they now sought to achieve their objectives through borrowed capacity and clandestine action. The Philippine colonial state was not the only pattern that formal American empire took, and it is worth highlighting how American colonial rule unfolded in different ways in 2 additional U.S. colonies during this period, Puerto Rico and American Samoa. Like the Philippines, both were formally annexed as American territories, but variations in their initial governing arrangements led to rather different outcomes than in the Philippines. For one, neither spent its early period of colonial control under the jurisdiction of the Bureau of Insular Affairs. Congress never passed an organic law for American Samoa during this period, leaving it as an unorganized possession run directly by the Navy. 237 Through a quirk of the Foraker Act, the BIA also lost control of Puerto Rico for nearly a decade. Its governing arrangements more closely resembled American territorial government on the continent. A brief look at Puerto Rico and American Samoa offers us an opportunity to comparatively assess some of the governing dynamics of the Philippines. Puerto Rico, economic integration without centralized federal control. As in the Philippines, American investment and capital were promoted as a way to bind Puerto Rico to the United States and to improve the material conditions of Puerto Ricans. The Foraker Act granted Puerto Rico 2 concessions that were not provided to the Philippines, a low tariff that eventually led to free trade and full integration with the U.S. monetary system. In a nod to anti-imperialists, it did include some restrictions, such as a 500-acre limit on corporate land holdings, but these laws were so flawed that most American corporations quickly invented creative organizational arrangements that allowed them to acquire vast amounts of land. 238 As a result of the tariff decisions and the much closer distance to the U.S. mainland, capital quickly flowed into Puerto Rico as American sugar refiners made massive investments in the island. Between 1900 and 1917, sugar production grew from 100,000 tons to more than 500,000 tons, becoming the most important export crop for the colony. 239 The early and full economic integration of Puerto Rico with the United States made capital far easier to attract, leaving Puerto Rico's economic relationship with the metropole similar to Hawaii's. The relative ease of gaining congressional approval to open the American economy to Puerto Rican exports was not the only difference between it and the Philippines. Although Puerto Rico, like the Philippines, was under military rule during its initial years of occupation, the Foraker Act withdrew the Department of War's jurisdiction when it created a civil government. The result was that until the BIA regained control in 1909, no single executive agency had exclusive control over the Caribbean territory. In this way, the island more closely followed the traditional territorial model, where the governor and the 3 other major department heads, the Attorney General, the Auditor, and the Commission of Education, were appointed directly by the President. 240 Consequently, unlike in the Philippines, where the Governor-General appointed members of the Philippine Commission, in Puerto Rico each department head retained his own Washington connections, leaving the colonial government without a single reporting agency in the metropole. 241 In more practical terms, this meant that each department head was accountable only to the president and not to the governor. As William Willoughby wrote in 1905, in one of the first academic analyses of American colonial government, as they are not appointed by, and there are no provisions giving to the governor any direct authority over them, they are under no legal obligation to make their action conform to his wishes. 242 This meant that the auditors and attorneys general, who tended to stay on the island for only a short period of time, often pursued their own interests and operated through their own Washington contacts, and there was very little that the governor could do to stop them. 243 In short, without any centralized agency overseeing their actions in Washington and with little incentive to take orders from the colonial governor, the Puerto Rican government lacked the tight discipline of the Philippine colonial state where members of the commission served at the pleasure of the Governor-General. The result, as one former Attorney General of Puerto Rico described the situation, was that some governors would spend a good deal of energy trying to jump over the variety of bureaucratic hurdles set up by their supposedly subordinate executive colleagues. 244 Unsurprisingly, the BIA found Puerto Rico's orphan status wholly unacceptable, and BIA Chief Edwards was tasked with bringing the island under its jurisdiction with President Roosevelt's early and enthusiastic assistance. 245 By 1905, Governor Beekman Winthrop of Puerto Rico, who had earlier served in the Philippine colonial government, and was therefore familiar with taking orders from BIA officials, included a plea to bring the government in San Juan under BIA control. The insular government feels greatly the need of some bureau or division of the central government in Washington which could act as a representative in its relations to the federal government and the outside public, and which could furnish information and data without delay to officials and others interested in Puerto Rico and its resources. In dealing in the United States, the insular government frequently requires the aid of trained representatives with knowledge of the conditions and needs of the island, and, on the other hand, members of Congress and others have been too often put to the delay of writing to the island authorities for information which was imperatively needed at the time. 246. Winthrop repeated this request the following year, this time suggesting that some central agency be designated as the representative of the insular government in the same way that the Bureau of Insular Affairs at the present time represents the Philippine administration. 247 If the BIA's claim that it could provide facts to Congress in a more expeditious manner was almost certainly true, its motivation for doing so was not necessarily to provide Congress with more useful information. With centralized control over colonial communications, the BIA could send the same disciplined, carefully curated information about Puerto Rico to Congress as it had for the Philippines. The second rationale for BIA control was to provide it access to the same networks of capital that had been used to offer bonds for the Philippines. This was a curious justification. After all, unlike the Philippines, Puerto Rico did not lack for interested or able investors. By quickly granting it free trade with the United States and integrating it into the U.S. monetary system, Puerto Rico was far more integrated into the metropolitan economy than the Philippines. Furthermore, it had little difficulty attracting investors to its sugar industry. Finally, unlike the Philippines, the Puerto Rican colonial government had only borrowed the relatively modest sum of $1 million for road improvements during its first years under colonial rule. 248 Nevertheless, the BIA made a case to expand its jurisdiction over Puerto Rico, in part, through claims that the Philippines was getting a better deal in the bond markets. As the BIA labored to point out, the 1905 BIA bond offering for the Philippine colonial government received a more favorable rate than a similar 1907 bond offering in Puerto Rico. This, Edwards explained, was notoriously not due to the better credit of the Philippine government, but rather to the fact that the BIA's imprimatur, and its close relationship to the U.S. Treasury, made the bonds more valuable to investors. 249. What Edwards neglected to mention, however, is that Puerto Rico did not require the large bond offerings that the BIA claimed were necessary to encourage economic development in the Philippines. American investors had already made significant investments in the Puerto Rican sugar industry, and private colonial financial institutions were already set up to favor American plantation agriculture. The American Colonial Bank, for example, which served as the primary bank for American sugar interests, became the largest bank on the island in 1910. It restricted qualified borrowers to those with the significant collateral that could only be produced by American sugar companies, a fact that, as one economic historian notes, contributed further to a decline in local control of land and production which took place at a rapid pace during the first decade of U.S. control. 250. Nevertheless, the BIA believed that further investments in roads, irrigation, and other infrastructure improvements would speed along Puerto Rico's economic development. As we will see in Chapter 6, once the BIA gained control over Puerto Rico, the colonial government quickly embraced the high-debt strategy to stimulate development that it had pioneered in the Philippines. American Samoa, naval administration and economic isolation. Compared to the full integration of Puerto Rico into the American economy, American Samoa was almost entirely isolated. Despite requests at various points to replace naval administration with a civil government, Congress never acted, leaving the islands governed by an American naval officer with the power to run them as he would a ship, that is to say, with total control and with no input from Samoans or the small number of American settlers. 251. The United States had maintained a presence on the Samoan island of Tutuila and its valuable harbor in Pago Pago since the Treaty of Berlin divided Samoa among Germany, Britain, and the United States in 1889. The harbor in Pago Pago was meant to be a naval coaling station, but Tutuila came under American control in 1900 when the chiefs of Tutuila ceded their island to the United States. 252. The terms of the treaty turned American Samoa entirely over to the Navy, which guaranteed that there would be no outside interference from other nations or commercial interests, and provided that the islands would be governed essentially as a large, unsinkable collier. 253. The first colonial governor, Commander Benjamin Tilley, was given few instructions from Washington aside from a vague order from President McKinley: while your position as commandant will invest you with authority over the islands in the group embraced within the limits of the station, you will at all times exercise care to conciliate and cultivate friendly relations with the natives. 254. The hope, it seems, was that the Navy would receive access to a valuable port and coaling station. But do little to arouse the attention of Congress or commercial interests. Unlike Puerto Rico or the Philippines, the progressive zeal to remake colonized people did not extend to Samoa, in large part because, as Julian Go has suggested, Samoans were seen as uniquely content with their simple lifestyle. Instead, colonial forces should focus on preservation rather than on uplift. 255. In part, this was because the potential for American investment seemed limited. Furthermore, the Samoans were deemed peaceable and primitive, and were to be largely left to govern their own internal affairs. For its part, Congress paid almost no attention to its new possession in the Pacific, and would not pass an act to bring it under civil authority for decades. This, it seems, was partly Root's doing, who hoped that Congress would leave the Navy in charge. As he explained in a 1908 memo to Roosevelt, he saw no reason to push for a government. If left alone, Congress will probably do nothing about providing a form of government for the islands. There are few members of either house who are competent to devise a form of government, and they are otherwise occupied. The inactivity of Congress must be deemed to be an approval of the continuance of the existing government. It is very desirable that this should be so. It is quite improbable that if Congress were to undertake to provide a form of government it would be as good as the one which now exists. They usually make a mess of it when they undertake anything of that kind. 256. This meant that American Samoa was seen primarily as a naval station rather than as a colony, a policy that, as one historian of Samoa has remarked, was a very effective way for the United States to hold fast to the place while at the same time being afforded the comfort of essentially forgetting about it. 257 In large part, Tilley's design for the Navy's administration of American Samoa conformed to this vision. Aside from a provision that guaranteed him veto rights over all decisions and laws, Tilley did not interfere in most Samoan affairs and he retained the traditional Samoan chiefs as district governors. 258 American naval governors had relatively short terms of 18 months to 2 years, and they did little to develop the islands. In point of fact, the Navy cared very little about the Commandant of Samoa or how he governed the islands. Washington almost never reviewed his regulations or orders. 259 Nor did the Navy show any interest in engaging in the sort of progressive nation-building projects that so occupied their civilian counterparts in Manila. Until 1920 there was only one state-funded school, despite the fact that several of the naval governors did request further funding for infrastructure projects. 260 In 1900 Tilley himself requested Navy funding for medical supplies, which was denied. 12 years later another naval governor eventually received permission to construct a hospital on the island, but was only given approval after he demonstrated that American Samoan funds could pay for its entire construction. 261 Even education was rarely approved. Tilley could not receive Navy approval to establish a school or to provide books for students, a situation that often frustrated the naval governors, but which, as one Navy governor remarked in 1911, was because the islands are so far away from the United States and so isolated that the public does not know or care. 262 For the Navy, the annexation of Tutwila served a single purpose, to provide coal to American military and commercial ships. Until the 1920s, the Navy rarely interfered with the internal affairs of Samoans, a policy that ended up protecting Samoan language and customs, but left the island undeveloped and with few schools or resources. 263 From a comparative perspective, the most distinctive Navy policy may have been its careful efforts to keep American commercial interests out of Samoa. For the most part, the Navy itself managed copper production, Tutwila's one export product, and sold products through its own naval commissary. This policy infuriated the small number of American traders who arrived in Samoa. Fred Wilson, a former Navy clerk who stayed in Samoa after his discharge, condemned the American administration in a letter to the Secretary of the Navy as an absolute, arrogant despotism, and accused the naval governor himself of being an autocratic snob. Wilson's main concern, however, seems to have been the Navy's establishment of its own commissary, which competed with his own business, and the supposed wastefulness of taxes collected by the Navy administration. 264 American Samoa was seen, at least for the first 20 years of American administration, as a coaling depot rather than as a colony of the United States. Congress left the islands entirely in the hands of the Navy, and the Navy granted the Samoans wide latitude to manage their internal affairs. In contrast, Puerto Rico was closely integrated into the U.S. economy and commercial investors quickly dominated the export sugar industry. If Samoa was so far, so small, and so foreign as to barely be thought a colony, Puerto Rico was so closely integrated into the American economy that it was considered a permanent acquisition of the United States. Dollar diplomacy as inconspicuous action. Our San Domingo solution has worked so well that the public is now paying no heed to the matter whatever. Theodore Roosevelt 1. In the years following the Spanish-American War, Theodore Roosevelt began to sour on formal imperialism. American colonial officials had met nothing but congressional intransigence in their efforts to develop the Philippines, and there was little reason to believe that this would change in the near future. A state that would not even grant its own colonies unfettered access to metropolitan markets did not seem likely to become a great imperial power. But Roosevelt, Taft, and Root, who had made it their quest to see the United States achieve a level of international influence and prestige commensurate with its economic power, were not about to give up on American power. Their goals remained the same, but they had begun to conclude that formal imperialism might not be the best way to achieve them. How could the United States continue to expand its global reach in the face of congressional obstruction and public indifference? How could America become a great nation when its principal governing body cared nothing for international affairs? The small Caribbean nation of the Dominican Republic would serve as the testing ground for their new answer to that question, and would, in Roosevelt's later evaluation, serve as a precedent for American action in all similar cases. 2. In his annual message to Congress of December 1904, Roosevelt laid out an aggressive new principle to govern U.S. foreign relations. Later dubbed the Roosevelt Corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, the President announced that in flagrant cases of wrongdoing or impotence the United States may be forced to the exercise of an international police power. 3. In effect, Roosevelt had declared to European powers that the United States would now take responsibility for stability in the Western Hemisphere. In this case, American state officials would gain effective control over Santo Domingo in exchange for arranging a private loan through their partners on Wall Street. What later became known as the Santo Domingo Solution was the first application of a more robust form of collaboration that was already in place in the Philippines, and one that would give executive officials even more autonomy from Congress. To understand the receivership, it is necessary to understand how the American external state had matured in 7 years following the Spanish-American War. The small, closed networks of officials in the Bureau of Insular Affairs, the Department of War, and parts of the State Department could now be drawn on to assist with the Dominican Republic. Largely for reasons of geographic specialization, scholars have often missed the connections between formal U.S. colonialism in the Philippines and the advent of the Dominican customs receivership, yet, the officials who manned the receivership often had experience in the Philippines, and the large bond offerings that made these new arrangements possible were arranged through the same networks that had made such private financing possible in the Philippines. For the insular state had already conducted a number of successful bond sales on Wall Street, including the sale of bonds for its gold standard fund and for the purchase of some public lands. These same officials could draw on the extensive contacts they had made in the American financial community to fund new imperial projects. As I argue in this chapter, the dollar diplomacy receiverships were supported by a more radical collaboration with banking interests that was already at work in the Philippines. Congress played an even more minor role in their operation and establishment. The receiverships were deliberately designed to be inconspicuous and avoid congressional attention, a goal that was accomplished through the use of private money and the Byzantine authority structures under which they operated. These new models of colonial control were seen as a panacea for the cycles of disorder, revolution, and default that seemed to plague nations in Latin America and the Caribbean. As in the Philippines, the goals were less economic than they were strategic and ideological. Accomplishing the strategic goals of stability required the application of a particular brand of colonial progressivism, one that had already been applied to the Philippines: sound money and infrastructure projects to boost economic development and tie the islands to the American economy. These ideas were the guiding force that united the disparate group of officials who were dispatched to bring American order to the Caribbean. The bankers, for their part, although reluctant partners in the beginning, benefited from the increasing American involvement in the Caribbean by taking advantage of the safer investment market. This strategy, however, was premised on the commitment that colonial state officials had made to the bankers that their investments would remain safe. When the promised order could not be achieved and the supervisory agreements began to fail, the instability of this form of state building would be revealed, as the receiverships were replaced by military occupations that would themselves become political liabilities for the ostensibly anti-imperial Wilson administration. Dominican model: dollar diplomacy in the Caribbean. The Dominican Republic was in a state of near constant turmoil for the entirety of the 19th century. Ruled at various points by France and Spain, and suffering from repeated invasions by Haiti, its more powerful and populous neighbor to the west, it finally achieved a measure of stability under the dictatorial rule of Ulysses Heuros between 1882 and 1899. But Heuros' rule came at a heavy price, namely, crushing loads of debt. to buy off opposition leaders and provide some minimal level of public services to the population, the Dominican Republic became trapped in a spiraling debt that soon reached catastrophic proportions, while revolutionary outbreaks crippled the government's ability to collect revenues. In 1888, the Dominican Republic under Heroes had borrowed £770,000 from the Dutch firm of Westendorp at 6% interest, offering its customs houses as collateral. In 1890, Heroes again received a loan from Westendorp for £900,000 to fund the construction of the Central Dominican Railroad from Santiago to Puerto Plata, and this loan, along with its previous obligations, left it with payments amounting to 40% of its monthly revenue, leaving it a mere $57,000 to cover all other needs. 6. In 1892, the Santo Domingo Improvement Company, a private American corporation with long-standing ties to the Heroes regime, agreed to take over the Westendorp debt in exchange for the operation of Dominican customs houses. The SDIC did little to improve the country's finances. Between 1893 and 1897, Dominican debts increased from $5 to $35 million, but with the exception of the poorly constructed Central Dominican Railroad there was little to show for the money. 7. Finally, in 1897, after the near failure of a $21 million loan, Heroes and the SDIC realized that any remaining credit was gone. By 1903 the debt totaled $33 million and the duties on various export commodities had already been promised to other creditors, leaving the government completely broke and with no prospects for future income. As Dominican Foreign Minister Manuel Galvan announced, "We do not have one cent." 8. The situation went from bad to worse when a new revolution broke out under the leadership of Carlos Morales and toppled the ruling regime. In the wake of the revolution, an arbitration commission was established to sort through the debts. In its decision, announced on July 14, 1904, the Dominican Republic was ordered to pay $450,000 a year to its creditors and further authorized the United States to take control of the Puerto Plata Customs House in case of default. On November 1, 1905, Santo Domingo, as expected, failed to make its first payment to its European creditors, leading to demands and threats from French, Belgian, and Italian bondholders. 9. Roosevelt administration officials began to fear that European powers would intervene to force payment to their creditors, which, according to contemporary international law, they were well within their rights to do. Among Roosevelt's many concerns was securing unimpeded American access to the future Panama Canal. The Dominican default now presented itself as the first test of Roosevelt's recently articulated corollary. Giving European powers a foothold in the Western Hemisphere so near the Panama Canal was anathema to Washington, but to prevent this, the administration needed to devise a solution that satisfied European creditors and also avoided domestic opposition to the acquisition of further American colonies. At the very least, Washington would need to take emergency control of Dominican finances to buy some time. Roosevelt and Secretary of State John Hay were already aware that U.S. intervention in the matter was going to be likely, at the very least to avoid European involvement. Furthermore, Roosevelt suspected that the shady dealings of the SDIC had contributed to the instability of Dominican finances, and he dispatched Assistant Secretary of State Francis B. Loomis to investigate the situation and to propose the possibility of making the Dominican Republic a U.S. protectorate. These entreaties were met with fierce opposition from Dominican officials, and so the strategy was moderated somewhat to merely ask for U.S. control over Dominican customs houses. Hay instructed U.S. Minister Thomas Dawson to ascertain whether the government of Santo Domingo would be disposed to request the United States to take charge of the collection of duties, an arrangement that Dominican President Carlos Morales readily agreed to, telling Dawson that he had long been of the opinion that the best solution was for the United States to take charge of the collection of the revenues, guaranteeing to the Dominican government enough to live on and arranging with the creditors. 10. A formal agreement was quickly reached on January 20, 1905 and a treaty signed on February 7, giving the United States full authority to collect the customs revenues of the Dominican Republic, to appoint the collection personnel, and to pay any surplus funds beyond that needed to pay the national debt to the Dominican government at the end of the year. Furthermore, no changes in the tariff or port duties were to be made without the consent of the United States. For its part, the United States would take responsibility for the debt and negotiate terms with European creditors. To further allay Dominican fears that the United States might be trying to add the Dominican Republic to its collection of colonies, Hay instructed Dawson to add the words agreeing to respect the complete territorial integrity of the Dominican Republic to the treaty's preamble. 11. Since the situation called for immediate action, and the United States would be unable to intervene until the treaty had gained Senate approval, President Morales was worried that if the Senate rejected the treaty his government would fall. At the very least, he would need some money to run his government for a few weeks. To give the Morales government access to some limited funds, Dawson arranged for Santiago Michelena, a wealthy Puerto Rican with American citizenship, to collect customs on all ports in the interim, giving the Dominican government $75,000 per month, while directing the remainder of the balance to be held in an account until the treaty could be finalized. 12. Roosevelt himself appeared to be somewhat surprised by this development. There has been a rather comic development in the Santo Domingo case, he wrote to Hay, who was ill and away from Washington. Morales asked us to take over the custom houses pending action by the Senate. I decided to do so, but first of all consulted Spooner, Foraker, Lodge, and Knox. All heartily agreed that it was necessary for me to take this action. Rather to my horror, Taft genially chaffed them about going back on their principles as to the usurpation of the executive. But they evidently took the view that it was not a time to be over-particular about trifles. 13. Clearly, the President was under no illusions that the treaty would find a warm reception in the Senate. It did not help matters that word of the January agreement reached the United States before Roosevelt had announced his intention to submit the agreement as a treaty. In an aptly titled editorial, President vs. Senate, the New York Times reported that the Secretary of State is running around the senatorial end with the Santo Domingo ball, and depositing it, as a fait accompli, behind the senatorial goal. It is a beautiful quarrel as it stands. 14. Predictably, Senate charges of executive usurpation of senatorial powers were raised. I deny, Senator Henry Teller exclaimed, the right of the executive department of the government to make any contract, any treaty, any protocol, or anything of that character which will bind the United States. 15. Republicans in the Senate were anxious, too. Roosevelt had negotiated the agreement with Dominican authorities without seeking the advice of the Senate, and there was some uncertainty about whether he thought it necessary to seek Senate approval at all. Publicly, at least, even the Republicans felt obliged to defend their institutional prestige, and most tried to dismiss press accounts as mistaken rumors. I do not imagine, Senator Foraker said, the President has undertaken to exercise the treaty-making power without consulting the Senate of the United States. In truth, there is every reason to believe that Roosevelt did intend to begin the receivership without seeking Senate approval. The original January 20 agreement was scheduled to go into effect on February 1, and it was only when Senate heckles were raised that a new agreement was signed and drafted on February 7, which required Senate approval before it could begin. Although the treaty was successfully reported out of the Foreign Affairs Committee on March 10, Republican leaders informed Roosevelt that the treaty would fail and no vote was taken. Roosevelt was furious, but not surprised. Indeed, the defeat over the Dominican Treaty may have finally convinced Roosevelt that executive authority would need to be exercised unilaterally if the United States were to have a coherent foreign policy. In a long letter to Joseph Bishop, but one that is worth quoting at length, he explained his frustrations. I do not much admire the Senate, because it is such a helpless body when efficient work for good is to be done. This feeling is in effect that the Senate should exercise the chief part in dealing with foreign affairs. Now, as a matter of fact, the Senate is wholly incompetent to take such part. Creatures like Bacon, Morgan, etc., backed by the average Yahoo among the Democratic senators, are wholly indifferent to national honor or national welfare. They are primarily concerned in getting a little cheap reputation among ignorant people, and in addition it is but fair to say that they are perhaps themselves too ignorant and too silly to realize the damage they are doing. Meanwhile I have to take all the steps and have to spend an industrious summer engaged in the pleasant task of making diplomatic bricks without straw. 16. For Roosevelt, as for Root and Taft, the Senate's attempts to shore up its institutional prestige were preventing the United States from taking its rightful place among world powers. Apparently the senators in question felt that in some way they had upheld their dignity, he later wrote in his autobiography. All that they had really done was to shirk their duty. 17. Nevertheless, even Roosevelt was cautious when it came to directly flouting the will of Congress. As in the Philippines, the Senate's refusal to support the executive's aggressive goals for the expansion of American power would motivate a new, quasi-legal solution to the problem, one that would expand executive power and make it more difficult to oversee. The modus vivendi and treaty. With the treaty's failure, the Dominican Republic would have no access to funds and would be unable to settle with its creditors, a situation that, Roosevelt feared, might end with the intervention of European powers in the Caribbean. Refusing to back down, Roosevelt declared a modus vivendi, dispatched several experienced colonial hands from the Philippines to take charge of Dominican customs, and continued with his plans to bring the Dominican Republic under the aegis of the American Empire. 18. Until the situation could be stabilized, Roosevelt ordered that revenue collected in Dominican customs ports was to be deposited in the United States at the National City Bank of New York, the same bank that held most of the Philippine Commission's Gold Reserve Fund. As he informed Secretary of the Navy, Charles Bonaparte, I intend to keep the island in status quo until the Senate has had time to act on the treaty, and I shall treat any revolutionary movement as an effort to upset the modus vivendi. That this is ethically right I am dead sure, even though there may be some technical or red tape difficulty. 19. The president's actions were greeted with shock and fury among his congressional opponents. As the Washington Post reported, the president's action is construed sure to cause a revival of criticism of his Dominican policy when the Senate reassembles. Senator Morgan, of Alabama, declared last night that the president's course was unconstitutional, that it established a protectorate over Santo Domingo, and was merely an application of the original protocol, which the Senate declined to sanction. 20. Although Roosevelt would insist to critics that these were emergency measures to give the Senate further time to consider the treaty, the modus vivendi appeared to operate almost exactly as the proposed and rejected convention had outlined. Under the modus vivendi, the United States would not officially take over Dominican customs houses, but it would nominate men to do so who were to be subsequently appointed by the President of the Dominican Republic. He subsequently directed Minister Dawson in the Dominican Republic that no change shall take place in the situation which would render useless its consummation or bring complications into its enforcement. All the monies collected from both the northern and southern ports, not turned over to the Dominican governor, will be deposited in some New York bank to be designated by the Secretary of War and will there be kept until the Senate has acted. 21. Before the Senate could meet again, however, Roosevelt had bought himself some time to act. He must have initially feared just what the reaction would be, but after several months, he felt confident, as he wrote to Hay, that everybody has acquiesced in what I have done in Santo Domingo. He added, of course there will be a storm over it when Congress meets. 22. Still, if he feared congressional retribution, at least he was confident that the American public remained relatively indifferent to the situation. As he wrote to Lodge, our San Domingo solution has worked so well that the public is now paying no heed to the matter whatever. 23. The receivership, however, had to be set up, and so Roosevelt turned to Root, now back in private life, for help. Returning to Washington as Secretary of State on July 19, 1905, Root found a note waiting for him on his desk. Welcome back, wrote Roosevelt, I shall now cheerfully unload Santo Domingo on you. 24. The appointment was, on the whole, greeted with general approval. Even hostile papers, such as William Randolph Hearst's New York American, approved. It is a matter of common notoriety that he is tied closely to the practitioners of high finance, who, through banks, insurance companies, trust companies or any other device for taking the money of all the people and investing it for the profit of the few, are becoming rich. No man can break affiliations of this sort in a MO. Yet, the editorial continued, the American is not inclined to ascribe to Elihu Root any lack of devotion to the public cause. 25 In its attempt to besmirch Root's reputation, however, the American had noted his important ties to American finance capital, ties which would become all the more essential in Root's efforts to bring the Dominican Republic under U.S. control. Once again, Root and Taft would be the key figures in the extension of America's empire, a fact that only increased the insularity of America's external state. It also had the added advantage of nearly eliminating the bureaucratic competition that might result from the complicated dual jurisdiction that both state and war would end up exercising over the Dominican receivership, thus allowing Root and Taft to exercise seamless authority between the two agencies. The attitude is well reflected in an unusual letter Taft sent to Roosevelt just prior to Root's appointment. "Would it not be well to transfer to the Panama Canal?" asked Taft. "He has much more constructive and executive ability than I in such a matter, and while the reorganization of the State Department is essential, I do not think his time will be so much taken up with the duties of the department but that he can give you and the country the benefit of his remarkable powers in the great work for which your administration is so responsible. The separation between the canal construction and the War Department is easy. Edwards is the only common bond and we can arrange a dissolution there upon our return." 26. Among the challenges Root had to confront immediately upon taking office as Secretary of State was to smooth things over with the Senate before the receivership treaty was resubmitted. Roosevelt's unilateral actions, it seems, had further damaged his already poor relationship with the Senate, and it was left to Root, whose relations were rather good, to patch things up. He reassured Senator ColIn, chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, that the so-called modus vivendi consists merely in a plan or way of getting along, pursued by the government of San Domingo on its own responsibility, but with the acquiescence and unofficial good offices of the President. 27 Yet Root had to confront the very real possibility that the Senate would never pass the treaty. What then? Would the modus vivendi continue to operate indefinitely? The evidence here is conflicting. Root initially appears to have resisted any such scheme for continuing to operate the receivership in the event of outright Senate rejection of the treaty. "I strongly disapprove of the proposition," he wrote to Taft. "If the Senate refuses to give the President the legal right to act officially in regard to Dominican finances, I do not think that we should go on as we are now." 28 months later, however, Drew Carell, the private secretary for Dominican General Receiver George Colton, reported that, whatever Root's intentions, the fact that the Senate had not approved a treaty left the status of the Dominican receivership in legal limbo. Although the quasi-official status of the receivership allowed it to operate without congressional oversight, it also left its architects unable to use American money or credit to refinance the Dominican debt and thereby keep it under American supervision, the very point of the entire project. Colonial networks and the receivership. With his declaration of a modus vivendi on April 1, 1905, Roosevelt created the Dominican receivership. Officially, the General Receiver of the Dominican Customs Service was to be nominated by the President and commissioned by the President of the Dominican Republic. According to the terms of the agreement, the General Receiver had the ability to collect and hold all Dominican customs duties, to distribute 45% back to the government of the Dominican Republic, and to deposit the remainder, after subtracting the costs of running the receivership, into an account at the National City Bank of New York. At the time a treaty was established, or the Dominican debt situation settled, that money would then be used to pay off its debts. This, at least, was how it worked on paper. But how did it work in practice? The receivership was a new administrative obligation for the American state and it could not be established through the force of Roosevelt's edicts alone. Had a president demanded such an arrangement in the 1890s, it is unclear who would have operated it. Unlike his predecessors, however, Roosevelt could draw on the experience and personnel of the colonial governments in the Philippines and Puerto Rico to staff this new part of the empire. Despite the fact that the negotiations for the receivership had been through the State Department, it would be overseen by the Bureau of Insular Affairs and staffed by personnel from the Philippines, Puerto Rico, and the BIA's Washington office. The employees of the colonial state were the only Americans who had extensive experience administering customs in a foreign land, and the Bureau of Insular Affairs could easily recruit them. After Roosevelt declared the modus vivendi, Taft began to assemble the staff for the new receivership. In consultation with Edwards at the BIA, it was decided that the staff should be comprised of a chief collector, 4 assistant collectors, a statistical expert, an accountant, and a typewriter. Taft sent Acting Secretary of State Alvey a cable, asking him to recommend the appointment of George Colton to Dominican President Morales. Colonel Colton is still an officer in the Philippine government, Taft wrote, and is here enjoying a well-earned leave of absence. 30 Colton came as close as it was possible to come in the recently established American empire to a career colonial officer. He had served in the army in the Philippines and remained there after he was discharged, and he had served as a high-ranking customs collector in the Philippine Civil Service since 1901. Colton also appointed his own assistants, many of whom he brought directly from the Philippines. Indeed, by 1906, of the 23 Americans working for the Dominican Customs Service, 15 had previous experience in Puerto Rico or in the Philippines. 31 When Colton later left the receivership to become chief collector of customs in the Philippines, W.E. Pulimon, who had worked under him in the Philippines, was installed as the new general receiver. And Pulimon, too, brought along members of his staff from the archipelago. There was, however, a further complication. Since the modus vivendi was technically an informal agreement with the Dominicans, Roosevelt could not legally dispatch American civil servants to staff it. Any employee of the receivership, at least until the treaty was signed, would need to voluntarily become an employee of the Dominican government, and the resulting authority structure was almost comically convoluted. As Taft explained to Colton prior to his departure, "You will observe that in the duties which you discharge you are acting as an agent of the Dominican government and the President thereof, and not as a subordinate of either the State or War Department, or of the President of the United States, and yet, as your appointment is the outgrowth of a desire by Santo Domingo to maintain the status quo pending the ratification of the treaty, in which the United States has an interest, and the President of the United States has suggested you as a proper person to collect the revenues, the government of the United States is naturally anxious that you shall be successful in the discharge of your duties. Should you find time, I shall be glad to receive an unofficial account of the transactions of your office, so that I may be advised of the current events." 32. There was, of course, nothing voluntary at all about these unofficial reports. As Colton knew, he was expected to run the new receivership just as he had run the Philippine Customs Service, and he would report directly to the Edwards at the BIA. Recruiting lower-level officials was a more delicate matter. Once again, any employee of the receivership could not be simultaneously employed by the U.S. government, and this meant that they, much like Colton, would need to volunteer for the position. In his introductory letter to new appointees, Colton reminded them, "You are Dominican officials, and working in the interest of Dominicans, and therefore should endeavor to gain the good opinion and confidence of native people and officials. Learn and report all you can, talk frankly to natives about what they are interested in, but never about your own business, or that of the receivership. You will make no reports, nor give any information concerning your work, except to this office, and your immediate chief." 33. As Colton made clear in his report, all employees of the receivership were either members of the American or Philippine Civil Service on leave of absence, or granted leave through the courtesy of Colonel C.R. Edwards, from the Bureau of Insular Affairs, War Department, for that purpose. 34 To preserve their status on the American or Philippine civil service rolls, the BIA engaged in a number of creative schemes almost too confusing to piece together from the archival record. The idea, it seems, was that receivership employees would be placed on unpaid, indefinite leave from their regular positions, but would be subsequently transferred to a separate, temporary role so that they could maintain their seniority in the War Department or Philippine civil service hierarchy. The following memo contained in the personnel folder of M.E. Beale, a customs collector for the receivership, gives an idea of the arrangement. Memorandum: Restatus of American employees of the receivership on leave of absence without pay from the Bureau of Insular Affairs, War Department. As explained to me, those employees of the Bureau of Insular Affairs, War Department, who were given a leave of absence for an indefinite period, without pay, in order that they might be in a position to accept positions under the Dominican government, were transferred from the regular War Department payroll to an existing role established by a temporary appropriation. In order to provide for the employees thus left on the temporary roll, Congress was asked to authorize 2 more positions in the Bureau at $1,800 per annum, which was done. The situation now is that in case Mr. Beale or myself wish our leave of absence continued indefinitely, the 2 positions created will be given to the next persons in line of promotion, and we'll have to take our chances with regard to some provision being made to continue our status when the temporary appropriation mentioned is used up, and I understand that it is a small one. But if we can be spared here now, we will get the new places. 35. The legal fiction that the BIA did not employ receivership employees, however, was often even forgotten by top American officials in the Dominican Republic. In an October 1905 letter to the Secretary of the Navy, Root took care to correct a careless statement by the American minister to the Dominican Republic, Thomas Dawson. This department has just received the following dispatch from the American minister to Santo Domingo: American Customs official Morris wounded and Dominican Customs guard killed by smugglers 21st near Niba. 50 soldiers sent from here 23rd to pursue murders. In describing Mr. Morris as an American Customs official, Mr. Dawson, of course, means that Mr. Morris is an American who is an official in the Dominican Customs Service. The whole system of revenue collection in Santo Domingo at the present time exists under Dominican authority solely, and the officers engaged in administering it are executing the laws of the Dominican government, and are in no sense American officers, or acting under American authority. It seems important to see that this distinction is understood by all officials and representatives of our government. 36. The point of drawing attention to this unique employment relationship is not simply to highlight the fact that the receivership was on shaky legal ground. That much is obvious. The central point is that the closed network of insular state authorities allowed them to exercise control over the colonial state even when the official lines of authority remained ambiguous. This pattern is evident even after the receivership gained Senate approval, and Americans could officially become employees. The regulations that were to govern the operation of the receivership under the treaty were drawn up by Edwards in the BIA, and his initial proposal left things exactly as they had operated under the modus vivendi, which lodged control of the receivership in the BIA. This troubled Root, who insisted that the line's official hierarchy had to leave the State Department in charge, as an archival copy of the order, which shows Root's handwritten amendments, makes clear. In accordance with the provisions of Article 4 of the treaty, the accounts of the General Receiver shall be rendered to the Contaduria General of the Dominican Republic, and to the State Department of the United States, and submitted referred for examination and verification to the Bureau of Insular Affairs, which shall have immediate supervision and control of the receivership, pursuant and subject to such directions in regard thereto as shall be received from the President directly or through the Secretary of State. 37. As Root explained his reasoning to Assistant Secretary of State Bacon, avoids a possible inference that it is transferred to the War Department, making the Secretary of War responsible for it. All formal communications to and from them regarding the business will have to be through the State Department, and we cannot ask them to recognize that any other department of our government has any authority under the treaty, especially one the title of which connotes the use of force. 38. There was no doubt that this was a formality, much like the status of employees under the modus vivendi. In practice, the BIA would remain firmly in charge. In a letter communicating Root's changes back to Edwards, Bacon made this much perfectly clear. In Article 9, might it not be well, in order to conform to the language of the treaty, to provide that the reports should be made to the State Department through the Bureau of Insular Affairs. God knows I haven't the slightest desire to incur any responsibility for the State Department, but it may be of little consequence. 39. Indeed, McIntyre, Edwards's assistant at the BIA, instructed the receivership that all official communications should be addressed to the Bureau of Insular Affairs. As he explained his decision, it seemed to me that this is the way we would be certain to get them, and then we could submit to the State Department such papers as they called for, or such as we thought necessary, to a full understanding of the situation. I have, in looking over the matter, thought it well to call on the National City Bank for a monthly statement of the account of the Santo Domingo funds, in accordance with the custom which we now follow with Philippine funds. We could not, without this, check the statements received from the General Receiver from time to time. 40. Given the fact that nearly all the employees were former members of the BIA or the Colonial Service, the BIA could maintain its unofficial oversight rather easily. Employees who expected to return to their positions in either service after serving in the Dominican Republic were unlikely to mistake who their actual superiors were. Bureaucrats and banks, securing the Dominican loan. Among the Senate's central objections to the treaty was a provision that put the United States in charge of refunding the Dominican loan. But without Congress-signal authorization, Root could not obtain funds from the American Treasury to refinance the debt. What was needed was a way to confine American responsibility only to debt collection, not to the payment of creditors. Root's solution was to employ a third private party to take on this responsibility. The question has arisen in my mind whether the two questions could not be separated, the debt being adjusted on a fair and reasonable basis by someone acting under the authority of Santo Domingo, and making the adjustment conditional upon the United States ensuring the service of the debt substantially as provided by the pending treaty. We would then have a different proposition to present to the Senate, that is, the single proposition of ensuring the service of a debt already adjusted. 41. What Root had in mind was essentially this: a private investment bank would refinance the Dominican debt and settle with creditors, while a U.S. Customs receiver appointed by the American president would supervise debt collection. The United States would get out of the business of debt settlement, thus pleasing the Senate opposition, but its presence in the island would reassure a private bank that such an investment was sound. That Root had overseen the successful bond sales for American colonial state projects in the Philippines, projects that were also not guaranteed by the U.S. Treasury, likely reassured him that this would work. Before any loan could be made, however, someone would first need to sort through the web of Dominican creditors and ascertain who owed what to whom, much like any bankrupt corporation. In 1905, while the treaty was still being debated in the Senate, Jacob Hollander, a Johns Hopkins economist who had organized the conversion of Puerto Rico to the gold standard, was appointed as the president's confidential agent to study the debts and to examine the amount actually received by Santo Domingo, the amount of indebtedness nominally incurred, the circumstances so far as they are known under which the various debts were incurred, and so forth. 42. As he began to dig into the records, Hollander became convinced that a great deal of the debt was fraudulent or the result of terrible financial decisions made by past corrupt regimes. Loans that were in default for decades had now, through the effects of compound interest, reached ludicrous amounts. 43. In all, Hollander found that the Dominican Republic owed more than $40 million to its creditors, an impossible sum given that its annual income had never exceeded $2 million. To settle the debt, Hollander began to negotiate general reductions, and he managed to get French and Belgian bondholders to agree to accept a 50% reduction on the principal, while other creditors agreed to reductions of between 10 and 90%. Even the American-owned SDIC, the Republic's largest creditor, was not immune from Hollander's audit. In his final report of October 1905, he concluded that the SDIC's presence and activity in Santo Domingo have been a continuous embarrassment and impediment to the course of orderly and economical government, and later referred to the SDI Santo Domingo Railway as 40 miles of old junk. 44 other members of the Roosevelt administration shared Hollander's negative reaction to the SDIC's claims. Indeed, Roosevelt himself had written to Hollander that if negative reports on SDIC practices proved to be true, we must take sharp measures to disassociate the government from all responsibility for the debt. 45. The administration's hostility to the SDIC belies the notion that the receivership was merely a scheme to defend America business. For Root, the political importance of keeping the receivership politically inconspicuous was far more important than any modest benefit it might bring to American investors. In fact, it seems that administration officials were worried that the very appearance of impropriety would draw the attention of muckraking journalists or Congress. To further combat such charges during the final loan agreements, Root insisted that the white shoe law firm of Stetson, Jennings, and Russell, the same firm used by J.P. Morgan and other major Wall Street financiers, represent Dominican interests. 46. Hollander's familiarity with the Dominican situation led Roosevelt to ask him to work out the refunding negotiations with private bankers. The problem they confronted, however, was convincing banks to lend to the Dominican Republic. Reacting to what he considered the dishonorable conduct of the SDIC, Hollander reached out to prominent and well-established American banks, some of which had also been involved in financing operations in the Philippines. 47. In June of 1906, he wrote to Charles Allen, head of the prominent Morton Trust and former governor of Puerto Rico, to encourage him to make the loan. I think the opportunity is here presented for some high-class financial institution to render a great public good, at a fair compensation for the immediate services and with ultimate advantages of some magnitude. Why should not the Morton Trust Company, under your guidance, become the instrument for the fiscal reorganization first of San Domingo, and thereafter for other Latin American governments that, if we should only turn the trick well, will surely have recourse to the United States to have done for them what we have already done for Cuba and are now asked to do for San Domingo. 48. While the proposition was worthwhile of anybody's attention, Allen responded, he could not commit to anything in specific. 49. Allen's reaction was typical of many bankers who were somewhat reluctant to sink their money into this new venture. Days later, Hollander received J.P. Morgan's response, illustrating another wrinkle in the scheme. The whole value of the bonds, Morgan wrote, would depend entirely upon the form of interference contemplated by the United States government in case of repudiation by the San Domingo government. Unless the public are quite convinced that the American control will in future be absolute and in proper form so that no change of administration will affect the policy, the price is very high for the bonds. 50. What the House of Morgan wanted, however, was the exact thing that had held up the earlier treaty, a U.S. guarantee of the bonds. In the Philippines, after all, the colonial state had managed to maintain a certain ambiguity about this issue, but bankers were taking a much more significant risk in floating these Dominican bonds. Hollander must have been relieved, then, when Jacob Schiff, the legendary financier and senior partner of Kuhn, Loeb, agreed to entertain a Dominican offer. It is not entirely clear why Schiff agreed to proceed, although Hollander later claimed that he had agreed in part as an idealistic proposition, because, as he noted, it was such a picayune profit that it would not interest them as a business proposition. 51. Even Schiff, however, had his initial doubts. As he wrote to Assistant Secretary of State Robert Bacon a few days after acknowledging his interest. 01, I believe, will touch the proposed new bonds unless the United States will undertake to look to the sufficiency of the customs tariff, to its proper collection and application to the service of the debt, and unless the bondholders can look to the United States for this, no bank ERS, who value their reputation should undertake to sell the proposed bonds to the public. 52. In other words, if the government could not formally guarantee the loan, then it must administer the receivership itself. This was, of course, an easier challenge to surmount, particularly because American officials were already running Dominican finances under the modus vivendi. Root and Hollander now could take advantage of the new strength of American investment banks in refinancing the Dominican loan. There was, however, one additional complication. Because the modus vivendi was technically an informal agreement, the Dominicans had to lead the negotiations themselves. The Dominican representative, Federico Velázquez, came to New York to negotiate the loan with Hollander's help, and he seemed likely to engage Jacob Schiff's firm of Kuhn, Loeb. Although they were not engaged in the loan purchases, this was carefully monitored by the BIA. As McIntyre reported to Edwards, Velázquez, who is Secretary of Finance and Commerce of Santo Domingo, has been in the United States for some time. His object seems to be to float a loan of about $20 million, with which he can pay off the former debts to the Republic. He seems to have been dickering with Spire and Company and Kuhn, Loeb, and Company. It seems that the latter company has the better of the deal so far, and have practically arranged for the loan, contingent on the ratification of the present United States-Dominican Treaty. I think Spire and Company were very much disappointed at letting this matter slip through their hands, as they had been interested in this Dominican business for some time. 53. On July 20, 1906, the Dominican representative signed an agreement with Kuhn, Loeb for the sale of $20 million in gold bonds at a rate of 5% for 50 years, and with the Morton Trust Company, where Root had previously been General Counsel and Conant was Treasurer, to serve as the depository for payments. 54. Furthermore, as a result of Hollander's efforts with the Dominican creditors, the debt was cut in half, leaving $5 million of the expected bond sale for the use of public works. 55. The agreement with Kuhn, Loeb, however, was conditional on the approval of the American-Dominican Treaty, which would allow American control of Dominican customs houses and supervision of its finances. The new agreement met with the approval of the Senate, and a new convention was signed with Dominican officials and sent to the Senate on February 8, 1907. The clause that obligated the United States to guarantee the integrity of the Dominican Republic was eliminated, as was the original proposal that the United States would take over its debt. Now the only U.S. obligation was to collect the customs revenues. Further stipulations prevented the Dominicans from taking on more debt or changing their duties without American consent. These amendments were enough to secure the support of 2/3 of the Senate, and the treaty was adopted on February 25, on a 43-19 vote, and was subsequently signed by Roosevelt on June 22. Yet the Senate, in approving this treaty, had been asked for very little. No money was appropriated. No official guarantees were provided. Whatever oversight might be necessary if U.S. funds were used was significantly reduced with what appeared to be, at least superficially, a relatively minor diplomatic agreement. Santo Domingo remained officially sovereign even as it came under the control of a tiny force of Americans who reported to the Bureau of Insular Affairs. It also had the added effect of limiting attention to the executive's actions in the Caribbean. As Figure 5.2 shows, the Dominican Republic received very little metropolitan press coverage after the establishment of the receivership. American goals in operating the Dominican receivership, of course, were far more modest than those in the Philippines, but the American customs officials did manage to settle the Dominican debt situation and to provide the Dominican government with a stable supply of revenue for the first 10 years of its operation. Under American administration, trade increased dramatically, with exports nearly doubling in 5 years. 56. Furthermore, as Table 5.1 shows, total Dominican revenues went from $1.80 to $3.5 million in just 4 years, and by 1911, the Republic was receiving more money than it had in 1904, even after payments had been made to its creditors. 57. The lessons American executive officials drew from this was simple: their solution worked. Through Dominican-style arrangements they could project power into Latin America and keep the Europeans out, while also avoiding the ire of the Senate. By moving to market arrangements facilitated by the state, American executive officials were able to further expand the public-private partnership that was already at work in the Philippines. What did bankers want? Evidence from sovereign bond prices. Although Hollander attributed Jacob Schiff's interest in refunding the Dominican debt to be based partly on idealism, no investor as talented as Schiff would have pledged his bank to an unprofitable proposition. Furthermore, the bond sale itself, while significant, was hardly a massive prize, given that Kuhn, Loeb had sold $75 million worth of Japanese bonds the year before. What, then, was in it for the bankers? In part, the bankers' enthusiasm stemmed from the fact that these foreign loans commanded a higher interest rate and were becoming increasingly attractive as the market for domestic securities began to decline in the latter half of the decade. 58. A more significant gain, however, may have come from the financial stability American intervention provided to the region. For years, the Caribbean market for sovereign debt had suffered as state after state defaulted on massive obligations. According to a 1901 edition of the Investor's Monthly Manual, a major English securities publication, the Guatemalan government continues to trample upon every obligation undertaken by them towards their external creditors, while finding £110,000 for the payment of a junior and more favored creditor. Honduras has, in its 28 years default, piled up its arrears until, with the principal, they amount to nearly £19,000,000. 59. Along with Guatemala and Honduras, by 1904 Colombia, Costa Rica, and Venezuela had all defaulted on their debt obligations, leaving creditors to trade these so-called rubbish stocks on speculation that they might begin to service their debt again someday. If, then, bankers assumed that the entire Caribbean region would become a substantially better place to invest after an American intervention as the cost to default or revolution among Caribbean nations increased, they might be far more willing to encourage such actions by the government by providing it with the necessary capital. If indeed this is the case, we should see a response in prices paid for Latin American debt following the announcement of the corollary and especially after the threat was made credible with the establishment of the Dominican receivership. Bankers, naturally, would be willing to pay far more for debt, even in default, if they thought it stood a reasonable chance of being collected. This notion of empire as a provider of public goods through stability is well established in the economics literature, which has shown significant positive effects to trade and lending under imperialism. 60. Following these suggestive results, in particular work by economists Chris Michener and Mark Weidenmeyer, I created an original dataset of monthly bond prices on the London Stock Exchange from 1900 to 1912 gathered from the Investor's Monthly Manual. 61. The results are striking. As Figure 5.3 shows, bond prices for Costa Rica and Guatemala rose dramatically following the announcement of Roosevelt's corollary and continued to rise after the formation of the Dominican receivership in 1905. 62. After trading for merely £18 in February of 1904, the price of Costa Rican debt had rocketed to £57 by May of 1905, an increase of 217%. In Figure 5.4, we see similar results for Venezuela and Colombia, where, for example, bond prices jumped from £20 in May of 1904 to £45 in July of 1905. 63. None of this was lost on the banking community. As the Investor's Monthly Manual noted in January of 1905, a feature of the month's business has been the speculation in rubbish South American stocks. 64. Although the bonds decreased somewhat after the initial speculative fever wore off, in all four cases their value remained significantly higher in the years following the establishment of the receivership than before. Although these results seem to support the notion that bankers were responding to the Dominican intervention, perhaps they merely reflect a worldwide rally on the bond markets. To test for this, I created an index of Caribbean bonds by averaging the monthly bond prices from 5 Caribbean nations, Colombia, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras, and Venezuela. At the time, all 5 nations had defaulted on their debt. I compared these results to a European sovereign bond index, which was constructed by calculating the average monthly sovereign bond price for Britain, Germany, and France. In Figure 5.5, I also include Mexican sovereign bond prices to measure the effect of this announcement on a relatively wealthy, and, at this point in history, fairly stable nation in Latin America. 65. As Figure 5.5 shows, the Caribbean rally was not repeated in Europe or Mexico. While the Caribbean index increased by over 160% between May 1904 and January 1906, Mexican bond prices increased by a mere 1% and European bonds showed almost no movement at all. Furthermore, the Caribbean index remained relatively stable after this period. Indeed, after having never traded above £30 before 1905, it never dropped below £30 after 1905. It is important to emphasize, too, that the nations in this sample were not under the control of American officials. Investors were simply reacting to America's new commitment to stability in the Caribbean. American intervention in the Dominican Republic improved the market for all Caribbean securities. Although the data reported here are from London, the news would have hardly been lost on American bankers. By risking a small amount of money to assure that the United States would be able to commit to Roosevelt's new policy, they bought, in effect, a remarkably more stable investment market. It was not the Dominican Republic that bankers were interested in, it was the U.S. commitment to stability in Latin America. Furthermore, bankers appear to have been willing to grant this loan without the official backing of the U.S. Treasury, something to which the Senate would have never consented. The spread and instability of dollar diplomacy under Taft. When William Howard Taft was sworn in as president on March 4, 1909, he entered office with nearly a decade of experience in colonial administration, first as governor of the Philippines and later as Secretary of War. Other officials who had experience in insular affairs joined him, including his new Secretary of State, Philander Knox, who had served as Attorney General under McKinley and Roosevelt, where he had endorsed the use of private bond sales to develop the Philippines. 66. The incoming administration arrived convinced of the virtues of dollar diplomacy, and began to view the Dominican experiment as a panacea for political instability in Latin America and as a symbol of American honor and good intentions. 67. It was, according to Knox, a signal success and a bright example to all the Americas and to the world. 68. By 1909, after all, Dominican finances had improved significantly, loan payments were made on time, and the Republic appeared to be politically stable. In a commencement speech at the University of Pennsylvania entitled, "The Spirit and Purpose of American Diplomacy," Knox described the brilliant success of the Dominican solution to the graduating class of 1910. The assistance of the United States has enabled the Republic of Santo Domingo to reduce by half the face value of its debt, to furnish unquestioned security, and to have a customs administration so efficient that, after caring for the liquidation of a relatively enormous debt, it has supplied ample funds for all governmental purposes, the surplus for such purposes being actually greater in amount than the total revenues which entered the Dominican treasury prior to the present customs administration. On its political side, it has freed Santo Domingo from apprehension of intervention on the part of creditor nations, and has contributed immensely to domestic tranquility and prosperity, unaccompanied by violent repression, to a degree never before known in the Republic. 69. As Knox continued to extol the virtues of the Dominican receivership, the phrase dollar diplomacy itself began to take on a new meaning. Originally a pejorative term employed by anti-imperialists, Knox and Taft embraced it as a broad description of their benevolent foreign policy. $70 diplomacy, which had begun as an adaptive response to Congress's refusal to grant generous funding to America's formal colonies or to take responsibility for Dominican debt, now became a central tool of American foreign policy. Taft administration officials even began to think about it in this way. In one revealing interview, Knox referred to the United States as armed with dollar diplomacy, and noted how dollar diplomacy has substituted peace and prosperity for bloodshed in Santo Domingo. 71 It also had the signal advantage of attracting little notice from Congress. Taft, for example, emphasized the private aspects of the policy in his 1912 message to Congress, where he lauded the American bankers who were willing to lend a helping hand to troubled countries because this financial rehabilitation and the protection of their custom houses from being the prey of would-be dictators would remove at one stroke the menace of foreign creditors and the menace of revolutionary disorder. 72 American investment bankers became more willing partners as well. In July of 1909, J.P. Morgan, Kuhn, Loeb, National City, and other banks wrote to the secretary to tell him that they had joined to form a North American group for the purpose of obtaining information and considering South American financial propositions. Knox wrote them back to commend their laudable enterprise and promised them the administration's help in every proper way. 73 Now with dollar diplomacy recognized as a successful tool of American foreign policy and a low-cost way to bring stability and American hegemony to the Caribbean, Taft and Knox looked to apply it elsewhere, and Honduras emerged as a likely candidate. Honduras and dollar diplomacy's failure. Not every proposed extension of dollar diplomacy was successful. American bankers were not fools. Despite the profits that stood to be made in the sovereign bond market, there were limits to the amount of risk they considered acceptable, and mere assurances from bureaucrats were not enough to force an investment. In the Philippines and Puerto Rico, the formal colonial status of those nations was enough to convince them to extend credit even if the Treasury did not technically guarantee the bonds. In the Dominican Republic, the American-run customs receiver backed by a treaty, while admittedly less solid, provided enough security for Jacob Schiff to proceed with a loan. The problem, of course, was that a formal treaty, the most credible commitment the American state could make, required congressional approval. Naturally, this requirement dramatically increased the political costs of dollar diplomacy, because Congress objected to precisely what the bankers demanded, a guarantee that the American state would defend their investments in the case of default. As Taft administration officials looked to expand the dollar diplomacy partnership into even more unstable nations, then, they were caught between the Senate's hostility to formal guarantees of bankers' debt and the bankers' desire for some credible signal that the American state would do precisely that. In Honduras, these obstacles would prove insurmountable, but they would also pave the way for more creative arrangements that pushed the partnership even further from congressional sanction. Honduras, much like the Dominican Republic, entered the 20th century in desperate financial straits. After defaulting on a British loan in 1873, its debt, in arrears for nearly 40 years, amounted to $120 million by 1909, an especially regrettable situation given the fact that, as one diplomatic memo noted, the nation had little to show in return but a very few miles of railway. 74 For officials in the State Department, this seemed to offer a clear opportunity for another dollar diplomacy intervention, which, it was confidently predicted, would stabilize Honduras and increase American influence in the Caribbean by replacing British with American banks. In London, the Council of Foreign Bondholders had made an attempt to settle the debt, but an internal State Department memo dismissed their proposal as an irresponsible scheme and observed with studied contempt that it involved the raising of the customs duties and the mortgaging of nearly everything in sight to the detriment of commerce and future enterprise. 75 To provide an alternative American option for refunding the debt, Assistant Secretary of State Francis Huntington Wilson set to work trying to attract J.P. Morgan, who was sought out specifically because of his good relationships with the British Council of Foreign Bondholders. 76 As in the negotiations for the resettlement of the Dominican debt, however, Morgan proved more cautious than the Taft administration would have liked. At the very least, Morgan wrote to Huntington Wilson, his bank would not extend credit in the absence of a formal treaty. 77 Although Morgan himself thought the administration was unlikely to deliver on this requirement, he agreed to proceed because the project was so strongly endorsed by both Taft and Knox. 78 The bankers were not the only ones who greeted this further extension of dollar diplomacy with skepticism. In Honduras, President Davila was understandably reluctant to sign over management of his country's finances to the Americans. But after a great deal of arm-twisting by Huntington Wilson, and faced with few other options, he agreed to send representatives to New York for discussions. After 2 years of negotiations, a loan convention was signed on January 1911, which provided Honduras with a $10 million loan, of which $7.5 million would be immediately issued. Nearly all of this money, however, would go to settling the Republic's old British debt, making the arrangement an especially bitter pill for the Honduran government to swallow. Furthermore, the bankers would only take the bonds at a price of 88% of par, a rather generous 12-point profit spread, which would net them $529,900. 79 Nevertheless, Charles Conant, who had been so instrumental in establishing the credit of the Philippines and Puerto Rico and who was hired to review the contract, concluded that terms were as good as could be expected given Honduras's history of default. 80 Taft dispatched the convention to the Senate with a note assuring the senators that the arrangement's success was a self-evident proposition. 81 Yet what concerned the Senate Foreign Relations Committee more than its probable success in stabilizing Honduras was the American state's implied responsibility for collecting the debt. In an attempt to defend the convention from its critics on the committee, Knox provided a clear articulation of the convoluted logic that underlay the entire dollar diplomacy partnership. The more this plan of assistance to some of the more backward republics is extended, the less becomes the degree of intimacy established between the government of the United States and that of the country to which the aid is given. I refer in particular to the fact that the provision in the Dominican Convention made the General Receiver of Customs an appointee of the President of the United States, whereas the Honduras Convention makes the Collector of Customs an appointee of the government of the Republic of Honduras, the degree of intimacy in connection therefore being to that extent lessened. In other words, the intimacy decreases in proportion as the ability and readiness of the country to meet its obligations increases. This, therefore, is not a policy of which the end cannot be seen. The adoption of this convention is not setting such a precedent as might be desired to apply subsequently to all of the Caribbean republics. 82. In short, Knox's point was that the borrowed money would increase stability, thereby decreasing the likelihood of an American intervention. Prior to the Dominican Convention, this government was constantly having to interpose between clamorous foreign claimants and the Dominican government and to use its naval forces for the protection of United States property, Knox explained to the committee. Since the Dominican Convention, no such necessity has arisen. 83 senators who were concerned about the U.S. state's responsibility for the debt, then, were missing the entire point of the receivership. Its self-evident success led to more stability, not less. The system's success, as Knox saw it, was the debt's real guarantee, and nobody in the Taft administration seriously entertained the idea that these arrangements would fail. Yet whether the customs receiver was appointed directly by the president, as was the case in the Dominican Republic, or from a list submitted to the government, as was proposed for Honduras, did not change the fact that the American state remained responsible for the debt's ultimate collection. This distinction was nothing more than a legal technicality, although one designed to disguise just how involved the American state was in these arrangements. Furthermore, Knox's claim that the treaty's adoption did not set a precedent for the entire Caribbean was, at best, a creative manipulation of the truth. At worst, it was a clear deception. Earlier that year, Huntington Wilson had described the Honduran case to a State Department colleague as a test case of utmost importance because the principle we seek to act upon in Honduras is one we are bound to have to resort to in still other cases, and Knox himself had proposed similar arrangements for Liberia, Guatemala, and Costa Rica. 84 In the meantime, however, a revolution had broken out in Honduras, which eventually doomed the Honduran receivership proposal. Although it was favorably reported out of the Foreign Relations Committee in 1912, the intense Democratic opposition kept it off the floor. Finally, in February 1912, with little possibility that the treaty would be approved, J.P. Morgan withdrew from the convention, leaving Knox with no private bankers who were willing to refinance Honduras's debt. 85 Not that this failure led the Taft administration to abandon dollar diplomacy. What was needed was a way to remove the Senate from the Nicaragua dollar diplomacy and the private contract. Nicaraguan relations had declined precipitously after the United States shifted the transoceanic canal route to Panama in 1903. Nicaraguan President José Santos Zelaya made no secret of his dim view of this bit of Yankee treachery, and by 1909 the Diario de Nicaragua, Zelaya's official mouthpiece, was calling for a Nicaraguan-Japanese alliance to keep the United States in check. In Washington, Zelaya was widely blamed for fomenting instability in neighboring Central American nations. 86 In particular, Taft administration officials feared that he might attempt to sell Nicaragua's canal rights to a foreign power. In 1909 a revolution broke out in Bluefields, the American-dominated commercial center on Nicaragua's Mosquito Coast, and Zelaya was forced to flee the country after Knox ordered American Marines to the region on the pretext of protecting American lives and property. 87 To fill the power vacuum created in the wake of Zelaya's departure, Knox ordered Thomas Dawson, who had earlier negotiated the Dominican Customs Agreement, to Managua to work out a similar arrangement for Nicaragua. Knox also arranged for the investment houses of Brown Brothers and J&W Seligman and Company to send representatives for loan negotiations. Brown Brothers had earlier indicated their interest in providing such a loan, writing to Knox several months earlier to inquire if the government of Nicaragua is desirous of enlisting the good offices of our own government and of entering into engagements with it which shall furnish a satisfactory basis for such security as may be required. 88 Unlike the Dominican Republic, however, Nicaragua had never defaulted on its debt, and could possibly have obtained a loan without the receivership. Earlier in 1911, Spire & Co. had offered to make a $15 million loan on less favorable terms, and Brown Brothers and Seligman had signaled that they would also consider making an offer before a receivership was in place. Officials in the State Department, however, had no interest in such arrangements. After all, the creation of a receivership, which they believed would have a stabilizing effect on the country, was the purpose behind all the negotiations. 89 On June 6, 1911, the Knox-Castrillo Convention was signed providing for a $15 million loan in exchange for control of customs receipts and the appointment of an American general receiver. 90 The contract, however, was contingent on the U.S. Senate's approval of a Dominican-style convention, but this proved impossible to get when the Senate adjourned before considering the treaty. When the Senate again took up the Nicaraguan Treaty in early 1912, Knox worked tirelessly to have the Committee on Foreign Relations consider it. Among other things, he sent to the members a copy of a speech he had made earlier in the year in which he explained in glowing terms the success of the Dominican receivership. In the speech, given before the New York Bar Association, he described the success of the Dominican receivership as brilliant and noted that it was the best possible guarantee of the good effects to be expected from the Nicaragua Convention. More importantly, instead of producing foreign entanglements, he argued, they have precisely the opposite effect because they do away with the present discontent and clamor of foreign creditors, because they ensure prosperity, and because they make for peace. 91 Knox's arguments, however, did little to sway to the Senate, and the treaty never made it out of the Foreign Relations Committee. 92 Without Senate approval and after the Honduran loan negotiations had lapsed, Taft and Knox now had a serious problem on their hands, one that placed the entire institution of dollar diplomacy in jeopardy. The solution was not to abandon what had become a cornerstone of American foreign policy, but rather to move even further in the direction of market-based contractual relationships. 93 While waiting for Senate approval, they had negotiated with Brown Brothers and Seligman a smaller loan of $1.5 million, and though this arrangement was originally intended to provide Nicaragua with some much-needed short-term cash, they now moved to make it permanent. A receivership along the lines of the original Dominican modus vivendi was thus arranged using an entirely private contract between the Nicaraguan government and Brown Brothers, with a customs collector to be appointed by the State Department. 94. Why were bankers willing to take on this risk with no formal treaty? In part, of course, they were not. The $1.5 million loan was far smaller than loans in the Dominican Republic. But State Department officials moved to construct a contract that placed control of Nicaragua's assets in the hands of bankers who were given control of Nicaragua's national bank. To secure an additional $750,000 loan, the State Department next pressured the Nicaraguans to give Brown Brothers a 51% stake in the National Railroad. For most practical purposes, then, the Nicaraguan receivership operated exactly as the Dominican receivership had earlier. Yet, this newer arrangement had the virtue of cutting Congress out of the picture altogether, and as a technically private contract between the Nicaraguan government and the investment bank, it aroused little attention from the Senate. 95. In point of fact, the agreement rested on the same implied guarantees that had supported the use of private capital in the Dominican Republic and even in the Philippines. In each case, whether it was the formal colonial status of the Philippines, the employment of American officials in the Dominican customs houses, or the use of Nicaragua's national bank as collateral, the bankers were left with little doubt that they could call upon the American state to defend their investments. The increasingly private appearance of these contracts was necessary only to avoid the ire of the Senate. For their part, colonial officials had supreme faith that sound American leadership under these agreements would lead to increased stability, and nobody in the Taft administration seems to have considered that this assumption might prove incorrect. Instability in the Dominican Republic. Threats to dollar diplomacy. As the details of the Nicaraguan receivership were being finalized in 1912, the peace and political stability achieved in the Dominican Republic began to collapse. The long-serving president, Ramon Caceres, was fatally shot in November of 1911, leading to the rise of feuding leaders throughout the island and putting the much-heralded Dominican receivership in jeopardy. 96. Yet evidence of the increasingly unstable political situation in the Dominican Republic did little to stop Knox's public celebrations of the receivership system's successes. On a 1911 tour of the Caribbean, the Secretary addressed the Dominican Congress to express his pleasure that the dark cloud surrounding Caceres's assassination had not interrupted the normal march of your people in the orderly path of self-control. He continued to lecture in this vein in Nicaragua, where he noted that the receivership had cured almost century-old evils in Santo Domingo. 97. The frantic dispatches from the State Department, however, painted a very different picture. In one of the first acknowledgments of the fragility of the entire receivership system, Assistant Secretary of State Huntington Wilson warned Taft of the dire consequences should they allow Santo Domingo to collapse. American Imperialism and the State, 1893–1921. ColIn D. Moore. University of Hawaii. 1. Introduction 1. 2. Clerical State Colonialism and the Annexation of Hawaii 34. 3. Institutional Design of the Insular Empire 65. 4. Building a Colonial State in the Philippines 101. $5 Diplomacy as Inconspicuous Action 158. 6. The Colonial State at the Height of Progressive Imperialism 189. 7. Consequences and Collapse, the Empire under Wilson 231. 8. Conclusion 271. Preface and Acknowledgements. In the late 1970s, the historian James A. Field, Jr. took to the pages of the American Historical Review to describe his frustrations with the study of American expansion at the end of the 19th century. His provocatively titled essay, American Imperialism, the worst chapter in almost any book, excoriated the profession for developing a curious narrative that relied on an inverted Whig interpretation of history, differing from its predecessor primarily in that now the children of darkness triumph over the children of light. 1. Although scholars have made considerable progress since Field's witty essay appeared, much work remains to be done on the politics and administration of American expansion. American Imperialism and the State offers a new interpretation of U.S. expansion at the turn of the 20th century that focuses on the institutions and structures of the nascent American empire. It argues that we must see the acquisition and governance of overseas colonies as a formative moment in American state development, one that loomed large in the minds of several presidents and the early architects of American foreign policy in the 20th century. The concern, for many of them, was whether the American constitutional system was compatible with long-lasting formal empire. To explore this question, this book focuses principally upon 4 cases of American imperial governance: Hawaii, the Philippines, the Dominican Republic, and Haiti, to show how the American empire developed and adapted to the constraints of the American system of separated powers. Although the formal American empire of colonies, dependencies, and protectorates would largely give way to less obvious forms of imperial control, the organizational structures developed to govern the new colonies offer us a unique window into the development of the American foreign policy state, and present some more general challenges to standard stories of American state building and the development of American foreign relations. In short, a central claim of this book is that the evolution of the American empire cannot be understood without fully understanding the interplay of political institutions that governed this empire. If the U.S. empire was exceptional, it was not because American liberal traditions made it more benevolent than its competitors. In making this argument, I join scholars such as Julian Go, who has observed that America's national character had little to do with the forms of rule the United States enacted in its colonies. Where this book departs from Go's incisive analysis is its focus on the structure of the American state and the autonomous actions of state officials. In the pages to come, I show how Congress and the American constitutional system constrained the imperial dreams of 2 presidents and officials in the executive branch, and would eventually lead to the empire's partial collapse by the 1920s. Yet the strategies and institutional capacities developed to overcome these congressional and constitutional restraints would also, I argue, lay the foundations for the modern executive-dominated security state. My hope is that this book will contribute to an emerging conversation in political science about the role of territorial expansion and empire in shaping the American state. It is my view that American political development requires a clear understanding of American imperialism, but political science, a discipline where the exceptionalism of the United States is frequently taken as a starting point for analysis, has remained surprisingly silent about this period. When it is mentioned, it is too often dismissed as an aberrant or ultimately irrelevant moment in American history. Yet by focusing on the domestic state to develop their theories, scholars have missed an opportunity to apply insights from historical institutional studies of American state building to explain state action in an international context. This book is meant to fill this gap in the literature by focusing on the development of an overseas American empire. In doing so, I intend for it to provide a historical complement to work on inter-institutional theories of American foreign policy. Second, the book is meant to offer a new analytic perspective to existing narratives of U.S. imperialism. By adopting a state-centered view, this book diverges from accounts that view the development of U.S. empire through the lens of power politics, American racism, indigenous resistance, and local conditions in the colonized nations. Nevertheless, I see this work as a complement, rather than a challenge, to these perspectives. I hope that the historians and sociologists who pioneered these critical studies of American imperialism will agree. There was a time, not so long ago, when the lengthy acknowledgments that begin so many academic books puzzled me. How, I wondered, given the solitary nature of scholarship, could an author possibly have so many people to thank? I now understand. In the process of writing this book, I have managed to incur more than my fair share of debts to friends, colleagues, and institutions. And now, much to my great delight, I have the privilege to thank them. The first thanks go to my teachers. As an undergraduate at Swarthmore College, Rick Vallely first introduced me to political science. Were it not for his inspirational teaching and enthusiasm for the study of American political development, it is unlikely that I ever would have gone to graduate school. This book began as a dissertation in the Department of Government at Harvard University. During my years as a graduate student, Erich Schickler's unrivaled knowledge of the Progressive Era Congress greatly improved my understanding of the political dynamics of American imperialism. Theda Skocpol's brilliance and deep understanding of state development and comparative historical research was matched only by her support and generosity in discussing this project from its earliest stages. My greatest debt is to my advisor, Daniel Carpenter. Throughout the process of researching and writing this book, indeed, throughout all of my time as a graduate student and a junior professor, Dan has been a patient and encouraging force. He was among the first people to see the value in this project, and he helped me shape the argument over countless cups of coffee, and even a few fly fishing trips to western Massachusetts. This book would not have been completed without the generous support of several institutions. I am indebted to the National Science Foundation and the Center for American Political Studies at Harvard University for financial support during my years as a graduate student. The Center for the Study of American Politics at Yale University gave me the time to finish my dissertation and to begin the process of transforming it into this book. I am particularly grateful to Stephen Skowronek for his advice and support during my time at Yale. The Robert Wood Johnson Foundation's Scholars in Health Policy Research program gave me 2 years away from teaching. This time allowed me to add several new sections to the manuscript under the guidance of Margaret Weir and John Elwood at the University of California, Berkeley. Finally, my thanks go to Cambridge University Press for graciously allowing me to adapt, for chapters 1, 4, and 5, portions of my article State Building Through Partnership, Delegation, Public-Private Partnerships, and the Political Development of American Imperialism, 1898. 1916, Studies in American Political Development, 25, 27-55. Over the last 4 years, the University of Hawaii has proven to be an ideal place to complete this project. I owe a special debt of gratitude to Hokulani Aiko, Deborah Halbert, Brian Hallett, Manfred Henningsen, John Goldberg Hiller, Ehito Kimura, Neil Milner, Lawrence Nitz, Noano Silva, Manfred Stager, and Myung-Ji Yang for their advice and aloha. They all discussed my ideas at length in the office and over long dinners in Kaimuki, barbecues on Kaimana Beach, and ridge hikes in the Keolau Range. As I worked on this book over the years, I relied on a network of extraordinary friends who made the process bearable with their sound advice and good humor. Special thanks go to Scott Burns, Jonah Eaton, Dan Hopkins, Annalise Heiser, Doug Kreiner, Ryan Moore, Dan Nasemala, Andrew Reeves, Lizzie Rothwell, Danny Schlossman, and Spencer Strubb, who listened patiently as I prattled on about obscure progressive-era figures in Cambridge, Philadelphia, and Berkeley. Bob Eaton and Wendy Batson provided me with an evening meal and a bed in Tacoma Park, which made the months of archival research in Washington so much easier. My biggest debt, of course, is to my family. My aunt, Glory Stiles, knew just when I needed to take a break from work to explore the East Bay's culinary scene. Despite being occupied with their own careers, my brother and sister kept my spirits high even when they must have wondered if I was really making any progress at all. I dedicate this book to my mother, Cynthia, and to the memory of my father, John. Their love and support made it possible. 17. Introduction. Some of the things the Senate does really work to increase the power of the executive. In this nation, as in any nation which amounts to anything, those in the end must govern who are willing actually to do the work of governing, and insofar as the Senate becomes a merely obstructionist body, it will run the risk of seeing its power pass into other hands. Theodore Roosevelt 1. On the morning of October 12, 1898, President William McKinley rose to address a crowd of nearly 100,000 at Omaha's Trans-Mississippi Exposition, a sprawling fairground of monumental buildings devoted to American advances in agriculture, manufacturing, and administration. Just months before, the United States had emerged victorious from the Spanish-American War, and McKinley was on a 10-day tour to judge the public's reaction to America's new global role. After acknowledging the cheers that greeted his arrival on the dais, the president informed his audience that their nation's victory over Spain came with new international responsibilities, which, he explained, would need to be met with the same sense of courage and duty that prevailed during the war. Shall we, he asked the crowd, deny to ourselves what the rest of the world so freely and so justly accords to us? No, came the resounding answer. The war was no more invited by us than were the questions which are laid at our door by its results. That these new questions would be difficult ones, the President had no doubt. Whatever the challenges to come, however, he remained convinced that the nation's high and unselfish aims would pave the way to success. Right action follows right purpose, he assured his audience. 3 months later, in return for a nominal payment of $20 million to Spain, the United States would formally take possession of its new overseas colonies, bringing the small island territories of Guam and Puerto Rico, along with the entire Philippine archipelago, under American control. The President was not the only official who thought that right action followed right purpose. For the bureaucrats charged with managing these territories, America's new colonial possessions were not only a responsibility to be borne with a sense of duty, but also an abundant opportunity to demonstrate to the world the genius of American progress. To be sure, Congress and the American public soon lost interest or grew opposed to their nation's new responsibilities, but the officials who took up the task of governing the new possessions brought with them a belief in the transformative power of science, infrastructure, and rational administration. For although colonial officials never hesitated to include rhetorical flourishes about the republican nature of their empire, the ability to operate outside the normal constraints of democratic politics was what they found most attractive about the colonies. For these technocratic reformers, many of whom were disgusted by the corruption and spoils politics that characterized the 19th century American state, the new possessions presented an opportunity to apply the most modern theories of progressive governance in an environment where checks on their power were minimal. There would be no political machines to dislodge, no voters to placate, and no institutional legacies to overcome in the colonial periphery. Managed by this blessings of civilization trust, to borrow Mark Twain's famous characterization of the U.S. imperial state, the colonies would become a vast billboard to advertise their nation's arrival as a world power. Although American empire is often dismissed as a weak imitation of the more potent European form, or, more troubling, its existence simply denied, it was far more capable and its goals were far more ambitious than is often recognized. 5. In an age when the transformative power of the state was still a politically charged issue at home, American colonial administrators constructed powerful and activist colonial regimes to engage in social engineering projects that often exceeded those attempted by the domestic state. 6. They built highways and railroads. They established agriculture experimentation stations and regulated narcotics. Civil service rules were in place from the earliest days of colonial administration. 7. As a result of the colonial state's extensive education programs, English became the lingua franca of the Philippines. 8. Model prisons were built according to contemporary theories of criminology, and extensive public health investments reduced tropical diseases and infant mortality, and provided Manila with its first sewer system. 9. Yet much like domestic progressive programs, these projects were bundled within a paradigm of white and specifically American cultural superiority. As one newly arrived official wrote in a passage that captures both the ambitious nature of colonial thinking and the racial lens through which the entire project was seen. A new government is being created from the ground up, piece added to piece as the days and weeks go by. It is an interesting phenomenon, this thing of building a modern commonwealth on a foundation of medievalism, the giving to this country at one fell swoop all the innovations and discoveries which have marked centuries of Anglo-Saxon push and energy. 10. Only 7 years after McKinley's address in Omaha, Theodore Roosevelt faced another foreign policy dilemma that would have equally far-reaching consequences. The Dominican Republic, deeply in debt to European creditors, was preparing to default on its loans, and Roosevelt, fearing that German, British, or even Italian interests might intervene to force Santo Domingo to maintain payments, offered to take responsibility for the debt. Unlike McKinley, however, Roosevelt famously conceded that he had about the same desire to annex it as a gorged boa constrictor might have to swallow a porcupine wrong end to. 11. That Congress and the American public would never support such an action was, of course, the unspoken subtext. Instead of outright annexation, Roosevelt brought the Dominican Republic under American control through a unique partnership between American bureaucrats and Wall Street bankers whereby the United States arranged for a private loan to refund Dominican debt in exchange for the effective transfer of Dominican sovereignty to a US-controlled protectorate. 12. Although the policy faced fierce opposition in Congress, where Roosevelt was accused of usurping the Senate's treaty-making rights and engaging in illegal negotiations with foreign powers, this controversial neocolonial solution, later dubbed dollar diplomacy by the press, would serve as the model for subsequent colonial regimes in Haiti, Nicaragua, and Liberia during the Taft administration. The American system of empire would change yet again a few years later, this time under the Democratic administration of Woodrow Wilson. His arguments for national self-determination in other parts of the world notwithstanding, Wilson ordered the invasion of Haiti and the Dominican Republic in 1915 and 1916. Respectively, expanding on Roosevelt's receivership and bringing the entire island of Hispaniola under direct American administration. During these interventions, as they were euphemistically known, American officials, many of whom were transferred from the Philippines, were charged with bringing development and stability to these beleaguered nations along the model developed in the Philippines, relying yet again on Wall Street for financial support. Meanwhile, Wilson's appointees in the Philippines, although they were no less committed to right action than their predecessors, began a slow process of Filipinization, which drew down the number of American officials and nationalized large parts of the colonial economy, replacing the private railroad corporations and banks with state-owned enterprises. By the 1920s, when the empire had become a political liability for both the Democratic and Republican parties, the United States began to liquidate many of its colonial possessions and protectorates, finally granting effective independence to the Philippines and ending its occupation of the Dominican Republic and Haiti, but keeping Hawaii, Puerto Rico, and several small island nations under its control until the present day. The American age of formal empire and progressive nation building, which had begun with so much sound and fury in 1898, would end quietly less than 40 years later as the last Marines steamed out of Port-au-Prince and Manuel Quezon entered Malacanang Palace as the first president of the Philippine Commonwealth. Empire and the American constitutional system. Whether this well-known history of American imperialism is presented as the first great triumph or as the tragic social experiment that it was, it is traditionally understood as the natural outgrowth of structural and cultural factors such as industrialization, racism, and manifest destiny. 13. Lost in this decades-long quest to locate the origins of imperialism in American culture and political economy, however, are the institutional developments and interbranch politics that underlay the vigorously contested expansion of American power in the Caribbean, Latin America, and Asia in the years after the Spanish-American War. In their quest to transform the United States from a prosperous industrial republic into an imperial power, a diverse set of bureaucrats and executive officials in the emerging American foreign policy state confronted the same obstacles, conditions of mass democracy, a weak central state, and the complex constraints of the U.S. Constitution, that earlier reformers had encountered in their efforts to rationalize the administration of the domestic American state. 14. Time and time again, the indifference of the American people to an empire that was too far and too foreign, as well as tenacious and strategic opposition from colonized people, stymied the efforts of the president and these officials. Yet the lack of support and funding from Congress for an expansive American empire was always the most difficult obstacle to overcome. After a brief burst of pro-imperial enthusiasm, Congress quickly soured on the imperial experiment. At first, colonial bureaucrats did try to build public support for their imperial policies. They sponsored exhibits at fairs, they tinkered with customs laws to create favorable investment environments, and they solicited positive press coverage to advertise the good works they were doing in America's showcase of democracy. Such strategies quickly proved unsuccessful for some rather straightforward reasons. members of Congress from both parties remained uninterested in populations that could not vote, and the American public's racism and fear of possible economic competition from their own colonies made them indifferent and occasionally hostile to the new American colonies. The empire, quite simply, was bad politics in a mass democracy. And, in an age before the imperial presidency, Congress saw no reason to defer to the executive in foreign affairs. Using its formal powers over appropriations and tariffs, as well as its informal powers to mold public opinion, Congress's attempts to control and limit overseas empire were extremely effective. Such opposition could have easily spelled a quick end to American empire, but it did not. 15. This book asks why. Accordingly, it confronts three broad, but perplexing, theoretical and substantive questions. 1. How did American executive officials engage in these ambitious nation-building projects with such limited congressional and public support? 2. Why did the United States distance itself from a policy of formal colonialism so quickly after creating institutions designed to manage its new colonial possessions? 3. How did the essential tension between American mass democracy and imperial governance shape the expansion of the American empire? 16. The answers, I argue, lie in understanding the systems of imperial rule and expansion not as evidence of state capture by American finance capital or the expression of deep cultural values, but rather as innovative and adaptive responses by presidents and executive officials to congressional opposition. Faced with a lack of support from Congress and an indifferent public, presidents and colonial bureaucrats shifted their strategy to one of private finance, secrecy, and extra-constitutional action. Their frustrations with the parochial concerns of Congress pushed them to consider ways to achieve their goals with less interference. In many ways, these responses were designed to solve the fundamental tension between democracy and empire by subverting the constitutional checks of the American system of separated powers. As will be explained in chapters 4 to 6, colonial bureaucrats gained financial support for their policies by forming partnerships with Wall Street bankers, while their manipulation and monopolization of information about the colonies and a loyal civil service protected them from congressional notice or interference. Through these sources of power, presidents and colonial officials were able to proceed with their ambitious plans for the American empire and to accomplish goals which they lacked the financial capacity and political support to achieve independently. 17. Armed with independent sources of revenue, they were able to continue their modernizing projects in the Philippines and bring the Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, Liberia, and Haiti under American control. Their efforts to build the empire also led to the creation of new governance patterns that made the executive much less reliant on domestic state capacity in foreign affairs. In short, the American external state, cast in the crucible of imperial management and given limited access to the resources of the domestic state, developed and adapted to these circumstances not as a centralized state subordinate to Congress, but largely independent of it as a system of dispersed and self-funding governing authorities. 18. Rather than dismissing the age of formal American empire as a strange exception and one with little effect on state development, we need to understand it as the first major experience the American state had as an international actor, and one that would markedly influence how the United States confronted the world. Woodrow Wilson, writing in the preface for the 15th edition of Congressional Government, recognized this possibility as early as 1901. Much the most important change to be noticed is the result of the war with Spain upon the lodgment and exercise of power within our federal system, the greatly increased power and opportunity for constructive statesmanship given the President, by the plunge into international politics and into the administration of distant dependencies, which has been that war's most striking and momentous consequence. When foreign affairs play a prominent part in the politics and policy of a nation, its executive must of necessity be its guide, must utter every initial judgment, take every first step of action, supply the information upon which it is to act, suggest, and in large measure control its conduct. The government of dependencies must be largely in his hands. Interesting things may come out of the singular change. 19. Such developments are not merely of historical interest. Over the past 3 decades, scholars studying domestic state institutions have come to a clear consensus that state structure and development have important effects on state action. 20 Yet by focusing on the domestic state to develop these theories, researchers have missed an opportunity to apply these valuable insights to explain state action in an international context. 21 This is especially curious since scholars in all three empirical subfields of political science, comparative politics, American politics, and international relations, have suggested that there may be important policy effects that result from a state's unique external face. In a seminal volume on the state written over 3 decades ago, Theda Skocpol and her co-authors hint at this possibility. For both older and newer national states, they write, there may also be systematic differences between parts of states oriented to transnational environments and those specializing in purely domestic problems. 22 More recently, Ronald Rogowski writes that there is good evidence that differences in institutional forms have profound effects on the style and relative success of foreign policy, yet he bemoans the lack of attention to these issues in international relations. 23. This book attempts to correct these oversights by marshalling theories of institutional development and inter-institutional politics to understand how the American state organized and governed its overseas colonies and how these actions, in turn, shaped the American foreign policy state or external state, which I define as that portion of the state concerned with the state's projection of power outside of its domestic borders. 24 The result is an American external state that, as Stephen Krasner has argued, is both powerful abroad and strangely weak in relation to its own society. 25 Furthermore, a focus on this inter-institutional struggle over American empire in an earlier period reveals how presidents and bureaucrats might behave when faced with a Congress whose authority over foreign affairs and whose institutional and informational resources were relatively greater than they are today. In this era, the American foreign policy state was weak and disorganized, and presidents did fear Congress's formal powers in a way that is difficult to imagine today. Putting institutions and ideas first, of course, means that many compelling theories of political culture 26 and gender 27 are largely pushed to the background. In positing an institutional explanation to explain the development of American empire, my purpose is not to suggest that these explanations have no merit. Indeed, many provide brilliant insights into the background conditions of American imperialism, but they are often unable to account for the variation and adaptation of governing arrangements over time. Before I explain my own argument in more detail in the following sections, let us take a brief look at 3 of most prominent explanations of American empire: economic interests, race, and international relations. To be sure, none of these theoretical approaches claims to explain all aspects of American imperialism, but their dominance in the field has obscured the value of focusing on state structure and the actions of state officials. How can a state-centered, institutional account of empire enrich our understanding? Where does it depart from these traditional explanations? American economic expansion and gentlemanly capitalism. Economic explanations have long been central to studies of American imperialism. 28 In the 1920s, American scholars built on earlier work by the English political economist John Hobson to criticize U.S. interference with Caribbean nations, arguing by implication that the interests of American business were dictating American foreign policy. 29 William Appleman Williams and his students at the University of Wisconsin later expanded on these earlier themes to conclude that much of American foreign policy could be explained by a relentless quest for overseas markets. 30 Despite the theoretical dominance and intuitive appeal of the Wisconsin school theories of American diplomatic history, the exact connection between private economic actors and American imperialism remains unclear. 31 Although American foreign direct investments did increase significantly in this period, relatively little of that money was sent to areas under direct American control. As Table 1.1 demonstrates, investment in the Caribbean and Latin America represented but a fraction of total American foreign investments both before and after the Spanish-American War, increasing only by 3 percentage points between 1897 and 1914. Furthermore, as Table 1.2 shows, even by 1911 most American investment in the Caribbean region was concentrated in the lucrative Cuban sugar industry, a business in which American investors had long played a central role. In contrast, American direct investment in the Dominican Republic, Haiti, and Nicaragua, all three of which saw dollar diplomacy interventions, was extremely modest, accounting for half of the investment in Guatemala alone, a nation that never came under direct American administration. As economic historians Lance Davis and Robert Cole argue, it is difficult to rationalize the level of intervention with the size of the Americans' investment stakes in those countries. 32 To be sure, this could be due to the fact that those areas under formal American control were, first and foremost, meant to secure a global trading network, particularly to gain access to the fabled China market, and were not necessarily seen as areas of investment themselves. Yet American investment in Asia was also quite modest. Even by 1900, trade with China and Japan amounted to less than 4% of total foreign trade. 33 American capitalists, it seems, simply saw no reason to enter fragile developing markets when there was easier money to be made in the rapidly expanding economies of Western Europe, Canada, and Mexico. Nor did they necessarily need the state's assistance to expand their markets. As one detailed study of American industrial exports in this period holds, for the most part, the larger producers had their own sources of market information and their own business employees to represent them abroad. Big business did not rely on the American government to further its interests in foreign markets. 34 Nevertheless, the value of considering economic motivations cannot be dismissed. American portfolio investments in the sovereign debt of Central American and Caribbean nations did increase significantly during this period, growing essentially from nothing in 1897 to about $58.6 million in 1914, and this suggests the value of considering the role of financiers and the nascent American investment banking industry apart from American manufacturers. 35 During this period, American bankers were becoming increasingly interested in the sovereign debt market of Latin America, but this market presented unique challenges that did not confront manufacturers, particularly the need to be backed by a state that would provide a vigorous defense in the case of default. 36 Of course, the role of financiers is central to older theories of imperialism. Both Bukharin and Lenin distinguished the export of capital from the export of commodities, and both emphasized that imperialism emerged from the necessity of finding profitable investment opportunities for so-called surplus capital. 37 Yet the search for new markets, even markets for investment capital, leaves much unexplained, including the role of the state. As a rule, classical Marxian theories of imperialism treat the state as the agent of financiers, an assumption that does not allow for the possibility that state actors may have their own set of interests, a proposition that would be much more difficult to defend today. 38 What is needed, then, is a more nuanced interpretation which allows for the possibility that the interests of American finance capital and state actors became aligned, one which acknowledges these activities as a partnership rather than a relationship of capture or coercion. Indeed, recent work by historians has posited such a connection. For example, in their well-known gentlemanly capitalism theory of British overseas empire, Kane and Hopkins emphasized the close bond and shared worldview of British financiers and high-level state actors in shaping British imperial policy. 39 American historians have made broadly similar arguments about the United States, most notably Emily Rosenberg in her landmark analysis, Financial Missionaries to the World. Yet the specific causal mechanisms that led to this shared project, as well as the generalizable lessons for state development that such partnerships imply, are not always made as clear as they might be in these more descriptive works. 40. Race and American Empire. No study of American empire can ignore the central role of race in American expansion. Americans' confidence in the racial superiority of Anglo-Saxons reached its height during the imperial age as these long-held beliefs gained the patina of objectivity through newly popular theories of social Darwinism and pseudo-scientific studies of racial capacities. 41. The grotesque caricatures of Latinos and Asians that filled newspapers during the imperial era are well known to students of American history. It should come as no surprise, then, that race is found as a major explanatory variable in many prominent accounts of American imperialism. 42. Some historians have even connected the increasingly oppressive racial regime in the South with the advent of American imperialism. No less an authority than C. Van Woodward, for example, wrote that by the 1890s the North was looking to Southern racial policy for national guidance in the new problems of imperialism resulting from the Spanish War. 43. Other scholars posit that the invocation of racial Anglo-Saxonism was an attempt to legitimate American colonialism by emphasizing its racial ties to the British Empire. 44. As compelling as these accounts are, a lingering problem with theories of imperialism that use race as their primary explanatory variable is that they operate at a relatively high level of abstraction. This leaves little room to consider other important variables like political institutions and state capacity. While American beliefs in the superiority of white culture and values may have encouraged expansion, they were often checked by Americans' equally powerful aversion to the incorporation of non-white territories into the United States. 45. Indeed, as historian Eric Love argues, race ideas were used most openly, aggressively, and effectively by enemies of imperialism. 46. As we will see, much of the opposition to imperialism was caused by the American public's strong antipathy to the incorporation of non-white citizens into the Republic. In this work, race is included as one of several ideas that shaped thinking about American imperial administration. Particularly significant in my account are the different racial understandings of colonial state officials, which often differed from those of American soldiers. Top colonial administrators were far more likely to emphasize the behavioral or historical aspects of race over essentialist or biological theories. 47. As Julian Go has argued, race was a contested category even among the soldiers and bureaucrats charged with overseeing the empire. For some, race was a matter of biology and blood that remained fixed, while for others race was merely seen as correlated with certain behaviors or intellectual abilities. 48. For these officials, race was an inherited set of characteristics that could be overcome with the help of aggressive social engineering projects to hustle the East, as they often described it, to a more advanced stage of development. This study, when race is considered, focuses on how racial understanding affected the concrete actions of colonial administrators themselves. 49. Empire and international relations. Scholars of international relations have long accounted for imperial expansion through the lens of power politics. If Thucydides is correct and the strong do what they have the power to do, then we should expect that as its economic and military power increased, the United States would expand more aggressively. 50. According to Robert Gilpin, a more wealthy and more powerful state will select a larger bundle of security and welfare goals than a less wealthy and powerful state. 51. While such theories certainly help us to understand why the American state was interested in projecting more influence, particularly in the Caribbean, elements of the American case are poorly explained by traditional and defensive realism. To be sure, such accounts are primarily focused on explaining state competition and the drive for empire, rather than on the form these empires take. Much like race-based explanations, they operate at a much higher level of abstraction, which make them less useful in explaining the development of U.S. imperialism. For instance, although the acquisition of colonies for strategic purposes fits well with realist accounts, the intensive development projects in the colonies do not. It is, for example, difficult to explain how it was in the strategic interests of American officials to pour millions of dollars into developing a railroad in the Philippines. Furthermore, as I explain in the following sections, the acquisition and management of colonies as strategic military assets to project U.S. power into Asia and the Caribbean provide an adequate explanation for only the smallest colonies of American Samoa, Guam, and the Virgin Islands. The larger colonies, and the Philippines, in particular, were often viewed as military liabilities just years after the United States seized them. The second problem is that classic theories of international relations are not well equipped to explain the timing and governing structures of American empire. By the 1880s, the United States was the wealthiest country in the world, unmatched in its industrial capacity by any Western European state, and yet this economic power did not translate into international leadership. Its army was smaller than Bulgaria's, its decrepit navy was full of rotting and antique ships, and its diplomatic corps consisted of party spoilsmen who lacked even rudimentary training in foreign affairs. 52. In an attempt to account for this discrepancy, Fareed Zakaria argues that state capacity is more important than sheer economic power in explaining a state's desire to expand. Building on studies of American state development, Zakaria finds that the rise of a centralized bureaucratic state during the Progressive Era led to greater American involvement in international affairs, which allowed the executive branch to bypass Congress or coerce it into expanding American interests abroad. 53. What remains confusing in Zakaria's account, however, is why we should expect reforms in domestic state capacity to lead to changes in foreign policy capacities. 54. Moreover, if increases in state capacity lead to a more aggressive foreign policy, then why did the United States scale back its initial hunger for overseas colonies? As it turns out, how presidents and bureaucrats tried to bypass Congress is a far more complex story than Zakaria allows. In fact, it was the result of a particular form of state building that relied on private partnerships, independent resources, and information control. A central claim of this book is that important dynamics of American imperialism become visible when examined from a slightly lower level of abstraction than the classic theories of economic expansion, racism, and power politics. At this level of analysis, one where state structure and bureaucratic action play a major role, we can begin to make sense of the unusual variation and development of the empire in ways that these more general theories cannot. American Empire and Interbranch Politics in the Age of Congressional Dominance. The story of American foreign relations as it is traditionally told is the story of presidential dominance. From Aaron Wildavsky's Two Presidencies thesis to Arthur Schlesinger's notion of the imperial presidency, the consensus is that the president and the attendant foreign policy state have increased their dominance of American foreign affairs throughout the 20th century. 55. Congress, meanwhile, has been left to play a supporting role, despite constitutional powers that are arguably superior to the executives in foreign affairs. The reasons for this are many, but among the most prominent explanations for the perceived executive dominance of foreign policy are the president's first-mover advantage and his greater access to information. 56. These informational advantages are due in large part to the president's command of the foreign policy state and its attendant bureaucracies that arose in the post-war era. As scholars have long pointed out, bureaucrats may manipulate the policy agenda through their informational advantages. 57. Yet information control does not necessarily imply that bureaucrats need to withhold facts from policymakers. Often it is enough to merely present information in such a way that highlights a favored policy. 58. While such informational asymmetries are present in all relations between bureaucrats and policymakers, they may be particularly acute in foreign affairs. Knowledge about domestic conditions is often cheap and plentiful, and, perhaps most important, members are likely to have independent sources of information from concerned interest groups. Yet these conditions are much less likely to hold in a foreign policy environment when information is extremely costly and the interest group environment is weak. As Robert Dahl recognized over 50 years ago, in foreign affairs the executive holds a quasi-monopoly over important information. 59. Many scholars have observed that in the modern era Congress has difficulty competing with this tremendous informational advantage, one provided by the multitude of foreign policy agencies and officials who report directly to the president. Electoral incentives play a role as well. Given that members of Congress represent single geographic districts, they are unlikely to get much of the credit for decisions made in the conduct of American foreign relations. 60. Few doubt that the president has dominated foreign affairs in the post-war era, but new work has called into question many assumptions about Congress's supposed weakness over executive actions. William Howell and John Pevhouse find that Congress can yield significant influence over the decision to use military force, while Douglas Kreiner has shown how Congress exercises a surprising degree of influence once military actions are underway. 61 Although Congress rarely uses its legislative powers to block presidential actions, much of this influence comes from presidential anticipation of congressional support or opposition. In other words, when presidents know that their policies are likely to be opposed, they are less likely to pursue an aggressive course of action. Yet, as Kreiner points out, presidential anticipation is not the only mechanism at work. Congress can raise the costs of these actions by launching high-profile debates, by appealing to public opinion through speeches and press conferences, and by engaging in a variety of other informal actions in the public sphere. 62 One potential problem with this line of scholarship is that it tests congressional influence almost exclusively during the post-war era, a period in which the executive has undisputed informational advantages and in which Congress has rarely exercised its formal powers to limit presidential action. Naturally, showing any significant congressional influence in the modern era is a major finding, but the president did not always have these advantages over Congress. The imperial presidency is itself a historically conditioned development dependent on the growth of the post-war foreign policy state. Would the executive still dominate foreign affairs if Congress were more powerful and assertive? The American Age of Empire offers an opportunity to investigate this question. 63 During this period, Congress was at the height of its power and the president was in no way imperial. As is often pointed out, it was Congress, not the president, which led the charge to the Spanish-American War. It was in this environment of congressional dominance and executive fear of Congress's formal powers that the American empire took shape. As I explain in the following sections, congressional opposition to imperial expansion profoundly influenced the development of the empire, but it did not stop it, because the executive and its emergent bureaucratic state adapted to these restrictions. Ironically, congressional power may have shaped a foreign policy state that developed in such a way to avoid congressional scrutiny and control. Nevertheless, the fragile structure of American empire also offered an opening for colonized people to resist U.S. control by using these inter-institutional conflicts to their own advantage, a process that also shaped how colonial officials expanded the empire. Inconspicuous action, state building through collaboration, and ideas as road maps. A principal contention of this book is that institutional theories developed in political science can illuminate the development of American imperialism, while a careful look at the development of the American empire may also improve theories of interbranch politics and state building in foreign affairs. There is no doubt, as the literature suggests, that presidents and executives do anticipate congressional opposition, but they, too, may develop ways to avoid such congressional scrutiny and sanction while still pursuing their preferred policies. Yet in an age when congressional constraints were far more threatening, and when the executive had, at best, a modest informational advantage, this required an adaptive strategy. One important way bureaucrats may gain independence, as Daniel Carpenter has shown, is by cultivating a diverse set of public constituencies through reputation building to gain political support for their policy goals. In this way, they can develop a form of bureaucratic autonomy from Congress and even, in some cases, from the president. 64 But the mechanisms of bureaucratic autonomy in its strict sense do not explain executive strategies in imperial expansion. Although the preferences of presidents are clearly reflected in these actions, a new cadre of bureaucrats who were led by some uniquely entrepreneurial executive officials developed the strategies of imperial expansion that avoided congressional scrutiny and attention. As I show in the pages to follow, the officials involved in the management and creation of American empire joined a new agency, the Bureau of Insular Affairs, that would come to govern most of the American colonies. They came from a diverse array of backgrounds, the military, law, and academia being the most common, and together they developed a commitment to a progressive, technocratic version of U.S. imperialism. Their interest was not in promoting their own bureau's reputation, but in bringing order, stability, and discipline to the colonies. As we will see, the diversity of their professional backgrounds also allowed them to forge partnerships with U.S. banks and the law firms that would administer colonial loans. In this book, I show that the systems of imperial control developed by colonial bureaucrats allowed them to exercise considerable power without a broad coalition of domestic constituencies, apart from a rarefied group of financiers, to form their insular empire. The autonomy that allowed colonial officials to achieve many of their objectives as the American empire expanded eventually undermined the stability of the colonial regimes, often leading to more reckless efforts to stabilize them. As the supervisory regimes installed in the Dominican Republic and other nations began to fail in spectacular fashion by World War I, for example, the Wilson administration was forced to shore them up by extending formal imperial control, leading to another round of nation building and borrowing that would itself collapse in the 1920s, resulting in more congressional investigations. Thus, a policy designed to extend American hegemony on the cheap and one designed to avoid congressional scrutiny would become both expensive and highly politically visible, a bad outcome for American colonial state officials and a tragic one for the millions of people unfortunate enough to come under their rule. At its core, this book investigates how bureaucrats may exploit politicians' lack of interest in policies that bear little on their chances for re-election and for which they have little incentive to direct their attention or oversight, even in an era when Congress was relatively more powerful than it is today. Three mechanisms are crucial to the pages that follow: inconspicuous action as a bureaucratic strategy, the formation of public-private partnerships as an alternative means of state development as well as the unique pitfalls of this approach, and the role of ideas as focal points and roadmaps for actors operating under conditions of uncertainty and in decentralized organizational environments. Taking each point in turn, let me first explain the theoretical motivation for understanding the process in question and then illustrate how each process explains the development of American imperialism. In a study of the relative powers of Congress and the President, Keynes Roan et al. Find that political incentives encourage members of Congress to delegate more policy-making authority to the President in foreign than domestic affairs. 65 Delegation, then, is likely to be more common and delegated authority is likely to be broader in foreign affairs. Delegation, however, is fraught with significant risk for members of Congress. Bureaucrats, after all, often hold preferences that are at odds with those of the median member of Congress and often have far more administrative expertise than their political superiors. Consequently, the ability of a democracy to control the actions of these unelected public officials has been debated by scholars for generations. A more recent, but no less vexing, problem concerns the limited incentives of Congress to monitor the behavior of bureaucrats. 66 With their focus on winning the next election, members are unlikely to invest the time or resources in dutifully patrolling the actions of obscure federal agencies. 67 Despite these problems, the proposition that Congress can and will design institutions to control its agents is well accepted in political science. 68 According to this literature, when Congress delegates responsibilities to a federal agency, it can build in ex-ante checks through statutory controls and administrative procedure requirements that lower the costs of oversight and through ex-post actions such as oversight hearings. 69 Empirical research supports many of these theoretical propositions through studies that demonstrate how the outputs of bureaucratic agents change as different political principles are appointed or how signals of principal preferences are communicated to the agents through budget shifts. 70 Nevertheless, as a result of its focus on the decision to delegate and the politics of institutional design, this literature makes some important, yet possibly problematic, assumptions that preclude the possibility of endogenous institutional adaptations driven by the agents to change the rules from within. First, the bureaucrats in such models, although always assumed to have their own divergent set of interests, are rarely accorded much agency of their own. Such models primarily focus on the ways in which bureaucrats react to a particular system or set of incentives designed to solve the problems of congressional oversight. 71 Second, the institutions designed to constrain bureaucratic behavior, once created, are assumed to remain self-reinforcing, Change is expected only when some exogenous process upsets the equilibrium. 72. Finally, the salience of a particular issue is assumed to be exogenous to the agency itself. Although there is near universal agreement that the incentives of Congress to monitor agency behavior will increase with an issue's political salience, the ability of bureaucrats to manipulate issue salience is almost entirely neglected. 73. In this book, I forward the concept of inconspicuous action to explain how bureaucrats may gain autonomy by exploiting the limited electoral incentives of members of Congress to invest in administrative oversight. In this way, inconspicuous action represents the negative image of Carpenter's theory of reputation building. Rather than work to build favorable constituencies and to increase the salience of their policies, inconspicuous action prevails when bureaucrats actively pursue strategies to stay off the political agenda. This can be accomplished in two ways. The first is through the control and monopolization of information that may draw unwanted attention from the public or concerned interest groups. The second is to avoid requesting resources from Congress. Resources invite congressional oversight, and by seeking funds from elsewhere, bureaucrats may pursue policies while minimizing attention. In the context of American empire, this strategy of inconspicuous action was achieved in three ways. First, colonial officials ruthlessly enforced censorship laws in the colonies that prevented both American and indigenous journalists from reporting on the colonies. Second, executive officials rarely requested direct appropriations from Congress. Indeed, the currency reserve funds, colonial tax base, and loans from private banks provided the vast majority of the funding for the empire. Third, the structure of the colonial bureaucracy itself made oversight difficult. Borrowing from insights developed in organizational economics and work by Alexander Cooley on post-Soviet Central Asia, I argue that the multi-divisional form of colonial administration facilitated this strategy by concentrating all aspects of colonial administration in one executive agency. In his pioneering scholarship on business organization, Alfred Chandler, later followed by Oliver Williamson, noticed that large industrial enterprises tend to be governed either as unitary forms or as multi-divisional forms. 74. The U-form organization, represented in Chandler's account by the Ford Motor Company, maintains distinct administrative divisions in its peripheral divisions, while the M-form, represented by General Motors, gives relative autonomy to its various peripheral companies. U-form hierarchies, however, have far higher governance costs that rapidly increase as firms expand, because of the overwhelming amount of information generated by separate divisions. M-form hierarchies, in contrast, are able to distill information among their separate divisions more efficiently and are more easily adaptable to local conditions, leaving the chief executive with only the most important decisions. 75. While the management of automobile production and imperial colonies are decidedly different projects, Chandler's insights about organizational hierarchy do much to help us to make sense of colonial administration. M-form hierarchies may be more efficient organizational forms, but they tend to exhibit serious informational asymmetries, and may exacerbate the already strong principal-agent problems in foreign affairs. As will be demonstrated empirically in the following chapters, this form of organizational hierarchy resulted in a network of insular officials who were able to control information about the colonies with little interference from outside agencies or from Congress. As demonstrated in Figure 1.1, by centralizing control over the islands under one agency and further insulating it from the rest of the War Department, there were few opportunities for Congress to receive independent assessments or to prepare its own bills outside the network of the insular administration. In the United States, most aspects of colonial governance were directly overseen by the Secretary of War through the colonial clearinghouse known as the BIA. And the structure of American colonial governance was far from a typical Weberian bureaucracy. Indeed, it resembled nothing so much as a classic corporate trust. What remained was an ambiguous authority structure that excluded the State Department, defied the normal organizational hierarchy of the War Department, and minimized interference from Congress and other bureaucracies. State building through collaboration. How might bureaucrats make policy with low administrative capacity and weak congressional and public support? One mechanism I suggest in this book is the formation of collaborative relationships with actors outside formal state institutions. One point that nearly all scholars of American politics can agree on is that the American state is a Rube Goldberg state, one with untold numbers of lacunae, veto points, conflicting institutions and, it must be added, political entrepreneurs who know how to exploit them. 76. The porous nature of the American state makes it more difficult to conduct policy from the center, but it also offers determined actors abundant opportunities to realize their goals. That is, when one path is blocked, there are often other ones available. Liberal states, the United States in particular, are likely to have rich civil societies that contain a number of strong and influential non-state actors and organizations, offering abundant opportunities for bureaucrats to harness this already existing capacity for their own ends by collaborating with powerful private actors. Such public-private collaborations have occurred with surprising frequency throughout American history and in a wide variety of policy environments, from the anti-vice crusade of Anthony Comstock to the enforcement of prohibition and equal opportunity employment laws. 77. As Brian Baylock details in a recent work, much of state building in the 20th century follows these associational patterns of development. 78. Certain developments in American imperialism, I argue, constitute yet another case of borrowing capacity from private actors, and an especially clear case at that. Facing significant restrictions on their authority, colonial bureaucrats began to look to private actors for support, a process I term state building through collaboration. The crux of their strategy lay in the cultivation of public-private partnerships with investment bankers, partnerships that were developed and supported through a variety of cross-cutting professional networks in American banking, economics, and colonial administration. 79. Although public-private partnerships have often meant delegating administrative power to private actors, a common pattern in American social policy, state building through collaboration explains how the state can also enhance its power and autonomy. Yet, much like in Carpenter's account, the creation of these partnerships relies on the entrepreneurial behavior of officials who can span boundaries between the state and private interests. These weak ties, in other words, can be turned into the strong ties of collaboration. 80. Despite its relatively common appearance in American domestic state development, this pattern of state building is somewhat alien to theories that account for the development of external state capacity, which still assume that state building means the creation of formal bureaucracies along traditional Weberian lines. Most scholarship equates increases in foreign policy capacity with centralization and hierarchy, an understandable bias given that the study of state building emerged from scholarship that focused on Western European state structures. State building through collaboration, however, is unlikely to follow such a traditional developmental path. After all, borrowing capacity and mobilizing outside support are not the same thing, and recognizing this requires us to complicate our understanding of liberal state development. As Elizabeth Clemens argues, these efforts to borrow rather than to directly build state capacity must be recognized as expressions of power, but in the form of the exercise of government within particular institutional arrangements, rather than the co-optation of supporters or strategic pursuit of some electoral logic. 81. My theory of state building through collaboration, then, builds on the work of scholars such as Ellis Hawley, whose concept of the associationalist state began this area of inquiry, as well as Clemens and Baylock, who have reinvigorated it. It applies these insights to the construction of external state capacity and shows how these partnerships can be used to enhance the autonomy of state agencies. 82. In other words, state building through collaboration implies that private actors are central players in the administration of policies and not merely supportive constituencies used to build support for public programs. At the same time, state building through collaboration requires that bureaucrats remain independent from societal interests and retain their own irreducible preferences, which they then pursue through these partnerships. In this way, these partnerships represent something quite distinct from older theories of bureaucratic capture. Furthermore, the shift away from the hierarchical organization of traditional state agencies to the contractual model of private agreements makes political oversight significantly more difficult as the line between public and private authority becomes blurred, which may provide important political gains to state actors. 83. But how were these partnerships formed? Why would important private interests lend state actors their own capacity or resources? A number of recent and well-received studies of institutional development and adaptation argue that the answer to these questions can be found in the entrepreneurial behavior of state actors who facilitate partnerships among groups both within the state and between the state and society. 84. The political entrepreneur, defined variously as strategic, self-activated innovators who recast political institutions or someone who sees a prospective cooperation dividend that is currently not being enjoyed, stitches together various interests by crafting policies or institutions that meet a variety of goals. 85. Furthermore, these entrepreneurs are likely to sit at the center of multiple cross-cutting networks, which gives them access and influence with other groups. 86. Although the frequent rotation in and out of office by members of the American state has often been seen as a signal weakness, such limited tenures mean that state actors, especially high-level officials, are likely to have strong and enduring relationships with major societal interests. Yet a strategy of state building through collaboration also has a number of unique pitfalls. For one, the ability of state actors to borrow private capacity is dependent on the maintenance of the partnership. Should either state or private actors renege on their commitments, or should external factors dramatically alter the costs to either party, the partnership could very quickly crumble. Furthermore, the costs of exiting the partnership may increase over time. Such a situation may lead to suboptimal outcomes as state actors are forced to act in ways that are politically controversial, or at least highly visible, to meet commitments made earlier to their private partners. 87. This suggests that while state building through collaboration may offer state actors powerful short-term increases in capacity and a way around restrictions on their power, it may also prove to be less stable than traditional state-building strategies. American imperialism, I argue in this book, constitutes a case of state-building through collaboration. Beginning with their efforts to develop the Philippines, colonial bureaucrats slowly began to form relationships with bankers who, in turn, floated Philippine bonds on Wall Street to fuel the railroad and infrastructure development projects in the islands. By leveraging colonial gold reserves and other resources, they offered these often reluctant bankers financial incentives to invest in the American empire and to increase the capital available for development. These initial experiments in the Philippines with the use of private capital to fund foreign policy priorities were soon used to bring new nations under American control, beginning with the Dominican Republic in 1905 and soon spreading throughout the Caribbean and Latin America during the Taft administration. From their modest beginnings in the Philippines as a way to overcome legal and financial limitations on colonial development, the public-private distinction was further blurred as these partnerships were formalized as dollar diplomacy, an arrangement that would govern America's drive to hegemony in the first decades of the 20th century. 88. Indeed, as a result of its attempts to limit bureaucratic drift, Congress inadvertently encouraged colonial officials to form these partnerships with private actors. The partnerships they forged among themselves and with private organizations created new systems of governance in foreign affairs that allowed the president and colonial bureaucrats more autonomy to pursue objectives independent of congressional and democratic checks. If the concepts of inconspicuous action and state building through partnership help us to understand the how of American imperial bureaucrats, they do not account for the why. Although bureaucratic goals can, of course, often be reduced to simple graft, budget maximization, or turf protection, bureaucratic organizations and policy communities also provide a structured environment, which shapes individual decisions, evaluations, and goals. 89. In many cases, ideas, whether they are about safety regulations or foreign policy, lie at the heart of bureaucratic goals. The switchman of history, ideas as focal points and road maps. There is no question that ideas, as opposed to interests, have occupied a particularly uncertain place in social, scientific explanation. 90 Yet for scholars of politics, it is hard to deny that ideas are often at the root of political action, and a number of recent works have criticized rational choice and historical, institutional scholars alike for their lack of attention to ideas as something more than background noise. 91 We now know a great deal about how actors behave in institutional contexts when their preferences are given, but we know much less about where these preferences come from and, perhaps more importantly, how ideas might shape concrete political action. For Weber, ideas were the switchmen who determine the tracks along which action has been pushed by the dynamic of interest, while Hugh Heclo later argued that the search for ideas, what he described as a process of puzzling, was central to state action. 92 The challenge, as Robert Lieberman has recently written, is to take ideas seriously as a political force while also retaining the essential strengths of institutionalism in all its varieties, its accounts of strategic behavior by purposive agents under structural constraints. 93 The question, then, might be more narrowly stated as follows: how do ideas shape the strategies and concrete actions of bureaucrats? If we accept that actors in organizations are boundedly rational, that is, they exhibit behavior that is rational given the perceptual and evaluational premises of subjects, then ideas are likely to become influential through policy paradigms, which encompass not only the goals of policy and the kind of instruments that can be used to attain them, but also the very nature of the problems they are meant to be addressing. 94 More specifically, we can identify two pathways, first discussed by Judith Goldstein and Robert Keohane, through which this process might occur: ideas as focal points and ideas as road maps. 95 As road maps, ideas clarify actor goals and define the means, end relationship to achieve those goals, and are thus expected to be most powerful under conditions of uncertainty when interests are ill-defined, goals are unclear, and actors remain uncertain what their interests might be. 96 As focal points, ideas define cooperative solutions or act as coalitional glue, which may be especially important for diffuse organizations where hierarchies are less explicit. 97 In a bureaucratic context, focal points may also reduce the likelihood of bureaucratic capture by dominant economic interests through the articulation of separate organizational goals. The logic here is quite intuitive. When faced with new tasks, particularly when given significant discretion over how to define and solve a problem, bureaucrats are likely to rely on ideas more than past practices or routines. How they select among competing ideas is a less certain process, although it is likely to reflect the background and political beliefs of the organizational leaders and the policy ideas that are currently in vogue. 98 Once selected, however, ideas shape organizational goals and normative structures and the policies designed to achieve those goals. At times, these goals may strongly influence the evolution of the institutional arrangements themselves, particularly when the institution is created with no clearly articulated congressional mission. Or, as Krasner argued in his classic work on state autonomy, independence of central decision-makers from particular pressures allows them to formulate objectives that could not be effectively articulated by any non-state actors. 99 Civil service laws, sound infrastructure and planning, improved public health, elementary education, and neutral policing were all central to the domestic agenda of progressive reformers, and the early American imperial administrators transported these ideas to America's newly acquired colonies. Their organizational goals, which were poorly defined by Congress, came to include popular progressive policies that were consistently applied across the American empire with little regard for local conditions or populations. As will be emphasized in the empirical sections of this study, American colonial policy was mainly a collection of progressive-era social policies, rather than a separately articulated imperial policy. In many cases, these new domestic policy prescriptions for agriculture, education, and even urban design were transported largely intact to America's overseas colonies. To give one well-known example, American architect and urban planner Daniel Burnham, famed for his design of Chicago's Outer Drive and Washington's Union Station, proposed a similar makeover for Manila in the City Beautiful style. 100 Although only parts of his design Wherever built, the broad boulevards and neoclassical buildings of contemporary Manila remain among the most visible reminders of America's colonial occupation. The focal points provided by these progressive ideas also help to coordinate action despite the distance from Washington and a diffuse organizational environment. In part, this problem was alleviated by a network of lower-level administrators who served in both the Caribbean and the Philippines, but it was also due, I argue, to the relative consistency of the goals of American administrators. These progressive policies gave colonial administrators some unique focal points that both increased the coalitional glue of old colonial hands and made them more resistant to capture by special interests. Such ideological consistency was made easier by the relatively small network of colonial authorities and advisors. Until the Wilson administration, every Governor-General of the Philippines came up through lower-level positions in the colonial civil government, and many went on to greater positions in the Philippines and other insular territories. The leadership of the BIA, the War Department's Colonial Bureau, was perhaps the most extreme example. From its creation in 1901 until 1929, only two men held the title of Chief of the Bureau, Clarence Edwards and Frank McIntyre, and McIntyre had served as Edwards's assistant for 6 years prior to his appointment. 101 Yet this pattern was not confined to the upper echelons of the colonial bureaucracy. It was repeated among most lower-level officials as well. Clerks from the Philippines were recruited to assist in Puerto Rico, and, later to run customs houses in the Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, and even Liberia. Proven service in the colonial possessions became the key criterion for advancement and recruitment to other areas of America's colonial empire. In contrast to domestic progressives, colonial officials exercised a virtual monopoly on state power, allowing them to engage in extensive experimentation and to implement policies in the colonies without regard to politics or organized opposition. At times, colonial policies even led, rather than followed, domestic achievements. Opium, for example, was outlawed in the Philippines well before the Harrison Narcotics Act forbade its sale at home, and Gifford Pinchot's plan for Philippine forestry management was promptly adopted in 1904, predating by several months the 1905 Transfer Act that gave control of U.S. forests to the Division of Forestry. 102 Naturally, the metrics of success were similar to those applied in domestic reform movements. American imperial reports demonstrate the same attention to quantifiable improvements that were used so often by domestic progressives: how many children were educated, how many bridges were built, and how many hospitals were constructed. 103. To accept that the architects of American empire genuinely believed in their reforms as good works is not to accept they were justified. Such progressive ideas also came with a darker agenda of social control. Much like the urban reformers who were transforming American cities at the same time, colonial administrators did not hesitate to use the power of the state to impose their will on colonial societies. 104 They conscripted laborers to build roads, demolished homes in the name of urban sanitation, and saddled colonial societies with mountains of debt to pay for infrastructure improvements. 105 In short, it is almost impossible to explain America's approach to imperialism without understanding the role of ideas in shaping the goals of the officials who created the empire. Case selection and terminology. The arguments introduced earlier present an institutional explanation for the evolution of American empire and the formation of the American external state drawn from a variety of works in the social sciences. The remainder of this book will test how they hold up against the historical record. Subsequent sections proceed in a roughly chronological fashion, beginning with a discussion of the politics of American overland empire and Congress's dominance of the nascent American foreign policy state. As I discuss in Chapter 2, the political logic of settler expansion differed considerably from the later overseas empire, in part because Congress and American settlers dominated this earlier process. As all members of Congress and the executive were keenly aware, today's settlers were destined to be tomorrow's voters. More than anything else, the politics of territorial administration were driven by this central fact. Such clear political logic left politicians with every incentive to be solicitous and accommodating to Western settlers, particularly because Western states, unlike the Southern or Northeastern states, remained less firmly in the control of either party. Unlike the American West, however, Congress put up legal impediments to private direct investment in America's overseas colonies, the investment that fueled expansion in the West, and these very restrictions motivated colonial officials to reach out to private partners. To explain this distinction, I focus on the unique case of Hawaii in Chapter 2, an early case of empire that, I argue, belongs more to the earlier cases of overland expansion and reveals differences in how the later colonies were acquired and managed. The majority of this book focuses on the 2 decades between the Spanish-American War and the end of the Wilson administration in 1921, a brief period that nevertheless allows us to observe the American empire during its rise and at the height of its power, as well as the beginning of its rapid decline. 106 Several longer case studies of the governance of the Philippines, the Dominican Republic, and Haiti are nested in the broader historical analysis of the development of the American imperial state and among the larger population of cases of American imperial governance. I chose these as the principal cases because each illustrates important institutional adaptations and inter-institutional political dynamics in American imperial governance. They are also hard or least likely cases, because they face strict limitations imposed by Congress and had the least domestic public or commercial support. The Philippines was the largest and most ambitious example of American formal empire, and it serves as the central case for this study. The Dominican Republic and Haiti are considered together as the first dollar diplomacy cases where the public-private receivership system of colonial control transformed the entire island of Hispaniola into a de facto colony despite never being formally annexed by the United States. The major cases that motivate this study offer illustrations of the different and evolving strategies that colonial officials employed to create autonomous and ambitious colonial regimes despite congressional restrictions. At various points, I include shorter discussions of the empire in American Samoa, Puerto Rico, and Cuba to contrast these colonies with the Philippines and bring further clarity to my analytical points. The decision to focus on these particular cases was also motivated to avoid a regional focus. One of the difficulties in studying empire is that it lies at the intersection of some major fault lines in academia. Social scientists and historians tend to sort themselves into those who study domestic societies and those who study the relations among them. These divisions are further complicated by regional subspecialties within the disciplines. A scholar of Latin America, for instance, will likely have little familiarity with the Philippines, while a scholar of Southeast Asia may have the opposite problem. As a result, few past studies have considered the ties between the American colonial state in the Philippines and Caribbean nations. 107 Furthermore, as one of the few francophone countries in the Caribbean, Haiti is often studied in isolation, which, once again, leaves many connections between it and the rest of the American empire unexplored. 108 Empire is a notoriously vague concept, and I borrow Michael Doyle's very useful definition of empire as a relationship, formal or informal, in which one state controls the effective political sovereignty of another political society. 109 Naturally, no book of any reasonable size can do justice to every territory that came under American occupation and control. Although I refer to these cases in passing, I leave in-depth investigations of Guam, the Virgin Islands, Liberia, and the Panama Canal Zone to other scholars. Finally, a note on terminology: to avoid confusion, I use the term colonial state whenever I am referring to colony-specific governments. In the case of the Philippines, for example, the colonial government began as an arm of the BIA, but became a hybrid government controlled by American officials and a Philippine assembly. I use the terms imperial state or insular state when I am referring to the BIA and other coordinating agencies in Washington, D.C. I use the terms external state or foreign policy state to mean the collection of bureaucracies that include the State Department and Department of War, the precursors to what is often described as the national security state today. Methods: comparative history and archival data. Methodologically, this book offers a series of comparative histories to assess variation over time and across cases. Although each example of American imperial rule is considered in depth, they cannot be considered cases in the traditional sense, that is to say, they are not independent and identically distributed. As my theory of imperial rule suggests, earlier experiences with colonial government had important effects on the later colonies. Consequently, I employ a method of narrative panel analysis, which allows me to assess how these critical experiences, sequences of events, and interactions among separate authority structures affect the development of institutions, in this case, those of the American Empire, over time. 110 Any historical study primarily focused on institutional development confronts serious endogeneity problems, and this work is no exception. Yet such difficulties do not mean that genuinely historical social, scientific analysis is impossible. To confront these problems, this book adopts Peter Hall's method of systematic process analysis. 111 Hall recommends that scholars first develop a set of theories that identify the relevant causal factors and how they operate, followed by predictions about the patterns that will appear in observations of the world if the causal theory is valid and if it is false. The theories outlined earlier, if correct, contain a number of observable implications, and I try to test them as clearly as possible in each empirical chapter. Interinstitutional politics. One central claim in this work is that interinstitutional fights between Congress and the executive motivated the design and development of American empire. My claim is that executive officials were able to accomplish their goals for an expansive American empire even in an environment of relative congressional strength. I argue that fear of congressional reprisals and ex-ante anticipation of congressional actions motivated the approach to American imperial management and expansion. If this is true, then I must be able to show that the preferences of the executive and Congress diverged on the question of empire, and that the institutional developments that facilitated this empire were designed in response to congressional restrictions on executive authority, rather than as a result of other factors such as efficiency or cultural considerations. Inconspicuous action, state building through collaboration, and ideas as road maps. One of the three mechanisms at work in American imperial expansion was a concerted effort by executive officials to keep the empire off the congressional agenda. Inconspicuous action requires a purposeful effort to monopolize information and to limit opportunities for Congress to receive information from independent sources. It may also involve avoiding the very sort of activities likely to attract congressional scrutiny, such as the appropriations process. At its core, this concept requires me to demonstrate a conscious and strategic effort to reduce the salience to Congress of the policy actions was pursued by executive officials. The second mechanism, state building through collaboration, is dependent on entrepreneurial behavior. As such, the actors responsible for the initial arrangements ought to sit at the center of cross-cutting networks that span the public-private divide. Furthermore, if the arrangements are genuine partnerships and not examples of coercion by public authorities or capture by private actors, we should observe gains to both parties. Finally, my theory hinges on the ability of ideas to influence the concrete actions and policy choices of colonial bureaucrats. If this is indeed the case, I should be able to demonstrate that ideas are positively correlated with policy outcomes and that they predate these outcomes. In other words, ideas should be used to shape the policies pursued and not as post hoc justifications for certain goals or actions. 112. Sources. The blurring of public and private authority in the governance and expansion of American empire, as well as the fact that much of my story is designed to uncover actions and strategies that were designed to be hidden, necessitated that the evidence provided range far wider than government reports or congressional testimony. Relying on these more traditional sources exclusively may bias the analysis, because bureaucrats are often quite selective about the information they share with Congress. While politicians tend to make their preferences quite well known, bureaucratic opinion and strategies are more often hidden in the formulaic and neutral language of official reports, which obscures the behind-the-scenes preferences and strategies. Thus, Much of the historical evidence for this study comes from primary sources, thousands of confidential letters, internal memoranda, and telegrams gathered from more than 30 collections of personal papers, the archival records of the colonial states in the Philippines, the Dominican Republic, Haiti, Cuba, Puerto Rico, American Samoa, as well as the records of the Department of. Parts of my argument hinge on the complex relationship between American overland expansion and the genuinely new responsibility of overseas American empire. In Chapter 2, I discuss the early American external state and explain how the experience of American overland empire and the American conquest of Hawaii, as well as the past management of dependent people in the Bureau of Indian Affairs, were distinct from the period of overseas imperialism. Chapter 3 investigates the institutions designed for imperial governance, and the divergent trajectories of the Philippines and Cuba. In Chapter 4, I focus on the construction of the early American colonial state in the Philippines. Chapter 5 narrates the development of the customs receivership in the Dominican Republic and the institutionalization of dollar diplomacy. Chapter 6 returns to the Philippines for a look at the colonial state at its most autonomous and powerful. In Chapter 7, I discuss the empire under the new, democratic Wilson administration, the financial collapse of the Philippine colonial state, and the military invasion of the Dominican Republic and Haiti. I conclude with a discussion of how the experience of American imperial management changed American foreign relations. 34. 2. Clerical state colonialism and the annexation of Hawaii. I shall have no difficulty in saying that it is in the direction of the external interests of society that democratic governments appear to me decidedly inferior to others. Alexis de Tocqueville, Democracy in America 1. Perhaps it should come as no surprise that the conduct of external interests was not among the many admirable qualities that Tocqueville saw in the American democratic experiment. The foreign affairs of the Jacksonian-era United States consisted mainly of managing its relations with Indian nations, preventing its own citizens, the so-called filibusters, from fomenting revolutions in Latin America, and dispatching party hacks to staff its few foreign ministries abroad, all policies in which Congress played a direct role. These facts were not lost on Tocqueville, who charitably described American foreign policy as eminently expectant and concluded that it consists much more in abstaining than in doing. 3. What is more surprising is that very little had changed in the 60 years since Tocqueville's visit, despite the fact that the United States had fought a devastating civil war and emerged as one of the world's leading industrial powers. Later foreign observers echoed Tocqueville's concerns about the capacity of the American foreign policy state and wondered how the United States would manage its overseas colonies if it chose to become an imperial power, a possibility that many Britons, in particular, began to encourage as Anglo-American relations started to warm at the end of the 19th century. But how, some wondered, could a state characterized by low capacity, disorganization, and domination by Congress manage overseas colonies? British historian and jurist James Bryce described the problem in 1897. Whatever the merit of Bryce's evaluation of American government, his judgment that these problems were perfectly new is curious. The Constitution, after all, was designed to accommodate the admission of new territories to the Union, and no less an authority than Thomas Jefferson considered it perfectly suited for extensive empire. 5. Even if the framers had not considered overseas territories in their plans for American government, the management of new territories and dependent peoples was, by the end of the 19th century, a governing responsibility with which the American state had over a century of experience. Thousands of miles of new territory stretching from the Mississippi Delta to the Pacific Slope had been added to the United States through military conquest and legal legerdemain, and these new territories had been organized and settled under the watchful eye and with the encouragement of the federal government. Nor was it the case that the management of non-white populations was anything new. African Americans and American Indians, people deemed unfit to participate in Jefferson's Empire of Liberty, had long found themselves under the heavy thumb of the American state. Certainly it would have come as news to these former slaves and indigenous people that the U.S. federal government lacked the coercive capacity for colonialism. Rather than lacking experience in colonialism, the American state seems to have possessed it in spades. But did these past experiences with overland expansion provide a clear blueprint for the administration of an overseas empire? Many scholars have argued that it did. For some, the Louisiana Purchase set the basis for an legitimate overseas annexation. It also provided models for overseas governance, while others have argued that American Indian policy served as a precedent for imperialist domination over the Philippines. 6. These arguments are not wrong so much as incomplete. For the most part, these connections are found in the case law that granted imperialism a measure of legality and the American cultural tropes that celebrated expansion and a messianic mission of civilization. Nevertheless, when we turn to the politics of territorial empire and its administration, the picture is somewhat less clear. 7. In contrast to the executive-dominated and centrally coordinated system of colonial rule that would run the overseas empire, territorial expansion was governed by a diverse array of domestic political constituencies, and its administration was the product of the conflicting political priorities of Western settlers, ambitious territorial politicians, Christian reformers, and Eastern financiers. Members of Congress, anxious to please their settler constituents and potential new voters in the territories, championed this early stage of territorial expansion, and their administration followed the familiar logic of the 19th century clerical state, one dominated by party officials, and one that reflected the paucity of planning so characteristic of the 19th century American state. 8. Yet the fact that this process demanded little state capacity is not to deny its brutality. The politics of overland American expansion operated according to a lethal political logic. White American settlers demanded more land, and their representatives in Congress marshaled the coercive capacity of the U.S. Army to dispossess millions of indigenous people to provide them with this land. Nevertheless, this process of dispossession and territorial expansion ran according to the administrative and political logic of the 19th century American clerical state, and it provides us only limited insight into understanding what emerged later. As I describe in chapters 3 to 6, the creation of an overseas American empire was one that involved significant central state planning and presidential management. This chapter documents how the clerical state created a territorial empire and managed its foreign relations. The first section describes the institutions and inter-institutional politics that governed territorial expansion and the subsequent settler empire. With few exceptions, this process was dominated by members of Congress who saw settlers as valuable future voters, an electoral fact that left Congress with every incentive to defer in most matters to the preferences of white territorial residents. Naturally, this did not result in the development of a territorial office that could operate independently from Congress or create the state capacity to discipline settlers in anything but the most superficial ways. This is not to suggest that the state played no role in territorial settlement, it did. As Paul Fremer has persuasively argued, the state was most directly involved in the creation of settler empire through its strategic use of land policies, variously encouraging or preventing white settlement in territorial lands seized from Indian nations. 9. The following sections show how it facilitated white settlement and provided federal jobs and subsidies. But the territorial office never developed the sort of capacity that would make it a plausible home for a future overseas colonial bureau. Even the Office of Indian Affairs, the precursor to today's Bureau of Indian Affairs, and a plausible place to look for overseas imperial precedents, became known mainly for its bumbling incompetence, a charge that, if not always true, demonstrates the contentious politics that shaped Indian dispossession and territorial expansion. The second section focuses on the American foreign policy state, that small set of executive agencies in the State Department charged with managing U.S. foreign relations. Although control over these diplomatic and national security agencies would later become a hallmark of the president's informational advantage over Congress and helpful in leading the expansion of overseas empire, the executive had no such information monopoly in the latter half of the 19th century. The Senate played an active and perhaps dominant role in American foreign affairs, and the same party spoilsmen and clerks who managed American domestic affairs dominated this foreign policy state. It was this lack of a disciplined diplomatic or colonial corps that European observers like Bryce and many American elites regularly identified as a central impediment in transforming the United States into a colonial power. To understand how this set of external state agencies would later evolve, it helps to understand their status at the end of the 19th century. This chapter concludes with a discussion of the annexation of Hawaii, a case that fits uneasily into traditional stories of American territorial expansion or overseas empire. Although it was an overseas colony, its acquisition owes more to the political logic of settler expansion than to a later politics of formal empire, particularly because the descendants of white Americans controlled its government after the monarchy was overthrown. Nevertheless, its large non-white population and its existence as a sovereign state means that Hawaii also fits poorly with the traditional process of American territorial expansion. As such, the hybrid nature of the Hawaiian case provides a revealing look at how the clerical state sought to grapple with an overseas possession on the eve of the Spanish-American War. Territorial expansion, the political logic of settler empire. Senator Thomas Hart Benton, among the more vociferous proponents of Western settlement, wrote in 1843 that American expansion was not an act of government leading the people and protecting them, but like all the other great emigrations and settlements of that race on our continents, it was the act of the people going forward without government aid or countenance, establishing their possession and compelling the government to follow with its shield and spread it over them. As historians such as Patricia Nelson Limerick, Richard White, and Brain Baylock have conclusively demonstrated, this long-standing trope of Western history conveniently ignores the many activities of the American state in overland expansion. 11. For one, the federal government usually led rather than followed white settlers, and the violent subjugation of American Indians demanded significant state strength. Nevertheless, in matters of territorial administration, there is a certain truth to what Benton had to say. The federal government may have had considerably more latitude to operate in the territories than in domestic states, but aside from truly exceptional cases, most famously, the persecution of Mormons in Utah, it chose not to exercise much control. What little administrative oversight the state did provide was notable mainly for the patronage opportunities it offered to members of Congress rather than for its coercive capacity. Much of this reluctance, I argue, can be explained by the political logic of American settler empire, whereby the United States overcame its limited capacity for imperial management by developing land policies to encourage whites to settle on territorial lands. U.S. land policies, in other words, were designed to transform territories occupied by indigenous or non-white Spanish and French settlers into Anglophone territories that could be easily incorporated into the Union. Once the territories had gained a sufficient white population, Congress could consider them for statehood. 12. When settlers arrived in these new territories, the policy also had important implications for how these territories were administered. Any inclination executive officials had to exercise power over American settlers, particularly after it had become clear that most would be Anglo-Americans, was tempered by the knowledge that the territories would soon be incorporated into the Union as states, turning those settlers into voters. The federal government, then, had considerably more constitutional latitude to operate in the territories, but such capacious legal authority did not translate into administrative capacity or an enhancement of executive power. As all members of Congress were keenly aware, today's settlers were destined to be tomorrow's voters. More than anything else, the politics of territorial administration were driven by this fact. Such clear political logic left politicians with every incentive to be solicitous and accommodating to Western settlers, particularly because Western states, unlike the Southern or Northeastern states, remained less firmly in the control of either party. Congress, then, carefully supervised most aspects of territorial governance, even as it largely deferred to the popular will of white settlers in the territories. The Northwest Ordinance and the framework of territorial governance. Although the Constitution did not outline any specific policies to govern Western territories, Article 4, Section 3 clearly vested this power in Congress. 13. The Northwest Ordinance of 1787, largely designed by James Monroe, laid out a three-step process that would eventually end in statehood. 14. First, Congress would choose a governor for a 3-year term and 3 judges. Once the population of the territory had reached 5,000 free men, a bicameral legislature could be established, although the governor retained an absolute veto and the power to prorogue the territorial legislature. 15. When the population reached 60,000, the territory could apply for statehood. 16. In this period of apprenticeship, federal policymakers were interested in establishing federal control over the territory, gaining the sentimental attachment of white residents, imposing a regime of racial exclusion, and securing Republican values. 17. Depending on the background of the settlers, this district period would vary in duration, but would eventually give way to self-government. In 1802, Ohio became the first state to enter the Union under this policy, followed by Indiana in 1816 and Illinois in 1818. 18. As it became clear by the 1820s that Anglo-Americans would form the bulk of Western settlers, the perceived need for a strong centralized territorial government began to disappear, and the first period of governor-run district government was eliminated from the territorial formula in 1823. 19. Even in this early period, Congress largely left the territories to their own devices, and it never once took action on laws in Indiana or Illinois. In part, as historian Jack Eblin has argued, this was due to the fact that Congress had no procedure for the systematic review of territorial laws as they were received. But even more important, he argues, was the lapse of federal concern with the territories. 20. There was simply no need, or so the thinking went, to subject these white settlers who were already well versed in the responsibilities of Republican citizenship and sentimentally attached to the nation to any period of direct rule. As a matter of practical politics, argues another student of territorial politics, centralization could not have been conceived in the East or tolerated in the West. 21. The major exception in antebellum America to this general process was Louisiana. Jefferson's controversial decision to purchase this massive property from Napoleon in 1803, nearly doubling the size of the United States in the process, would put the territorial government framework to an early test. It was not so much that Louisiana was large, but that its inhabitants, French-speaking white and mixed-race Creoles, were foreign. 22. For American policymakers, this foreignness meant that Republican culture, racial hierarchy, and attachment to the nation would need to be taught or imposed through a complex process of incorporation. 23. W.C.C. Claiborne, who governed the territory of Orleans for nearly a decade, famously opposed popular government. Soon after his arrival in the territory, he wrote to James Madison, "The progress of information shall in some degree remove the mental darkness which at present so unhappily prevails, and a general knowledge of the American language, laws, and customs be understood. I do fear that a representative government in Louisiana would be a dangerous experiment." 24. Yet even in Louisiana, a system of centrally managed territorial control, one that would more clearly resemble the colonial governments to come, proved to be short-lived. As historian Peter Castor writes, it was demographic expansion, rather than geographic expansion that was the subject of so much concern. Once settlers began to arrive and local elites made common cause with the American administrators, any rationale for the establishment of a coercive colonial government quickly evaporated, and, in fact, became politically costly. Although Louisiana's admission as a state was hurried along by the War of 1812, by 1820 its identity was firmly American, decidedly Southern, and completely self-governing. 25. The brief attempt by Claiborne to use his office to develop Louisiana as a colony was stillborn, and territorial governance did little to enhance executive power for the governance of overland expansion. The effect of this demographic expansion gave the United States easy control over Louisiana, but did not leave it with increased capacity for formal imperial management. Federal territorial administration, future voters and federal subsidies. Territorial administration was never truly centralized at the executive level, even if, officially, there was a small territorial office housed in the executive bureaucracy. The Department of State initially served as the principal administrative body, but these responsibilities were slowly given over to the Interior Department after its creation in 1849. 26 Yet as Earl Pomeroy, the foremost student of federal, territorial relations writes, it was an undefined jurisdiction which the department received, and an undefined jurisdiction which it passed on to the Department of the Interior in 1873. 27 In point of fact, neither the Secretary of State nor the Secretary of the Interior ever viewed territorial administration as much more than a peripheral responsibility, and no secretary made an effort to fully consolidate the functions of territorial government. 28 Consequently, they made few efforts to defend their supervision of territorial affairs from the War, Justice, Post Office, and Treasury departments, which each performed separate duties in the territories. Nearly all financial matters, for example, were handled by the Treasury Department. Officials in Interior, the ostensible Territories Office, did not receive information on territorial spending and had no independent funds even to pay the postal or telegraphic charges for their correspondence with territorial administrators. 29 But it was not the case that these other agencies were competing to achieve greater control over the territories. For the most part, it seems, they were loath to become involved in territorial matters at all and largely deferred to Congress in any serious matter. Even the Attorney General made every effort to avoid ruling on intraterritorial legal issues. 30 Along with a lack of executive capacity, several structural factors prevented presidential dominance of territorial administration and allowed Congress to maintain its active role. In the territories, a broad array of federal bureaucracies oversaw specific governing tasks. Naturally, this often led to inefficient governance, but it did provide a number of outlets for Congress to receive information from different agencies about the state of the territories, a situation that left territorial governors with the responsibility to interpret the various instructions that emanated from Washington. 31 These officials, writes Western historian Patricia Limerick, found their supervisors reluctant to give advice, governors were often dispatched without instructions, and the Washington office was known to refuse advice on particular matters. 32 Congressional oversight followed much the same pattern. Although there were standing committees that supervised territorial affairs in both houses of Congress, this did little to stop other committees from involving themselves in territorial affairs when it suited their interests and needs, a situation that encouraged members to provide benefits to favored constituencies in the territories. There was, after all, something in the territories that excited the interest of all members of Congress, future voters. At this time, most Western territories were not aligned with one party or the other, and leaders in Congress were anxious to ingratiate themselves with these potential voters through promises of federal jobs and territorial subsidies. This federal money, although often modest by national standards, was quite significant in less developed territories. Federal jobs, the construction of public buildings, and government printing contracts were important routes to a secure income for territorial residents. 33 In the early days of the Dakota Territory, for example, prior to the discovery of gold in the Black Hills, historian Howard Lamar notes how Washington was in essence subsidizing a government which had few citizens, no income, and a highly questionable future. This, he argues, instilled an old Dakota attitude that government itself was an important paying business. 34 The dependence of territorial settlers on Washington and the desire of politicians to court future voters led members of Congress to pay diligent attention to politics in the territories and to zealously guard their share of federal subsidies. Zachariah Chandler of Michigan, for example, in advocating for his own candidate for the governorship of New Mexico, was perfectly blunt. Politicians from states adjacent to territories often paid particular attention to the appointment of territorial officials who, they hoped, would buttress or establish regional loyalties to their party. As a supporter of one candidate for the governorship of New Mexico wrote to President Cleveland, I do not know him personally, but I find he is strongly endorsed by the leading citizens, men whose influence will be felt to hold New Mexico as a democratic ally when she assumes the dignity of a state, which she will soon do. 36. The importance members of Congress assigned to these jobs is revealed in just how vociferously they demonized their opponents' appointees. Under Republican administrations, the minority Democrats decried the carpetbag officials who have been intriguing, blundering, and domineering in the territories as they used to do in the South. When party rule switched during the first Cleveland administration, Republicans were only too happy to denounce Democratic officials in the territories as broken-down politicians and needy individuals. 37. Some scholars have argued that the standard characterization of territorial officials as incompetent party hacks is somewhat overblown. 38. While that may be true, they were generally inexperienced amateurs. Only 32 of the 424 governors, secretaries, and territorial judges appointed between 1861 and 1890 had held a previous territorial office. 39. The United States never created a specific territorial service, and there were consequently few old hands in territorial administration. By and large, governors served relatively short terms, an average of 3 years from 1788 to 1912, and nearly 40% were already territorial residents. 40. Settlers usually resisted outsiders arriving to govern them. Furthermore, the pay, as a rule, was modest, while living costs in the territories were high. Such realities discouraged more prominent men and outsiders from taking these jobs. As the Seattle Weekly Post-Intelligencer noted in 1882, the 3 judges of the Supreme Court of Washington Territory, with the judicial affairs of 100,000 people in their hands, get salaries aggregating $7,800 per annum. The 5 judges of British Columbia, having jurisdiction over 30,000 white people, and 20,000 Indians, receive $22,670, with not to exceed half the work done. On this side, 41. To support themselves on these relatively small salaries, most territorial officials, including those who had arrived from other states, tried to establish businesses in the territories. Yet, as Pomeroy points out, non-residence was a stigma for any officer. He was suspect from the beginning. If they starved, they showed that they were driven west by their incompetence. If they prospered, they showed that they were dishonest. 42. As a result of these objections, non-resident appointments were slowly phased out. The 1888 Republican platform went so far as to decree all officers thereof should be selected from the bona fide residents and citizens of the territories wherein they are to serve. 43. By 1893, every single territorial governor was a resident of the territory when appointed. 44. In point of fact, many of these men used their territorial positions as a springboard to national office when the territory was admitted to the Union. Indeed, nearly 1/3 of all territorial governors in American history eventually served in the House or Senate. 45. Naturally, this combination of dependence and political ambition left territorial authorities with little discretion and little desire to implement policies that conflicted with the will of the settlers, leaving the preferences of territorial administrators entirely reducible to the preferences of the parties and the territorial residents. Despite the relatively light federal presence in the territories, Western settlers still chafed at restrictions imposed by Washington, and most attempts to impose order from the East were complete failures. American settlers, to be sure, were quick to denounce any laws that restricted their actions as utter tyranny. For Martin McGinnis, the delegate to Congress from the Montana Territory in the 1880s, the territorial system was the most infamous system of colonial government that was ever seen on the face of the globe. Territories, McGinnis argued, were the colonies of your republic, situated 3,000 miles away from Washington by land, as the 13 colonies were situated 3,000 miles away from London by water. 46. The equation of Washington with London and territorial officials with George II's agents first appeared in 1793 in the first issue of Cincinnati's first newspaper and quickly became a standard rhetorical flourish to be employed whenever the federal government did something that displeased the settlers, an event that was not infrequent. 47. Yet such melodramatic denunciations of the federal government betrayed the relative liberty Washington granted the territories. Faced with this tyranny, territorial residents certainly showed no fear of reprisal, and, with the willing assistance of the local partisan press, proved themselves willing to heap invective on the hapless territorial administrators. In 1862, to give one example, the New Mexico legislature felt perfectly free to print the governor's message in the Santa Fe Gazette with a preamble decrying the false, erroneous, absurd, and ill-sounding ideas therein contained. 48. Citizens resented the territorial status, according to one historian, not only because they were Westerners, but also because they had been Easterners. 49. Officials in Washington understood this, too. No coercive system of territorial administration was established because none was needed. Although the fact that most settlers were formerly state residents made them more resistant to control from Washington, it also meant that federal officials could leave them in relative peace with the knowledge that U.S. sovereignty would not be compromised and that settlers would retain their sentimental attachment to the Union. The logic of American overland expansion also meant that these Western settlers were to gain political power once their territories entered the Union, and this fact, above all, encouraged members of Congress who hoped to count on their support in coming elections to treat them with kid gloves. The incentives were much the same for the territorial administrators, who had little reason to exercise much independent discretionary power. Most were residents of the territories themselves and had little interest in imposing unpopular projects on people whose votes they very much wanted to win when the territory became a state. Consequently, the federal government provided generous subsidies to support settlements, including the maintenance of postal routes, the construction of public buildings, and payment of official salaries, but it left these responsibilities to the relevant executive agencies like the Post Office and Treasury. The territories, although ostensibly part of a central executive agency, were administered individually with little centralized planning or policy. Throughout the 19th century, territorial administration itself remained a low-capacity, temporary affair, divided among a number of agencies, valuable for its patronage opportunities, and responsible mainly to the settlers themselves. It was a process loosely managed by a series of federal agencies and supervised by members of Congress who were more interested in courting future voters with promises of jobs and subsidies from Washington. The experience of managing white settlers in Jefferson's expansive empire, then, did not produce the capacity or expertise for an overseas empire of colonies and permanent dependencies. Settler Empire and the Office of Indian Affairs. Unlike white settlers in Western territories who were generally allowed to run their own affairs, Indian nations had long been controlled by the OIA, an agency, which by the mid-19th century managed every aspect of their lives, from where they lived to how they prepared their food to the style of their clothing. 50. If we are looking for administrative precedents or a model for later overseas empire, the OIA seems like a plausible place to begin. The OIA developed institutions and policies for dispossessing Indian nations of their land and assimilating them into American society, and, as Stephen Rockwell makes clear in his careful study of the agency, the OIA was often brutally effective in accomplishing these reprehensible goals and at defending itself from challenges to its authority from the military. 51. Although some of this work was centrally planned and coordinated from Washington, Indian agents on the ground were charged with enforcing constantly changing social policies and managing complex land and trade negotiations among the federal government, Western settlers, and Indian nations. 52. Founded in 1824 to manage federal, Indian relations, the OIA long reflected the weakness and inability of the American state to enforce its own Indian policy or to stem the tide of white settlers' encroachment on Indian lands. During the Jacksonian era, when federal officials still believed that a separate Indian territory could be established in the West, The OIA was charged with enforcing the 1834 Trade and Intercourse Act, which was designed to maintain boundaries between white settlers and Indian nations. This policy quickly proved to be ineffective as more settlers moved west, and as Congress showed that it had no intention of enforcing treaties that gave away such vast tracts of land to Indian nations. 53 During the 1840s and early 1850s, a new reservation policy was proposed to push Indians onto smaller islands of land, and, it was thought, to acculturate Indians into white society. Yet as Richard White writes, the reservations were political plums available to the party in power. National administrations doled out the offices of agent, teacher, and reservation farmer as political rewards to minor party functionaries. 54 Consequently, by the late 1860s, the OIA was widely considered to be rotten to the core. The Indian Ring, a dark cabal of Indian Bureau officials, Western settlers, and politicians, was blamed for a host of problems by early reformers, the most acute being the constant flare-up of hostilities in Indian country. 55 As Indian uplift became a cause célèbre among Eastern intellectuals and Christian missionaries, one solution to the endemic corruption of the Indian office was to allow these organizations to participate directly in Indian affairs. 56 As one historian writes, the political origin of the corruption was taken for granted, and the notion began to be advanced that an effective antidote to such corruption might be found by the participation of churches in Indian affairs. 57 The Board of Indian Commissioners was born in 1870 to reform the Indian service by trusting the appointment of Indian superintendents as well as the general management of agencies to religious societies. 58 Yet the efforts of these Christian reformers were hampered by the continued appointment of party loyalists to the Indian service and the increasing dominance of Western politicians in Indian affairs. In the late 1880s and 1890s, 7 states with large Indian populations entered the Union, the 2 Dakotas, Montana, Washington, Utah, Wyoming, and Idaho, and the representatives these new states sent to Washington were keen to solve the Indian problem once and for all. 59 It was not until 1896 that most Indian office employees were brought under civil service protection, merely 2 years before the outbreak of the Spanish-American War. As Stephen Rockwell has documented, Indian agency officials were more disciplined and competent than is often acknowledged, and they did exercise considerable coercive power over Indian nations. 60 Nevertheless, positions in the OIA continued to go to Republican or Democratic votaries until the end of the 19th century, and frequent corruption scandals involving Indian agents and Western suppliers left the OIA with one of the most tarnished reputations in the executive branch. Despite its unique organizational mission, the Indian office had earned itself an infamous reputation for corruption and mismanagement by the end of the 19th century. Francis Paul Prucha, the foremost historian of federal, Indian relations concludes, the Indian service, upon which rested much of the responsibility for solving the Indian problem of the post-Civil War decades, was itself a large part of the problem. 61 The OIA's dreadful reputation was due to the complex politics of Indian affairs, which were buffeted by Western settlers, mining and railroad concerns, and humanitarians. 62 There was little the OIA could do that would not earn it the ire of at least one of these powerful constituencies. The agency's location within this complicated web of territorial politics led it to pursue policies that reflected, at first, the goals of Eastern Christian reformers, and, later, the preferences of Western politicians and white settlers, and often the OIA agents were left to their own devices with few explicit instructions from Washington. Rather than gaining more autonomy over Indian affairs, the President and the OIA's authority was slowly diminished after Congress stopped the practice of making treaties with Indian nations in 1871, a move that allowed the House of Representatives significantly more involvement over Indian affairs. 63. Although many of the previous administrative practices developed during the treaty period endured, this reform made it even easier for the multiple interests concerned with Indian affairs to influence policy, and to accuse the OIA of corruption and mismanagement. As Chapter 3 will detail, The architects of America's overseas empire were well aware of the Indian office's infamous reputation, and it became, for many, precisely the sort of model to avoid. As with territorial expansion, cultural notions of manifest destiny and some legal principles from the Indian office did influence the design of overseas empire, but the political environment was vastly different. Clerical state foreign policy. American foreign policy in the late 19th century evinced no more state capacity or presidential leadership than did territorial administration. Prior to the 1890s, what passed for a foreign policy in the United States amounted to various isolated encounters with foreign powers and occasional standoffs with Great Britain. 64 While the United States certainly had foreign relations between the age of Jackson and the end of the 19th century, it would be a stretch, with the exception of the Civil War period, to describe these encounters as a formal foreign policy. 65 Most foreign policy actions were, in the words of one historian, the result of the activities of individual pressure groups, enterprises, and statesmen rather than the deliberate choice of the American people themselves or their representatives in Washington. 66 Given the importance foreign affairs had played in the initial decade of the Republic's existence, it likely would have shocked the founders to see what had become of the American external state less than a century later. As Henry Cabot Lodge wrote in his 1889 biography of George Washington, our relations with foreign nations today fill but a slight place in American politics, and excite generally only a languid interest. We have separated ourselves so completely from the affairs of other people that it is difficult to realize how large a place they occupied when the government was founded. 67 For progressive Americans like Lodge, anxious to see their nation take its rightful place among the great powers, the incompetence of the American external state was as frustrating as the spoils-ridden domestic state. But as these American elites knew all too well, America's traditional isolationism and the increasing dominance by Congress of American foreign policy made it difficult to construct a coalition to reform the external state. Yet we should be clear that this was not a stateless space. As with territorial administration, the federal government played a central role in the foreign affairs, as scholars such as Brian Baylock have so persuasively shown. But to suggest that the state was the major player in foreign affairs is not to concede that it conducted them effectively or well. 68 The state's essential role in managing foreign relations is why progressives like Lodge so desperately wanted to reform the external state bureaucracies in a way that would allow for a muscular American foreign policy. Authority was not their concern, they feared that the United States would prove unable to manage an overseas empire. Patronage, spoils, and the reputation of external state bureaucracies. Nowhere was the incapacity of the American clerical state more evident than in its foreign affairs departments. The few hapless clerks employed by the State Department spent much of their time defending the rights of Americans who had, often through their own shady dealings, run into troubles abroad. Even as other areas of the American state began to modernize, the American external state stayed well within the mold of the Jacksonian clerical state and remained one of the last bastions of the spoils system. For the second half of the 19th century, the American diplomatic corps, with important exceptions for men such as Charles Francis Adams, generally managed to cause more problems for their country than they solved. As historian Robert Weeb writes, consisted of honorary ambassadors, inexperienced ministers, and underpaid subordinates, men who came and went according to the dictates of partisanship and the availability of more attractive opportunities elsewhere. 69 If a man was making trouble, Elihu Root later wrote, the best way to get rid of him was to get him a place as a consul, it ordinarily pleased his wife, and he could be disposed of. 70 The 19th century state could count among its distinguished foreign representatives such men as Rumsey Wing, who attempted to assassinate the British ambassador during his tenure as minister to Ecuador and later drank himself to death, James Watson Webb, whose extortionate conduct while serving in Rio de Janeiro was so appalling that Congress was forced to provide monetary compensation to the Brazilian government, or Charles DeLong, the barely literate minister to Japan, who enjoyed cracking his whip at bystanders while racing his carriage through the streets of Tokyo. 71 The spoilsmen did not make for distinguished representation abroad. While most American diplomats did not manage to be quite as colorful as Webb and DeLong, they were often amateurs who knew little about the conduct of foreign relations. Furthermore, because the United States owned few permanent embassies, the relative grandeur of the American presence depended on the personal wealth of the ambassador. For ambassadors of more modest means, this could prove embarrassing. While serving as American ambassador to Italy, one diplomat complained to the Secretary of State that it was really ignominious for the representative of a great power to be at a local landlord's mercy, especially an Italian landlord. 72 The consular service was in no better shape. Much as they had been in the early days of the Republic, foreign affairs were divided between the diplomatic and consular services, both of which theoretically reported to the Department of State, but rarely did so in practice. As one young consular officer would later recall, before leaving Washington he was instructed by an official in the consular bureau that the really efficient consul doesn't bother the department very much. 73 In truth, nobody bothered much with the external state bureaucracies. Congress was suspicious of creating an elite diplomatic or consular corps and had hardly increased funding for consulate and diplomatic positions between 1880 and 1900. Consequently, there was virtually the same number of American consulates in 1890 as there was in 1900, despite the massive expansion of American influence in the international realm in the last decade of the 19th century. 74 Most of the consuls working in these offices were not even Americans. Of the 14 consuls in Russia in 1890, for example, only 3 were citizens. This is less surprising than it may seem. In 1900, 3/4 of consuls were foreign nationals. 75 Even when Americans occupied the consul positions, however, communication between the consulate and Washington was abysmal, and officials at the State Department rarely knew what was going on at their far-flung consulates. As one famous anecdote holds, a newly appointed consul arrived at his post only to be told that his predecessor had been insane for 3 years and could be found tied to a chair upstairs. 76 Others arrived to find that their new colleagues had simply left their posts or were engaged in fantastic schemes to bilk the federal government out of thousands of dollars in fees. Even the rare consul who did wish to execute his duties honorably often had little understanding of the office. In theory, newly appointed consuls were required to attend a 30-day instructional program in Washington, but in reality their instructions usually amounted to a one-day stopover to pick up a copy of the Consular Relations Handbook. Often the new consuls did not even bother with this, and they left the country without any instructions whatsoever. 77 Neither the consular nor the diplomatic branches of the external state were helped by their public image. If American ministers were generally seen as wealthy dilettantes in the popular mind, the less illustrious consuls were often seen as washed-up drunks, and there was, it seems, some truth to the stereotype. The American consul, wrote Foreign Service reformer Wilbur Carr, could be truthfully pictured sleeping under the proverbial palm tree with his bottle beside him. 78 Even by the relatively low standards of the American patronage state, the consuls stood out as particularly incompetent, a consequence of the fact that American political parties used these positions as a dumping ground for their most troublesome members, the drunks, the debtors, and the degenerates. In the words of one Secretary of State, the consular offices were treated by both parties as a place to shelve broken-down politicians and to take care of failures in American life whose friends were looking for some way to support them at government expense. 79 Not that there was much motivation for consuls to remain honest or to execute their office in an efficient manner. The official salaries were low and there was almost no opportunity for advancement. By 1899 the salary scale for individual consulates had not been changed since 1874, and even that was but a minor fix to the 1856 classification. As a result, the United States remained woefully underrepresented in South America, where trade relations had greatly increased since the Civil War, and overrepresented in Europe and Canada. The lack of any rational organizational system also meant that there was no clear way to promote consuls within the service, which left most officials with little motivation for hard work. The logic of the spoils system exacerbated these problems through the constant rotation of offices. These problems were further compounded when the Pendleton Act reduced the number of positions available to politicians, putting even more pressure on the consular service to accept party hacks. 80 After McKinley took office in 1897, for example, he proceeded to replace 238 of the 272 most senior consuls with Republican loyalists. Even as it began to disappear in other areas of the American state, the spoils system remained an essential part of the external state by the close of the 19th century. Consequently, when the time came for progressive Republicans to look for an agency to manage the newly acquired colonies, the incompetent ranks of the State Department's consular and diplomatic corps did not seem particularly desirable. As domestic bureaucracies began to become more professional, centralized, and dominated by the executive after the adoption of the Pendleton Act, the American external state remained largely unchanged since the Civil War. Furthermore, the Senate, through its control of offices and its treaty power, remained an important, even dominant, force in American foreign affairs. The Senate's dominance and the clerical foreign policy state. The disorganization of the American foreign policy state made the conduct of foreign relations difficult for 19th-century presidents. But state incapacity and the incompetence of the bureaucracy was only part of the problem. The period between the end of the Civil War and the Spanish-American War was also the height of senatorial dominance over foreign affairs. 81 The Senate controlled appointments to the American consular and diplomatic corps, blocked treaties, and generally intimidated executive officials and the president. Henry Adams, reflecting on John Hay's tenure as Secretary of State, described the results of the Senate's dominance accordingly. Congress distrusts and tries to turn to its advantage or to reject. Since the first day the Senate existed, it has always intrigued against the Secretary of State whenever the Secretary has been obliged to extend his functions beyond the appointment of consuls in senators' service. 82. At the turn of the century, this position would have seemed entirely reasonable. The Senate of Adams's day was responsible for blocking countless treaties and trade agreements, and according to historian Robert Beisner, any more accords never went beyond the negotiating table or never were submitted for ratification, because of anticipated Senate hostility. 83 Indeed, between 1871 and 1899, the Senate did not approve one significant treaty and it rejected 20. 84 Among the more revealing examples of how this clerical state foreign policy and congressional dominance prevented presidential action came with President Ulysses S. Grant's aborted attempt to acquire the Dominican Republic. Following a policy originally outlined by Andrew Johnson, Grant sent American representatives to annex the Dominican Republic and to secure for the United States a stronghold in the Caribbean to protect the planned canal through Central America. Although Grant did manage to sign 2 treaties with Dominican representatives in 1869, the treaty hardly stood a chance in the Senate. Despite the fact that Republicans had a clear 2/3 majority and that Grant had taken the extraordinary step to lobby for it personally, the annexation treaty was easily defeated in June of 1870 on a 28-28 vote with 19 Republicans voting against it. 85 Democratic presidents did not fare any better. Grover Cleveland had negotiated a treaty with Great Britain to settle various issues related to northeastern fisheries after Canadian authorities seized several American fishing boats in 1885. Although the more belligerent Senate had passed a resolution giving Cleveland permission to retaliate against Canada, the president chose to pursue a peaceful course and the treaty was signed on February 15, 1888. When the treaty was submitted to the Senate, however, Senate Republicans expressed shock that the treaty's negotiators had not been picked by the Senate. In his remarks on the floor, Senator William Chandler of New Hampshire described Cleveland's actions as a gross violation of the Constitution, willfully, recklessly, and defiantly perpetrated, and the Senate might well have refused on this ground even to consider the terms of a treaty thus first introduced into its presence. 86 So aggressive was the Senate in defending its institutional privileges that few bothered to attack the treaty on its merits. Another example of senatorial intransigence came with the defeat of the Olney-Ponsvo Treaty of 1897. After a dispute with Great Britain over Venezuela's boundaries, both American and British officials decided that, in the future, it would be helpful to have a previously agreed upon method to resolve disputes without risking escalation. Cleveland and Olney negotiated an arbitration treaty whereby Britain and the United States agreed to certain peaceful methods in advance to resolve any future dispute. The treaty received widespread popular support, and even the newly elected Republican President William McKinley urged its passage. In his inaugural message, despite strong support from the press and the president, it was defeated by a strange coalition that defies any partisan logic. Of the 26 no votes, 10 came from Republicans, 13 from Democrats, 2 from populists, and 1 independent. Even contemporary observers were somewhat confused about what tied together the coalition. Yet the Secretary of State, Richard Olney, was convinced that the Senate's need to defend its institutional prestige was a primary factor. In a remarkably frank letter, Olney explained his reasoning: given the amendments proposed prior to the treaty's defeat, there is every reason to believe that Olney was correct. Among the most debated of the proposed amendments was one that would require a full two-thirds majority to approve any agreement made with Britain as a result of the arbitration. A necessary addition, according to the minority report of the Committee on Foreign Relations, in order to preserve the constant and unembarrassed action of the Senate. 88 A year later, in 1898, the same Senate that had defeated this arbitration treaty would lead the charge to war with Spain. As the earlier examples illustrate, the Senate was not afraid to employ its formal powers to defend its prerogatives in foreign affairs, but often there was no need, because for most of the 19th century the Secretary of State was a former senator. Between Monroe's appointment in 1811 and Blaine's resignation in 1892, only 4 of the 24 Secretaries of State had not previously served in the Senate, and only 2 of the 4 served after the Civil War. 89 Naturally, these former senators had no desire to challenge the prestige of the Senate, especially when many hoped to return. In sum, at the turn of the century the Senate was hardly losing ground to the President in control over foreign relations. If anything, it was becoming more powerful. Settler empire in the Pacific, the annexation of Hawaii. The 1893 overthrow of the Kingdom of Hawaii has always fit uneasily into standard stories of American expansion, a difficulty reflected, in part, by the historiographical confusion over whether the Hawaiian case belongs to the history of the American West or to the history of American imperialism. Was Hawaii the last case of Western expansion or the first case of overseas imperialism? Although this distinction is largely a matter of interpretation, the overthrow and subsequent annexation of Hawaii provides a revealing look at how the weak American foreign policy state acquired its first overseas territory with a significant non-white population. At first blush, of course, it appears that Hawaii may have served as a model for the governance of overseas empire. For one, Hawaii was the first major territory outside of North America to be annexed to the United States. Furthermore, its small white population and plantation economy left little chance that there would be significant Anglo-American immigration to the islands. When President McKinley signed the joint resolution to annex Hawaii in July of 1898, there were only about 4,000 Americans out of a population of 110,000. Nevertheless, from an administrative and political perspective, Hawaii largely resembled earlier settler territories. Although its white population, known in Hawaiian as Haoles, was small, these descendants of American missionaries had overthrown the Hawaiian monarchy and maintained an iron grip on its economy and government. As a result, acquisition required no new institutional arrangements and followed a similar political logic to the settler empire that had reigned in the West. 91 It was overseen, much like any other territory, by the Department of the Interior, and local white residents were appointed as federal representatives in the islands. As this brief look at the politics of Hawaii's acquisition reveals, this outcome was far from certain. As this section argues, The overthrow is not a story of an organized and aggressive imperial state's dominance of a weaker island nation, rather it is a story of how an ambitious group of American settlers took advantage of the disorganization that prevailed in American foreign policy at the time. During the brief period of Hawaii's existence as an independent republic, after a white-led coup to overthrow the monarchy and before its annexation by the United States, the leaders of the so-called Hawaiian Republic labored to show Congress that Hawaii could be governed as a territory. In making these claims, the planters of Hawaii made direct comparisons to their own rule and the regimes of racial hierarchy that prevailed in the American South. 92 The fact that it was overseas and had a small white population was not necessarily an impediment to the older system of territorial administration. In fact, the overthrow of the Hawaiian monarchy and the later annexation of Hawaii reveals how a small group of white planters took advantage of America's bumbling foreign policy agencies and Congress's parochial concerns. Understanding the politics of the acquisition of Hawaii, then, helps us to understand how the politics of territorial acquisition and the clerical state led to the annexation of this island kingdom, and puts into bold relief the changes in the governance and management of overseas colonies after the Spanish-American War. The United States and the Kingdom of Hawaii had maintained formal diplomatic relations since 1842 when King Kamehameha III dispatched a member of his court to meet with Daniel Webster in Washington. Through these early contacts, a policy emerged that was mutually beneficial for both nations. By pledging to support Hawaii's independence, the United States was able to discourage European powers from annexing the islands, a possibility that Americans feared because of the archipelago's strategic proximity to California. 93 The more significant American contact with Hawaii, however, came from the American missionaries, whalers, and adventurers who began to wash up in Honolulu with some regularity by the mid-1800s. As Americans became more established in the islands, they also began to serve in formal advisory capacities to the royal court. When Mark Twain visited the islands in the late 1860s, he was surprised to find that Hawaii's prime minister was a renegade American from New Hampshire, whom Twain derisively described as all jaw, vanity, bombast, and ignorance. 94 American-born lawyer John Record, for example, became Hawaii's Attorney General in 1844 and created a system of Hawaiian courts modeled on American and British common law. 95 These early experiences in the islands paved the way for the establishment of a new industry that would dramatically alter Hawaii's economy, sugar. In 1876, King David Kalakaua signed a reciprocity agreement that allowed for the free importation of Hawaiian sugar to the United States in exchange for a promise not to lease Honolulu's magnificent natural harbor, Piuiulo, to any foreign power. Although reciprocity treaties had previously been signed, Louisiana sugar interests had always prevented their adoption in the Senate. By the 1870s, however, a majority was convinced that military considerations and the importance of cementing the political and economic ties of Hawaii to the United States outweighed the small loss in national revenue that would inevitably result from free trade, a decision that sparked a sugar boom in the islands and made the white settlers some of the Hawaiian kingdom's most powerful residents. 96 In 1891, two events occurred that would push the white settlers to mount a revolution. Hawaii lost its preferential trading status with the United States and a new monarch was enthroned. The McKinley Act of 1891 removed duties on all sugar imported into the United States and granted domestic producers, primarily based in Louisiana, a 2-cent per pound price support. 97 This left the planters at a serious disadvantage to domestic sugar producers and stripped Hawaii of its former advantage over other foreign sugar producers in the American market. For white sugar planters in Hawaii who had built up their businesses to take advantage of American reciprocity, this was a catastrophe, and the planters sustained losses estimated at nearly $12 million. 98 Along with this economic blow, the white settlers faced the prospect of a more recalcitrant Hawaiian monarch. The kingdom's new leader, Queen Liliuokalani, had plans for a national lottery and an opium licensing bill to raise revenue, measures that the settlers fiercely opposed. Her more radical move, however, came on January 14, 1893, when she prorogued the American-dominated legislature, and presented a new constitution that restored most of the monarchy's powers and denied the franchise to all but native Hawaiians. 99. The Queen's actions threw the American settlers into a panic. 100. They quickly formed a committee of safety and began to draft plans for a provisional government. Fearing that the Queen would immediately order her royal guard to suppress the rebellion, they wrote to U.S. Minister John Stevens to pray for the protection of the United States forces. 101. Upon receipt of the Committee of Safety's request, Stevens, with no authorization from Washington, wasted no time in ordering American Marines from the USS Boston to come ashore. Given that her own royal guard was mostly ceremonial, the Queen acquiesced to the coup, at least in the immediate term, but she registered a harsh letter of protest to Washington. 102. I yield to the superior force of the United States of America, she wrote to President Benjamin Harrison, until such time as the government of the United States shall, upon the facts being presented to it, undo the action of its representatives, and reinstate me in the authority which I claim as the constitutional sovereign of the Hawaiian Islands. 103. It all transpired with extraordinary speed. The Committee of Safety was formed on January 14, the Marines landed on January 16, and the next day Stevens recognized the provisional white-led government. With the Queen deposed, the white rebels, with the willing assistance of Minister Stevens, moved to offer Hawaii to the United States. 104. By January 19, a delegation from the new republic was already steaming towards San Francisco. 105. Despite the active involvement of U.S. troops and the U.S. minister, the overthrow of Liliuokalani was not the result of a careful plan hatched in Washington and executed by a disciplined foreign service. In point of fact, Stevens's support of the white planters was only possible because of the disorganized and undisciplined nature of the American diplomatic corps. Liliuokalani was well aware of this fact, and her protest letter to Washington was written with the expectation that the president would denounce the white rebels and return her kingdom. This was by no means an unrealistic request, and one that the Haole leaders feared. If the general lack of centralization and careful command of American foreign representatives allowed this to occur, it was equally possible that the president would reverse their actions. Upon their arrival in Washington, officials of Hawaii's Haole government, already armed with an annexation treaty, met with Secretary of State John Foster. Although Foster was sympathetic to their goals, his response reveals the complex politics surrounding Hawaiian annexation as well as the centrality of Congress. First, Foster advised them that, if annexed, Hawaii was unlikely to receive the 2 cents per pound sugar subsidy going to domestic planters. He also had questions about Hawaii's contract labor system and large Asian population. 106. Both issues, he thought, were likely to raise congressional heckles, especially because the Chinese Exclusion Act, among the most explosive issues of the day, was up for renewal in a few months. 107. The larger difficulty, however, was the lame duck status of the Harrison administration. Democrat Grover Cleveland had been elected the previous November and was due to be inaugurated in March. When Cleveland did take office, he withdrew the treaty and dispatched James Blount, a former Democratic chairman of the House Committee of Foreign Affairs, to investigate. After receiving Blount's report, a scathing indictment of the actions of the planters and the U.S. minister, the president left little doubt about where he stood, but for the notorious predilections of the United States Minister for Annexation, Cleveland wrote, the Committee of Safety, which should be called the Committee of Annexation, would never have existed. 108. The president was probably right to lay immediate responsibility at the American minister's feet. Stevens, it seems clear, was a longtime advocate of Hawaiian annexation. In November of 1892, well before Liliuokalani had prorogued the legislature, he had written the Secretary of State to encourage the annexation of Hawaii, dismissing the Hawaiian monarchy as an absurd anachronism and noting that as a territory the islands could be as easily governed as any of the existing territories of the United States. 109 Stevens, for one, was so convinced that the new republic would be immediately annexed that he was already making recommendations for the form of its territorial government just weeks after the revolution. As he explained to Foster in a message that presented Hawaii as yet another Western territory. This plan and method of government could be maintained as a transition government until experience should prove it best to change it to a more popular form. In the meantime, the responsible voters would rapidly increase and American ideas and interest would gain in force and volume. My private consultation with the provisional government since the departure of the commissioners for Washington has led us to think highly of the Jefferson Act of 1804 for Louisiana as a transition expedient for Hawaii. This would cause no shock and would allow affairs to move along on safe and conservative lines until time and experience demands something better. 110. Given time, Stevens seemed to think, enough white settlers would immigrate to make the islands like Southern California, bringing everything here into harmony with American life and prosperity. 111 But however much annexation agitprop Stevens dispatched to Washington, it is unlikely that the State Department or President Harrison directed the American minister to assist with the coup. This is not a minor distinction. The disorganization of the diplomatic corps and the lack of discipline among its appointees allowed a relatively minor official to support the overthrow of a sovereign monarch without receiving clear instructions to do so from Washington. To a degree that would seem unfathomable even a decade later, Stevens was operating independently in his support of the coup. Even if Harrison and Foster were pleased by the result, both expressed some discomfort in their minister's involvement. Harrison later disapproved of Stevens's use of the Boston's Marines, and Foster pointedly warned him that he should not impair the independent sovereignty of that government by substituting the flag and power of the United States, and he immediately ordered Stevens to lower the American flag which had been flying above Iolani Palace. 112 Although Cleveland did find the coup illegal, he refused to reinstall the Queen by force and left Congress to decide the kingdom's fate. As he later wrote, the Congress has signified that nothing need be done touching American interference with the overthrow of the government of the Queen. 113 Cleveland later used Stevens's questionable actions as a pretext to withdraw the treaty from Congress, but in doing so, he was also adhering to an established policy, and the balance of public opinion. This, after all, was certainly not the first time the United States had considered taking Hawaii. In 1852, 1863, and at various points during the Civil War, annexation had been considered, but, as one historian documents, at each point Congress decided that it was too distant, too tropical, too unknown, too strange, its population too heterogeneous. 114 In the early months of Cleveland's administration, when Hawaiian annexation was still on the table, similar arguments were made to oppose annexation in the press. The Chicago Herald called the very idea ridiculous, and suggested that they would form a pygmy state of the Union, while the New York Evening Post argued that we have enough race problems on our hands already without adding the Canuck to the Negro, Indian, and Mongolian question. 115 Carl Schurz, the legendary Civil War general, Republican U.S. Senator, and former Secretary of Interior, used similar logic to make a forceful argument against annexation. The Constitution, he argued in an October 1893 article in Harper's, required that land annexed to the nation must eventually join the Union on an equal basis, and this would mean welcoming Hawaii's non-white, tropical population into the family circle. 116 Such a possibility, Schurz hardly needed to point out, was unthinkable. The entire idea of territorial administration was premised on white settlement and eventual statehood. If this process could not occur in Hawaii, then it simply could not be annexed, whatever its strategic or economic value might be. It was not only Cleveland's misgivings or American racism that slowed the path to annexation. One similarity between Hawaii and later overseas colonies was the move by colonized people to use the American state's own weakness to resist occupation. The Queen herself, anticipating a strategy that would later be used in the Philippines and the Caribbean, journeyed to Washington to protest the occupation and request the return of her kingdom. As Noano Silva has shown, Hawaiians, working in conjunction with the Queen, organized associations in opposition to annexation, such as Hawaii Alohaina, an organization that represented over half of all the enfranchised Hawaiians in the islands. 117 This group presented petitions opposing annexation, and a closely associated delegation visited Washington to assist the Queen's anti-annexation efforts. Resistance by the Queen and her allies exposed the lies and propaganda spread by the pro-annexationist leaders of the so-called Republic, who now needed Congress to accept Hawaii as a land fit for white settlement, and may have contributed to the defeat of an annexation treaty. 118. The Hawaiian Republic and annexation. The Haole elite now faced a serious problem. 119 They had assumed that if they presented Hawaiian independence as a fait accompli, the islands would be immediately annexed to the United States. They now knew that this would not be the case, at least not immediately. 120 In the past, these men had relied on the good graces and shared economic interests of the Hawaiian monarchy to sustain their prominence and to protect their property. With the monarchy now gone, a small white oligarchy would not retain power in Hawaii for long without access to far more coercive capacity than was available to the new state. 121 The two men at the heart of the annexation campaign, both of American missionary parentage and lifelong residents of the islands, were the Republic's President, Sanford Dole, and Loren Thurston, the Attorney General. 122 As Dole and Thurston were well aware, the major argument against Hawaiian annexation, that the islands could never be governed like other territories because of their large non-white population, explained more about annexation's failure than Cleveland's misgivings over the actions of Minister Stevens or the niceties of international law. To proceed, the white elite would have to convince Congress that Hawaii could plausibly fit into the older model of territorial expansion. Soon after the original treaty was withdrawn, Dole had encouraged the Republic's minister in Washington, Francis Hatch, to consider any feasible form of government that would bring Hawaii into the Union, even suggesting the development of a new, quasi-colonial status for the islands. It is desirable that arrangements for annexation shall not be limited by the precedents which the American law on territories furnish. I now suggest the word colony as an additional. It will be of great advantage to us if the deliberations of our friends in Congress can be free from the precedents of their territory laws. It is perhaps an occasion for them to make something of a new departure in their acquisition of new domains. The insular position and the exceptional status as to population of these islands makes such action the more easy and reasonable. 123. This approach, however, seems to have been quickly discarded in favor of an aggressive campaign to encourage Congress to see Hawaii as a territory, an Anglophone republic governed by white men. As Thurston reported to Dole, there is nothing that will do this so effectively as the reorganization of the government on Republican lines. The more popular the form can be made the better, keeping in sight however the primary necessity of retaining the control for the present in the hands of those who are friends of the new order of things. 124 This strategy, as another scholar has insightfully detailed, was adopted so their congressional allies could justify Hawaii's annexation not for the redemption of native peoples but for the sake of the island's whites. 125 The problem they faced, however, was how to make this impression while retaining the fundamentals of white rule, a quandary about which they were perfectly candid. In general terms, one official of the Hawaiian Republic wrote, "The problem to be solved is, how to combine an oligarchy with a representative form of government so as to meet the case." 126 Given this peculiar predicament, one provisional government official recommended that Thurston look at the 1891 Mississippi Constitutional Convention, because it had the effect of disenfranchising a majority of the Negroes of that state. 127 For further advice, Dole had written to the political scientist John Burgess of Columbia, well known for his critical writings on Reconstruction, who recommended that they establish a strong central government and high property qualifications. In the end, the Haoles followed this advice and, much like the southern states they sought to emulate, adopted a carefully crafted constitution that maintained all the trappings of republican government while effectively excluding Asians and Hawaiians with no property, a decision that decreased the number of voters from 14,217 in 1892 to 2,693 in 1897. 128 With the establishment of this republican government, the Haoles could now assert their Americanness with greater confidence, and insist on its suitability as an American territory, rather than an imperial colony. In an 1897 pamphlet, a handbook on the annexation of Hawaii, Thurston went on at great length in this vein. The public school system is based upon that in the United States, he noted. More than half of the teachers are Americans. English is the official language of the schools and courts, and the common language of business. The railroad cars, engines, waterworks, water pipes, dynamos, telephones are all American-made. United States currency is the currency of the country. All American holidays, Washington's birthday, Decoration Day, 4th of July and Thanksgiving Day are as fully and enthusiastically celebrated in Hawaii as in any part of the United States. This is not the growth of a day, but of 2 generations, so that even to the native Hawaiian it appears to be the natural order of things. 129. Hawaii, in other words, could be annexed and administered as a territory because it was already American. Among the members of Congress influenced by this argument was George Frisbee Hoar, the senior senator from Massachusetts and a Republican, who would later become known for his fiery denunciations of imperialism after the Spanish-American War. 130 As Hoar later detailed in his autobiography, he came to the conclusion that the islands were exceptional in their relationship to the United States. We had sustained a peculiar relation to it, he noted, and American missionaries had redeemed the people from barbarism and paganism. 131 Along with these sentimental connections, the Republican nature of the white-led government seemed to convince him of Hawaii's suitability for territorial status. It was said that the Constitution was the result of usurpation which would not have come to pass but for American aid and the presence of one of our men of war, he wrote. But that government had been maintained for 6 or 7 years. 4 of them were while Mr. Cleveland was president, who it was well known would be in full sympathy with an attempt to restore the old government. 132 Through this line of reasoning, Hoar reached the rather dubious conclusion that if the people had been against it, the government under that constitution would not have lasted an hour. 133. Similar arguments seem to have held sway with the newly elected Republican president, William McKinley, who wrote in his annual message of 1897. The wisdom of Congress will see to it that, avoiding abrupt assimilation of elements perhaps hardly yet fitted to share in the highest franchises of citizenship, and having due regard to the geographical conditions, the most just provisions for self-rule in local matters with the largest political liberties as an integral part of our nation will be accorded to the Hawaiians. No less is due to a people who, after nearly 5 years of demonstrated capacity to fulfill the obligations of self-governing statehood, come of their own free will to merge their destinies in our body politic. 134. Although the final push for annexation came as a result of the Spanish-American War, the terms of its annexation broadly reflected Hoar's and McKinley's conclusion that because Hawaii was controlled by whites, it could be admitted as a self-governing territory without any significant institutional innovations. 135 Whether McKinley and Hoar honestly believed these absurd claims is less important than the fact that they began to use them as the public justification for Hawaii's annexation. In other words, while the acquisition of colonies remained politically impossible, the extension of American sovereignty for the protection of white settlers had more than a century of legal and political precedence. Nevertheless, the decision to annex Hawaii could never gain the requisite 2/3 majority in the Senate, so McKinley, led by Roosevelt, Lodge, and other imperialist Republicans, annexed the Pacific Archipelago by joint resolution, which required only a majority vote, on July 7, 1898. The annexation of Hawaii was considered acceptable because it fit within the well-known experiences of territorial expansion whereby white settlers slowly pushed out indigenous populations, and it would be governed as a territory. Indeed, once annexed, McKinley largely left the officers of the Hawaiian Republic in place. I appreciate your action in continuing the personnel of the independent government, Dole, the former president of the Republic and its new territorial governor, wrote to the president in August 1898. It is an endorsement which is very grateful to us, and it is, as well, significant of a conservative policy in regard to Hawaii which will be of great importance in our transition period. 136. The Haole's view that they should be seen as a territory persisted after the war during the debates over Hawaii's Organic Act. As Hawaii's Supreme Court Justice Alfred Hartwell put the matter in an 1899 issue of the Yale Law Journal, there is no occasion for classifying Hawaii as one of our insular possessions, or for deferring legislation for organizing its government. Hawaii is no more a possession in the sense of being a dependency than are the territories of Arizona, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Alaska. 137. Congress broadly agreed with this assessment. As with territories lying within the continental United States, the 1900 Hawaiian Organic Act mandated that the governor and territorial judges of Hawaii be residents of the islands, and in an attempt to ensure that Hawaii would retain its American character, the Organic Act encouraged the swift disposal of public lands to encourage more immigration to the islands from Anglo-Saxon settlers. 138. The case of Hawaii, then, at least from an administrative perspective, belongs to the older American settler empire. Its geography and population were unique, but its system of administration required no institutional innovations or expanded state capacity. The Progressives and the End of Clerical State Colonialism. For many progressive thinkers, the development of a respectable American foreign policy, one that would provide a clear and consistent American voice to the world, was a key part of their movement. If they were not united on how to achieve this goal, they had reached consensus that the American external state bureaucracies, the dumping ground of the spoils system, were inimical to the nation's best interests. Whether or not they desired the United States to acquire overseas colonies, the embarrassment of American representation abroad and the vindictive behavior of the Senate led many progressives to advocate for increased efficiency and reform in American foreign relations. Richard Olney, reflecting on his experience as Secretary of State under Grover Cleveland, made the case for reform in a March 1900 issue of the Atlantic Monthly. The isolation policy and practice have tended to belittle the national character, and have led to a species of provincialism and to narrow views of our duties and functions as a nation. They have caused us to ignore the importance of sea power and to look with equanimity upon the decay of our navy and the ruin of our merchant marine. They have made us content with a diplomatic service always inadequate and often positively detrimental to our interests. 139. Nowhere was this connection made more explicitly than in Herbert Croly's The Promise of American Life, in one of the most illuminating, if least read, chapters in his book. As much in foreign affairs as in domestic affairs, Croly argued, must the American people seek to unite national efficiency with democratic idealism. 140 European observers agreed. In the American Commonwealth, Lord Bryce had argued that the United States was able to manage its unique system of foreign affairs for so long simply because it had so few foreign relations. European statesmen, Bryce wrote, may ask how a consistent attitude can be maintained if there is in the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee a sort of second foreign secretary. The answer is that America is not Europe. The problems which the State Department of the United States has had to deal with have been far fewer and usually far simpler than are those of the Old World. 141 Implicit in Bryce's argument, however, was the suggestion that centralization and reform would be necessary should the United States decide to engage with the world more directly. This is exactly what many American progressives wanted to do. The tendency of modern times is toward consolidation, wrote Henry Cabot Lodge in a March 1895 article. It is apparent in capital and labor alike, and it is also true of nations. Small states are of the past and have no future. The modern movement is all toward the concentration of people and territory into great nations and large dominions. The great nations are rapidly absorbing for their future expansion and their present defense all the waste places of the earth. It is a movement which makes for civilization and the advancement of the race. As one of the great nations of the world, the United States must not fall out of the line of march. 142. For some of the more hawkish among them, especially Lodge and Roosevelt, nothing short of America's future status in the world order was at stake. To join the ranks of the great powers, the United States would not only need improved diplomatic representation, but also colonies. The conclusion of the Spanish-American War would give them the chance to acquire an empire, although Congress had no intention of relinquishing its power and authority over American foreign affairs. As we will see in Chapter 3, Congress's active involvement in colonial administration began early. There is, in fact, no better illustration of the Senate's dominance in foreign relations than the lead-up to the Spanish-American War, the last war in American history where Congress, not the President, led the charge. Although the press and public opinion were increasingly in favor of war with Spain, Grover Cleveland had pushed for the United States to remain neutral. 143 Despite the change in administration after the 1896 presidential election, President McKinley was also firmly against the war from the start, and, in the assessment of Richard Hofstadter, found himself under incredible pressures for positive action, which he resisted as long as most presidents would have been able to do. 144 By March of 1898, there was a very real possibility that Congress would declare war without him. After the USS Maine mysteriously exploded off the coast of Cuba, McKinley did reluctantly give his approval and Congress promptly declared war on April 24, 1898. Despite the President's final acquiescence to war with Spain, it remains clear that by the close of the 19th century Congress had no intention of accepting a secondary role in American foreign relations. Institutional design of the Insular Empire. The Philippines present. A very hard problem because we must consider it in connection with the country's needs and ideas also, and with what it is reasonable to expect as a permanent policy of this country with its alternating system of party control. Theodore Roosevelt 1. When Commodore Dewey reached the Philippines on April 30, 1898, the Spanish colonial government was already under attack. In 1895, the same year revolutionary forces began to agitate for Cuban independence. Filipino revolutionaries, led by their legendary general, Emilio Aguinaldo, declared their independence from Spain. After 6 short months in exile, Aguinaldo returned to the Philippines aboard an American ship and was given American weapons to continue his revolution. While the revolutionaries gained control of the countryside, the Americans laid siege to Spanish forces in Manila. As it became increasingly clear that victory was imminent, Aguinaldo declared the Philippines independent and named himself president of the revolutionary state. None of this seemed to faze Dewey, who gave the revolutionaries the impression that the United States recognized Aguinaldo's government as legitimate, which may have allowed him, apparently with some difficulty, to convince Aguinaldo to delay his invasion of Manila until American reinforcements could be assembled. In the ensuing 6 months between the victory in Manila and the signing of the Treaty of Paris, the Philippine revolutionaries were left to establish their own independent government in nearby Malolos, where a Congress was elected to draft a constitution, which included among its members a number of figures who would later become prominent officials in the American colonial government. Aguinaldo's suspicions that the Americans would not leave the Philippines peacefully were confirmed with the signing of the Treaty of Paris in December, when American intentions to retain the Philippines as a colony were finally revealed. McKinley, it seems, tried to soften the blow by announcing through a proclamation that the Americans came not as invaders or conquerors, but as friends, to protect the natives in their homes, in their employment, and in their personal and religious rights. 3 such lofty sentiments, however, rang hollow for Aguinaldo and his revolutionaries. Over the next month a series of meetings between Aguinaldo and General Elwell Otis took place, but owing to the intransigence of both parties, proved unable to quell the growing frustration of the revolutionaries or the hostility of the Americans. On February 4, 1899, Private Grayson of the Nebraska Volunteer Regiment fired on a Filipino, prompting General Aguinaldo in Malolos to declare war the following day. For the Philippine-American War, as the insurrection/War of Independence came to be called, dragged on for over 2 years and proved to be a bloody and deeply unpopular conflict. 5. While the United States could often defeat the Filipino insurgents in clear battles, the American army was severely hampered by the guerrilla tactics employed by Aguinaldo and his generals, who planned to prolong the conflict until the U.S. Army succumbed to disease or exhaustion. The war continued for the next 2 years, as the army chased Aguinaldo and his army throughout Luzon, finally capturing him in the spring of 1901. 6. The price of victory, however, was high by almost any measure. During the 2-year insurrection, a total of 4,165 American soldiers died, while 2,911 were wounded. 7. The counterinsurgency effort also deflated popular enthusiasm for the imperial experiment, and revelations in the press about army tactics, including the use of water torture to interrogate Filipinos, were deeply unsettling to the American public. 8. Despite this ongoing insurgency, the Spanish-American War officially ended with the signing of the Treaty of Paris on December 10, 1898, giving Washington control over an overseas empire that, as contemporary newspapers proudly pointed out, stretched 10,000 miles from tip to tip. But as the ecstatic celebrations of the victory died down, more sober minds began to worry about America's ability to manage Spain's former possessions. Of the new territories, the 7,000-island Philippine archipelago was the most worrisome. Unlike Hawaii or even Puerto Rico, it had a negligible American population. In 1889, the U.S. consul in Manila counted a mere 23 American citizens, 6 of whom were members of his own family, and was 4,500 miles west of Honolulu, the closest city under American control at the time. 9. Its population not only dwarfed that of other territories and dependencies but also was more populous than any state but New York. How, many wondered at the time, could the American Republic govern an overseas empire, especially one as large, foreign, and distant as the Philippine Islands? The solution to the Philippines question, as it would come to be known, was not immediately apparent. As Frank Vanderlip, Assistant Secretary of the Treasury, frankly assessed the situation in the August 1898 edition of the Century, it is a problem for the solution of which we have surprisingly little data. Neither precedent nor experience can be satisfactorily drawn on, and we see with sudden clearness that some of the most revered of our political maxims have outlived their force. 10. When the time came to solve this problem, Congress demonstrated that it was far less concerned with managing the colonies than with pleasing its domestic constituencies. In a move that would frustrate American imperialists, Congress did not authorize a comprehensive system for colonial administration and rejected suggestions from the Department of War. There was, for example, to be no large colonial service. It appropriated little money and refused to place the Philippines, its own colony, behind the steep American tariff wall. Finally, in an effort to placate domestic sugar and tobacco producers, subsequent legislation placed restrictions on land sales and franchise laws to make the establishment of plantation agriculture more difficult. These unfruitful encounters with Congress would drive members of the American insular state to manage the empire through inconspicuous action and by collaborating with U.S. financial institutions. As I argue in chapters 4 and 5, during these first few years of civil government, imperialists in the executive branch took advantage of Congress's relative indifference to the day-to-day operations of its colonies to lay the groundwork for a remarkably autonomous system of government and to set the agenda for the colonial state. These officials confronted congressional limitations on their authority, restrictions they universally regarded as politically motivated and short-sighted, by creating new networks and strategies of governance. In an age of congressional strength, colonial authorities developed strategies to minimize Congress's limited attention to affairs in its colonies and to take advantage of the short time horizons of most members. Information came to be among the most valuable assets of colonial authorities. As we will see in Chapter 4, insular officials carefully guarded their near monopoly on information about the colonies, presenting carefully planned and sometimes false or misleading reports, and dispatching their own representatives to committee hearings to advocate for the colonial government's policies. Press accounts were carefully monitored and congressional bills were written by colonial officials and sent to allies in the House and Senate. For its part, Congress had few independent sources of information about its colonies, the Philippines in particular. By monopolizing and controlling the flow of information through the restriction of negative press stories, and writing most of the colonial legislation themselves, insular officials were, at the very least, able to minimize congressional oversight and to exercise autonomy by remaining inconspicuous. Yet such information control and closed recruitment procedures were facilitated by the initial organization of the colonial state, which concentrated power in one executive agency that defied the normal organizational hierarchy of the War Department and minimized interference from Congress and other bureaucracies. 11. Driven by an unshakable belief in their power to make America's insular empire a vast advertisement for the righteousness of their nation, these executive officials attempted to wall off the colonies from the politics of the domestic state. This chapter describes the initial organizational design for the American colonial state, and the institutional roots of its later autonomy. It traces the first interactions between Congress and the officials of the new bureaucracies that were just beginning to take shape to manage the empire. It shows how Congress, far from taking a backseat to colonial administration, used its considerable power to restrict precisely the sort of aggressive colonial development that proponents of the Spanish-American War predicted would turn the United States into an imperial power. For the executive and colonial officials who very much wanted an expansive American empire, this presented a serious problem, and their attempts to overcome these congressional constraints would shape the development of American colonial policy. By 1902, they had formed the structural roots of a colonial state that would eventually gain significant autonomy from its congressional masters. The politics of acquisition. American progressives were deeply divided over the decision to acquire colonies after the Spanish-American War. On the whole, they generally favored American imperialism, but this support was by no means universal. 12. Former Secretary of State Richard Olney, for example, who had written so persuasively of the need to reform the American external state, bitterly opposed the new imperial policy. The United States, he argued, has come out of its shell and ceased to be a hermit among the nations, naturally and properly. What was not necessary and is certainly of the most doubtful expediency is that it should at the same time become a colonizing power on an immense scale. 13. The question was especially vexing because it defied normal partisan categories and deeply divided the progressive wing of the Republican Party, as well-known Republicans such as Carl Schurz, a leading mugwump and former Union general, and Senator George Frisbee Hoar entered a tense alliance with Democrats against the rank and file of the party. The rift led Schurz to oppose his friend and protege Theodore Roosevelt's gubernatorial campaign in New York. I do not hesitate to express the solemn conviction that there are worse things even than free silver and tammany, he wrote to Roosevelt, and that one of them is the imperialism which in its effects upon the character and durability of the republic I consider as pernicious as slavery itself was, and which we are now asked to countenance and encourage. 14. So opposed were some progressive Republicans to the course that now seemed increasingly likely, that they were forced to reach out to William Jennings Bryan, a man they generally regarded as a dangerous demagogue. The editor of E. L. Godkin's fiercely Republican New York Evening Post, for example, could not hide his embarrassment in making such overtures. You may be surprised, sir, he wrote to Bryan, to learn that an editor of the Evening Post has any sympathy with your cause. 15. Those Republicans opposed to colonialism primarily focused on the anti-republican nature of colonial rule or the unfitness of so-called tropical people for the rights and privileges of a democracy. 16. Carl Schurz led the latter faction, which opposed imperialism on racist grounds. In an August 19, 1898 speech in Saratoga, New York for the Civic Federation, he made this clear: "Now I challenge the advocates of annexation to show me a single instance of a tropical country in which people of that kind have shown themselves able to carry on democratic government in a manner fitting it for statehood in our Union. Show me a single one." 17. Senator Hoar led the former faction, giving a series of speeches denouncing the McKinley administration's policies as anti-republican. "When you raise the flag over the Philippine Islands as an emblem of dominion and acquisition, you take it down from Independence Hall." 18. Hoar would later declare government without the consent of the governed offensive to the spirit of the Declaration of Independence and to the memories of the founding generation who considered such principles sacred. They were not glittering generalities. They were blazing ubiquities, Hoar said. "Do you suppose," he asked, "it ever occurred to our fathers that these rights were to be departed from and trampled underfoot whenever the country or any people or any Congress should deceive itself and beguile itself by the specious pretense that it thought the thing it was doing was for the benefit of the victim? Even less," he continued, "would they believe that their descendants old depart from them and trample them underfoot, that they might get a little cheap reward in the way of trade, or that they might strut among the nations of the world in the cheap and gaudy uniform of imperialism, that they would be beguiled from these sacred and awful verities, that they might strut about in the cast-off clothing of pinchbeck emperors and pewter kings, that their descendants would be excited by the smell of gunpowder and the sound of the guns of a single victory as a small boy by a firecracker on some 4th of July morning." 19. This is not to suggest that the positions were mutually exclusive. And Schurz and Hoar worked closely together, going so far as to propose a plebiscite to decide the question whether the citizens of the United States favor such annexation of tropical countries. 20. This unlikely coalition formally came together with the formation of the Anti-Imperialist League in late 1898. The group included among its members conservative businessmen such as Charles Francis Adams and Eastern intellectuals like Harvard President Charles Eliot Norton, along with American Federation of Labor leader Samuel Gompers and socialist provocateur Morrison I. Swift, who exclaimed that the goal of imperialism was the expansion of billionaires. 21. The expansionist majority of the Republican Party had little patience for these arguments. Led by Senator Henry Cabot Lodge of Massachusetts, they lashed back at the anti-imperialists, dismissing them as a combination of foolish intellectuals, isolationists, and Bryan loyalists. Imperialism, they argued, was simply the next phase of America's manifest destiny and its mission to bring democracy to the world. In Indianapolis, Senator Albert Beveridge delivered what would become his famous March of the Flag speech on September 16, 1898, "Will you affirm by your vote that you are an infidel to American power and practical sense? Or will you say that ours is the blood of government, ours the heart of domination, ours the brain and genius of administration? Will you remember that we do but what our fathers did, we but pitch the tents of liberty farther westward, farther southward, we only continue the march of the flag?" 22. For Beveridge and the expansionist Republicans, America's new empire was simply the next step of American expansion. The fight would be played out on the floor of the Senate when the Treaty of Paris was sent for ratification in January 1899. Lodge had earlier warned Roosevelt that we are going to have trouble over the treaty. How serious I do not know, but I confess I cannot think calmly of the rejection of that treaty by a little more than one third of the Senate. The Senate opposition, led by Senator George Vest of Missouri, introduced a joint resolution on December 6, 1898, 4 days before it was signed with Spain, declaring the acquisition of foreign colonies unconstitutional, except such small amount as may be necessary for coaling stations. Yet for Lodge, the progressive intellectual who had long hoped to see his country counted among the great powers, more was at stake than the treaty itself. If the Senate should fail to adopt it, he wrote, it would be a humiliation of the whole country in the eyes of the world, and would show we are unfit as a nation to enter into great questions of foreign policy. 23. There was every reason to be fearful. The Senate had not approved one important treaty in over 25 years, and to gain the necessary two-thirds majority in the Senate, several Democrats would need to support ratification. 24. McKinley had anticipated this problem and included 3 senators, including one Democrat, in the American delegation to Paris. Despite this gesture to senatorial prerogative, the treaty looked doomed to fail by the middle of January. The staunch anti-imperialist, Andrew Carnegie, who had come to Washington to work for its defeat, thought his side would carry the day. "I told the president 2 weeks ago," he wrote, "we should beat the treaty, and he was sure I was a way off. He knows now." 25. Things began to look up by the beginning of February, but the administration still needed to win over senators who were on the fence. On February 6, Lodge was still trying to gain the support of one last senator, which he finally got not 5 minutes before the vote. Lodge, writing to Roosevelt, described it as the closest, hardest fight I have ever known, and probably we shall not see another in our time where there was so much at stake. 26. The treaty had been ratified, but the bitter fight to see it adopted presaged the difficulty the imperialists would have in generating political support for the overseas empire. How the new colonies would be managed, and whether or not such colonial acquisitions were permissible under the Constitution, emerged as a central issue. This acrimonious debate would shape the initial legislation for colonial governance. Legal foundations, the insular cases. With the Treaty of Paris finally adopted in February of 1899, Congress next turned its attention to the establishment of civil government for the new colonies. Yet in doing so, the question that had fueled so many debates about imperialism could be avoided no longer: did the Constitution follow the flag? 3 years after the start of the Spanish-American War, in a collection of decisions dubbed the Insular Cases, the court would decide the official constitutional status of the territories. 27. The first constitutional test of American colonial policy would come as a dispute over customs duties. The case of Downs v. Bidwell concerned the firm of S.B. Downs & Co., which was charged $659.35 for importing oranges from Puerto Rico to New York. Downs, with the assistance of international lawyer Frederick Coudert, sued the New York customs collector, George Bidwell, to recover the duties on the basis of the Constitution's Uniformity Clause, which holds that all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States. If, as the plaintiff argued, Puerto Rico was not a foreign country, then the Foraker Act, which established civil government in Puerto Rico and dictated customs duties, should be declared null and void. 28. At issue was whether the U.S. Constitution applied to all territory acquired by the United States. If this were the case, then the residents of these new territories, very few of them white, would receive the same constitutional protections and rights as all other Americans. The court handed down its decision on May 27, 1901. Justice Henry Brown, writing for the majority, argued for the minimal view of the United States, reasoning that the Constitution extended only to states in the Union. The power to acquire territory by treaty implies, not only the power to govern such territory, the majority held, but to prescribe upon what terms the United States shall receive its inhabitants, and what their status shall be in what Chief Justice Marshall termed the American Empire. 29. The rights guaranteed by the Constitution, in other words, would not automatically extend to all areas possessed by the United States. Consequently, the inhabitants of America's overseas territories would not be granted constitutional protections beyond the natural rights of life, liberty, and property that were basic and existed prior to the state. As Elihu Root, the architect of the American Empire, was later to pithily summarize the decisions, yes, as near as I can make out the Constitution follows the flag, but doesn't quite catch up with it. 30. The decision, however, did more than merely define the status of the territories under the Constitution, It also clarified the relationship the court and Congress would have to the newly acquired colonies. By granting that Congress could govern the territories in ways that were contrary to the spirit of the Constitution, the court largely removed itself from a position of legal oversight of American imperialism. 31 The real victor to emerge from the insular cases was Congress itself, which retained supreme power over the colonies unhampered by the Constitution or the Supreme Court. Creating a colonial bureau, institutional. Design for information control. Now that the United States had acquired colonies, how would it govern them? For those who had supported the war and the subsequent acquisition of overseas territories, the stakes could not have been higher. War hero and recently elected Governor of New York, Theodore Roosevelt, wrote to Secretary of State John Hay to express his concern that the administration might botch colonial governance, dooming the United States to several more decades of isolation. A series of disasters at the very beginning of our colonial policy would shake this administration and therefore our party, he wrote, and might produce the most serious and far-reaching effects upon the nation as a whole, for if some political cataclysm was the result, it might mean the definite abandonment of the course upon which we have embarked, the only course I think fit for a really great nation. 32 Roosevelt was right to be concerned, and he was not the only future president who was. Woodrow Wilson, writing in The Atlantic, feared that the limited capacity of the American state to take up the task of colonial governance would doom the experiment to failure. 33 We shall see now more clearly than ever before, Wilson wrote, that we lack in our domestic arrangements, above all things else, concentration, both in political leadership and in administrative organization, for the lack will be painfully emphasized, and will embarrass us sadly in the career we have now set out upon. 34 Whatever specific remedies they recommended, most American intellectuals believed that past methods of territorial administration would never work for the new colonies. To expect that the problem of the Philippines or of Cuba and Puerto Rico can be dealt with by our ordinary methods of administration, wrote Yale historian Edward Beruen, is to live in a fool's paradise. 35 There was no shortage of possible solutions to this problem, and most American intellectuals advocated some combination of centralization and civil service reform, anything that would remove the provincial interests of Congress from the picture. The president of Stanford, David Starr Jordan, suggested that a unified colonial bureau be created. If we have colonies, even one colony, Jordan wrote, there must be some sort of a colonial bureau, some concentrated power which shall have exact knowledge of its people, its needs, and its resources. 36 A Lawrence Lowell, then a young professor in Harvard's government department, recommended that the colonial service employ only thoroughly trained administrators, fit them for their work by long experience, and retain them in office irrespective of party. To this end, he suggested the establishment of an academy along the lines of West Point or Annapolis to train this new class of colonial officials. 37 Does all this seem impracticable and utopian? Asked Yale's Bourne, who also advocated for a professional civil service. Yet, he continued, if our colonial service is sacrificed to party interests as spoils, the consequence will be humiliation for ourselves and irritation and discontent among our dependents. 38 Lowell, for example, singled out the OIA, which retained its dreadful reputation for mismanagement, as one of the painful examples of relying on political appointees. 39 It was not merely the corrupting influence of the spoils system that worried these intellectuals. Their primary concern was the lack of expertise in Congress about colonial administration and the limited incentives to acquire it. In his comprehensive examination of colonial policy, The Administration of Dependencies, Alpheus H. Snow noted that even if the best and most honest intentions in the world, a man elected to the Senate or House of Representatives is under a pressure to protect the local interests and the interests of the whole Union, which makes it impossible for him to place the interest of the dependencies on anything like an equality with the other interests. 40 Even the President, Snow argued, was likely to be swayed by partisan considerations. 41 Snow's proposed solution to this problem was to place the President in charge of the habitual and daily administration of the dependencies. assisted by expert investigators and advisors. 42 Yet Snow was not naive. He also feared that such centralization of power and expertise would tempt the president to convert his conditional and limited power into a power practically unconditioned and unlimited, and, judging from history, the temptation would not be withstood. 43 The only way to confront this additional problem was to vest the superintendence and final control of the administration with Congress. This would allow genuine expertise to develop in colonial administration without a concomitant increase in presidential power. It would also allow for more continuity of policy, as only one actor would be ultimately responsible for the day-to-day administration. The analogy Snow used to describe this arrangement, however, was far more revealing than the solution itself. The most effective form colonial administration could take, he argued, most closely resembled a trust. The president would serve as the acting trustee and Congress as the superintending trustee, an arrangement, he noted, frequently adopted for the very purpose of more firmly fixing the responsibility for action. 44 It also resembled the system that was then being designed by Elihu Root, among the most famous corporate attorneys of the Gilded Age, who, as William Howard Taft would later recall, initiated our Philippine policy, is responsible for its success from the standpoint of statesmanship and farsightedness. 45. Elihu Root, architect of the Empire Trust. As Secretary of War under McKinley and Roosevelt and Secretary of State during Roosevelt's second term, Elihu Root, perhaps more than any other person, was responsible for the formation of an American colonial policy and the foundation, creating a Colonial Bureau 75. Of the new American external state. 46 The son of a Hamilton College professor, Root was raised in a modest household in Clinton, New York, and moved to New York City to attend law school. By the 1870s, through his demonstrated brilliance at arranging airtight corporate trust agreements, he had risen to the heights of power and wealth available to the newly emerging class of corporation lawyers. Well known for his biting wit and moral probity, Root quickly became a popular and well-respected member of Manhattan's social elite. He was also an indispensable guide through the rocky shoals of the emerging antitrust regulations for such captains of American industry and commerce as Frederick W. Vanderbilt, August Belmont, William C. Whitney, along with the National Cash Register Company, Standard Oil, Union Tobacco, and the Habmeyer Sugar Trust. 47 I have had many lawyers who have told me what I cannot do, William Whitney once mused. Mr. Root is the only lawyer who tells me how to do what I want to do. 48 When McKinley began looking for someone to help him make sense of colonial administration, he turned to Root, a prominent citizen, a good Republican, and a lawyer with extensive experience in restructuring large organizations. At the end of the Spanish-American War, McKinley contacted Root about the possibility of becoming the next Secretary of War to replace the incompetent Russell Alger, who had spent much of the war supervising his lumber interests in Michigan. 49 Root later recalled being flattered by McKinley's interest, but told the president, "I know nothing about war. I know nothing about the army." McKinley's representative responded that the president was not looking for anyone who knows anything about war or for anyone who knows anything about the army. He has got to have a lawyer to direct the government of these Spanish islands, and you are the lawyer he wants. 50 Although Root had earlier turned down an offer to serve as American minister to Spain, he accepted the position of Secretary of War. Root, it seems, took the view that the War Department was simply another large organization that required his particular gift for management. As he later joked to Attorney General John W. Griggs, "I think the main feature of the change I am making is the formation of a new law firm of Griggs and Root, legal advisors to the President, colonial business a specialty." 51 Whatever he may have thought about colonial administration prior to becoming Secretary of War, Root would spend the next decade of his life designing and managing an American colonial state that would come to operate with remarkable autonomy from Congress, and from the millions of people in the Philippines and the Caribbean whose views on their own governance he rarely consulted. Early congressional responses to Empire, Cuba and Puerto Rico. Root's early efforts led to the design of the Platt Amendment in Cuba. Congress had prevented the outright annexation of Cuba with the Teller Amendment, passed in response to McKinley's war message, but American military officials did everything in their power to discredit independentismo, the nationalist movement that had worked for decades to achieve Cuban independence. 52 In a line of argument that would become familiar in the rest of the occupied territories, Cubans were deemed unfit for self-government, and supporters of independence were discredited as dangerous radicals intent on sowing discord throughout the island. As historian Luis Perez would later describe the conundrum as seen by American imperialists, formal annexation was proscribed, but complete independence for Cuba was preposterous. 53 The Cuban elite shared this dim view of independentismo and were anxious for Cuba to remain in the American orbit, if not as an official colony, then as a U.S. protectorate. 54 Initially, American officials had hoped that their upper-class allies would win control of an independent Cuba, but as it became clear that this would not happen, Root began to cast around for alternative solutions. In his view, the electoral success of the independence coalition indicated that a sovereign Cuba would be hostile, or at least inappropriately deferential, to the United States. Yet the continued occupation of Cuba was both expensive and politically costly for the administration. "I am getting pretty tired of having Congress on one hand put us under independence of Cuba resolutions," he wrote to General Leonard Wood, "and resolutions of hostile inquiry and criticism, and on the other hand shirk all responsibility." 55 His solution would put Cuba on a different path than the Philippines, but leave it without full sovereignty. Working with Senator Orville H. Platt, Root's proposal, later passed as the Platt Amendment, allowed American hegemony in the Caribbean to remain intact, but adhered to the language of the earlier Teller Amendment by giving the Cuban nation technical sovereignty. Under the Platt Amendment, Cuba's right to trade with other nations and its ability to take on public debt was restricted. The more significant change was in Article 3, which provided the United States with the right to intervene for the preservation of Cuban independence, the maintenance of a government adequate for the protection of life, property, and individual liberty. This language was accompanied by assurances to Cuban officials that the intervention described in the third clause of the Platt Amendment is not synonymous with intermeddling or interference with the affairs of the Cuban nation. 56 Officially, the military occupation of Cuba would end on May 20, 1902, although the infamous Platt Amendment would authorize several later American occupations and keep Cuba under American hegemony for decades. Perhaps the most immediate lesson that Root and other American officials took from this experience was that Congress, which had tied their hands with the Teller Amendment, seemed unwilling to invest the resources to construct a strong colonial state. Unlike Cuba, Puerto Rico received no congressional guarantee of sovereignty, and it came under military occupation from 1898 to 1900 as Congress debated its fate. As would occur in the Philippines, an investigative commission was dispatched from Washington to study the conditions on the island. They reported that Puerto Ricans supported American intervention and hoped to eventually be admitted as a state. The commission recommended a familiar set of policies to build schools and to support the island's agricultural industries, as well supporting free trade with the United States. 57 The Puerto Ricans had also dispatched representatives to Washington, and what they found there was unsettling. Members of Congress seemed to care very little about their new colonial possession, and were instead entirely occupied with seemingly minor matters in their home states. 58 Furthermore, it was the Philippines, with its much larger population and ongoing war, which concerned most in Congress. In comparison, as one member of Congress reported, Puerto Rico was easily governed, its people friendly and peaceful, and, he concluded, we all agree that no great danger to the industrial system of this country can come from the acquisition of Puerto Rico. 59 Indeed, if there was any anxiety over the establishment of civil rule in Puerto Rico, it was that it might establish a precedent for the Philippines. The Foraker Act of 1900 was designed with these concerns in mind. Although some agricultural producers were concerned about competition from Puerto Rico, the balance of American interests supported free trade with the island. The U.S. sugar industry, of course, was the strongest proponent of eliminating tariff barriers, but other commodity interests, such as rice farmers in Louisiana, saw Puerto Rico as a major new market for their products, and one that would become dependent on the United States as it severed ties with Spain. 60. Under the Foraker Act, a modest 15% duty was charged for imports from Puerto Rico, which was eliminated within 2 years. This quickly made sugar the most valuable of Puerto Rico's exports and stimulated massive American investments in the Puerto Rican sugar industry. 61. The act further integrated Puerto Rico into the U.S. economy by eliminating the peso and introducing the dollar as its currency. 62. In many ways the McKinley administration and Congress saw the Foraker Act as a test case for the far more controversial Organic Act that would come to govern the Philippines. As one member of Congress put the matter, "I understand full well that the administration does not care a fig for Puerto Rico. It was," he added, "not for the mere sake of deriving revenue from that island, but as a precedent for our future guidance in the control of the Philippines." 63. The Bureau of Insular Affairs, a colonial trust. Although the Teller Amendment blocked the formal annexation of Cuba and the Foraker Act set Puerto Rico on the path to full integration with the U.S. economy, the Philippines was another matter entirely. This archipelago would be directly managed and governed by the American state, not as an overseas settler territory like Hawaii, but as a formal colony. Precisely how that would be done, however, was left to the new Secretary of War, who was unequivocal in his belief that the United States could legally govern the newly acquired colonies as it saw fit. In his first annual report of 1899, Root described the relationship between the United States and the colonies as one of dependency, and noted that the people of the islands have no right to have them treated as states, or to have them treated as the territories previously held by the United States have been treated, or to assert legal right under the provision of the Constitution which was established for the people of the United States themselves and to meet the conditions existing upon this continent, or to assert against the United States any legal right whatever not found in the treaty. 64. And, as previously discussed, the Supreme Court largely affirmed Root's interpretation, granting Congress total control over the Philippines and Puerto Rico, with exceptions for the protection of basic rights such as life, liberty, and property. The greater problem was an administrative one. Although he had been appointed as Secretary of War to develop an administrative system for the colonies, it was clear, as he noted in his annual report of 1901, that the War Department had no machinery for the purpose. No provision for any administrative machine was made by law. 65. While Root was indeed correct that the War Department had no clear machinery, it was certainly not the case that there were no precedents to follow. The United States, after all, had a rather clear system of administering territories, a fact that many members of Congress suggested be applied to the new possessions. During early debates on the status of the newly acquired colonies, Senator Shelby M. Cullom of Illinois argued, "I do not believe the Constitution of the United States puts Congress in a straitjacket and requires a particular form of government for every new acquisition of territory. We can give them a territorial form of government, such as is our usual form. So far as I am concerned, I believe in the ordinary territorial form of government, but so far as the Constitution is concerned, I do not regard the country as tied down to any particular form." 66. Yet Root dismissed such suggestions as ill-considered and inappropriate. As he argued in his 1901 annual report, "We have no precedents, save the simple and meager proceedings under the occupation of California and New Mexico, more than half a century ago, and it has been necessary to decide every question upon its own merits and to make our own precedents for the future." 67. Naturally, Root approached the challenge of colonial administration from his perspective as a corporate attorney, and the organizational structure he developed resembled nothing so much as a corporate trust. From the beginning, Root was anxious to shield the islands from congressional interference, and to centralize their administration in the War Department, while giving significant autonomy to local administrators. What was needed, he concluded, was a clearinghouse that would manage communications between metropolitan authorities in Washington and the colonial government in Manila. To accomplish this, Root transformed an obscure division of the War Department known as the Division of Customs and Insular Affairs from a records office into the American Colonial Office. The DCIA, later renamed the BIA, became the de facto colonial office of the United States and served as the clearinghouse for colonial state communications. 68 In the beginning, it was no foregone conclusion that the management of colonial government would end up in war. As the Spanish-American War was drawing to an end, most department secretaries, including Interior, Navy, Treasury, and State, were angling to have some control over the civil government. For a short time, it seemed that McKinley seriously considered entrusting their administration to the State Department. 69 The history of American territorial administration gave all of these departments a greater claim to experience in territorial administration. As discussed in Chapter 2, until 1873 the State Department had general supervisory powers over American territories, while the Department of Treasury handled their finances, and legal concerns were sent to the Attorney General. Although Interior gained control of territorial administration in 1873, it still left Treasury and Justice to supervise financial and legal matters. 70 Root apparently thought it prudent to avoid dividing authority among several bureaucracies. He convinced McKinley to leave colonial administration under war, and he guarded this power jealously. In his draft of the Philippines Bill of 1902, for example, Root defined the BIA's role in extremely broad language, merely noting that it had control over all matters related to civil government in the island possessions of the United States subject to the jurisdiction of the War Department. 71 When the Department of Treasury attempted to require that the insular government submit to it revenue reports, Root quickly put a stop to it, because, as he wrote to Senator William Fry, it would create an element of double control, which would be quite intolerable. 72 And, in the frank assessment of former BIA Director Frank McIntyre, one of the BIA's chief responsibilities was preventing other American agencies from interfering with the government of the islands. 73 Not only was the BIA separate from other government agencies, but it also retained some autonomy from the rest of the Department of War. In the beginning, the exact relationship between the BIA and the regular military hierarchy was so unclear that the auditor of the military government of Cuba was uncertain as to the appropriate title of the head of the agency. "Will you please tell me," he wrote to Edwards, "how I should address communications to your department from this office? Should it be the Adjutant General, U.S. Army, or the Chief of the Division of Customs and Insular Affairs?" 74 To solve this confusion, Root placed the BIA under the control of the Secretary, and the Chief of the Bureau reported directly to him. Partly this was a result of Root's strong belief in the importance of civil government for the islands, but it also allowed him to isolate colonial administration from the rest of the Department of War, where Congress exercised far more oversight. As he wrote in his 1901 annual report, "The policy followed by the American executive in dealing with the government of the Philippines has been to determine and prescribe the framework of insular government, to lay down the rules of policy to be followed upon the great questions of government as they are foreseen or arise, to obtain the best and ablest men possible for insular officers, to distribute and define their powers, and then to hold them responsible for the conduct of government in the islands with the least possible interference from Washington." 75. Perhaps the most distinct difference between the new system of colonial administration designed by Root and past forms of territorial administration was its organizational form. As discussed in Chapter 2, the administration of past American territories was divided among a number of bureaucratic agencies, and, while this often resulted in inefficient governance, it did provide a number of outlets for Congress to receive information from a variety of different agencies that had a hand in territorial administration. In contrast, the administration of the Philippines was concentrated in a small bureau in one executive agency, which allowed the Philippine colonial state to maintain a monopoly on colonial information. This M-form organizational hierarchy would not only prevent other agencies from gaining a foothold in colonial administration, but also make congressional oversight significantly more difficult. For its part, Congress came to rely almost exclusively on the BIA for information about the Philippines. According to historian Romeo Cruz, insular knowledge of Congress was next to zero, and whatever the Senate Committee on the Philippines and House Committee on Insular Affairs learned about the islands had been furnished by the Compilation Division and Library of the BIA. 76 By 1907, Congressman Herbert Parsons could write an article about the BIA he frankly titled, "A Bureau of Information and Report for the Insular Possessions." "He who would get assured facts in regard to any matter in the Philippines," wrote Parsons, "can ascertain them from this bureau. From it he can learn the progress made on the new railroads in the Philippines, the prospects of capital being invested in the agricultural bank in the Philippines, conditions in regard to banking, currency and finance." And thus, Parsons concluded, a great service to this, the home country, and of potent usefulness to the Philippines is the Bureau of Insular Affairs. 77 If this central source of information was useful to Congress, it was doubly useful to the executive branch, which was able to present a carefully curated set of facts about colonial progress and to shield the colonial governments from potential scandals. The BIA also became the de facto lobbying and acquisitions arm of the Philippine colonial state at home. As Edwards frankly described the role of his bureau, it may be called a clearinghouse for all questions as between the government of the Philippine Islands and the government of the United States. 78 By May of 1902, at least one clerk was charged with reading and making notes in the congressional record and with furnishing a response to any charges made against insular authorities. 79 Although the BIA remained small even by the relatively modest standards of U.S. federal agencies in this period, in 1902, it could count only 61 employees. It produced thousands of reports and answered a steady stream of congressional inquiries. 80 As Root himself would acknowledge in 1901, it performs with admirable and constantly increasing efficiency the great variety of duties which in other countries would be described as belonging to a colonial office, and would be performed by a much more pretentious establishment. 81 In sum, Root considered the office essential to the administration of the empire. "It is," he later wrote, "the only thing which enables us to keep our hands at all on the government of our distant possessions, and it is admirably organized for that purpose. It is really doing the work of a colonial department." 82. Institutional and ideological origins of the Philippine colonial state. In March of 1899, a month after hostilities commenced between Aguinaldo and the American Army, the first Philippine Commission arrived in Manila. Known as the Sherman Commission after its leader, Jacob Sherman, the group included Rear Admiral George Dewey, Gen. Elwell S. Otis, Charles Denby, a former U.S. minister to China, and Professor Dean Worcester, a zoologist from the University of Michigan who had previously done research in the Philippines. The commission made a surprisingly thorough investigation of the islands. They traveled throughout Luzon and spoke to a number of wealthy and influential Filipinos, known as ilustrados, including Felipe G. Calderon, the principal author of the Malolos Constitution, who provided them with a description of the Filipino population that would prove to be the dominant view of most American administrators throughout the initial years of colonial governance. As Calderon testified to the commission, the archipelago as a whole is composed of three classes of individuals: the rich and intelligent element, the poorer element of the country, the element that is willing to devote itself to work, and an element that may be called intermediate, made up of clerks and writers, who have a habit of stirring up the town. 83 Calderon's characterization of Filipinos was reinforced in the minds of American officials as they toured the islands, and in their final report, they confidently concluded that the majority of the population was decidedly primitive and in need of a firm hand to guide them. Furthermore, the commission held, the insurrection was largely made up of disaffected leaders who could be drawn to the American side through promises of stability and economic advancement. 84 The commission also took away a decidedly negative opinion of Spanish stewardship. The Catholic friars, who had long served as quasi-official representatives of the Spanish crown throughout the Philippines, were especially hated. In rural areas, where royal officials had little to no presence, the clergy served nearly every administrative role. According to Father Juan Villegas, who testified to the Second Commission, he was, among other roles, inspector of primary schools, president of the Board of Urban Taxation, censor of municipal budgets, member of the prison board, president of the Board of Statistics, and censor of plays, comedies, and dramas. 85 The friars had also managed, in their nearly 400 years of rule over the islands, to amass huge tracts of land, amounting roughly to 400,000 acres by 1900. Compounding the resentment over their near monopoly on offices and their significant wealth was clear evidence of corruption and rampant sexual abuse of the population. 86 In the end, the Commission largely condoned the principal complaints the revolutionaries had of the Spanish regime as well as the reformers' goals, which the Commission concluded were the following. 84 Institutional design of the Insular Empire. What the commissioners decided unequivocally was that the Philippines could not be given independence. In their final report, presented to McKinley on December 31, 1900, they declared that the Filipinos needed the tutelage and protection of the United States. But, the report continued, they need it in order that in due time they may, in their opinion, become self-governing and independent. For it would be a misrepresentation of facts not to report that ultimate independence after an undefined period of American training, is the aspiration and goal of the intelligent Filipinos who today so strenuously oppose the suggestion of independence at the present time. 88 The style of imperialism they envisioned, however, was to be uniquely American. It does not appear, they argued, that in themselves any of the British types of colonial government is susceptible of direct application to the Philippine Islands. 89 Jacob Sherman, it seems, rejected the idea of colonial autonomy as practiced in Canada and Australia, but also of the model of direct rule in India. As he wrote in a book published 2 years after his tenure as president of the Commission, to reconcile the political rights and privileges of the Filipinos with the inviolable sovereignty of the United States, I turned to the congressional acts organizing the successive territories of the Union, beginning with the classic Jeffersonian measure of 1804 for the organization of the territory of Louisiana. 90 Sherman, however, was not looking for administrative models, but for historical justification for American imperialism. As the Commission noted, seems to have felt no incongruity between the principles of the Declaration of Independence of the 13 self-governing colonies and the scheme of government of the politically inexperienced inhabitants of Louisiana. 91 What they would settle on, however, was a decidedly American, obsessively progressive vision for the islands, where theories of scientific management would complement imperial control. From an administrative perspective, the aspect of Filipino society that surprised the Americans most of all was the centralized nature of Spanish colonial government, which demonstrated a total rejection of absolute home rule for their town and provinces. 92 That this was repeated in the revolutionaries' Malolos constitution surprised them even more. As Sherman later wrote, the Constitution of the Philippine Republic expressly provides for intervention of the central government in the affairs of the provincial and municipal government. This idea of intervention, which is foreign to us, is fundamental to the whole political life and thought of the Filipinos. 93 For Americans accustomed to the weak federal state, such centralized government must have seemed impossibly Spanish, and they quickly recommended that the government be decentralized to allow Philippine towns and provinces to be vested with substantially the same powers as are now enjoyed by town and counties in the United States. 94 While McKinley had given the military full executive and legislative authority in August 1898, there was a strong push to move to civilian rule. Consequently, in the summer of 1900, a second commission was dispatched to the islands to begin the process of transitioning from military to civil authority. At the time, there was some talk of sending members of Congress along to judge conditions for themselves. As the New York Times reported, As to the question of again sending a commission to the Philippines, it has been suggested in the Congress, by both senators and representatives, that a joint committee of members might be named for that purpose. It would be very popular, and also very expensive, but it is insisted that it would be a better way of preparing Congress for legislative action than the plan of making up a commission outside of Congress and expecting members of both houses to read their report after it had been made in order to become more informed. 95. The Second Commission, however, left the United States unaccompanied by any congressional delegation, and, as they would be forced to do for most of America's occupation of the archipelago, members of Congress were indeed left to read the Commission's report to become more informed about the islands. William Howard Taft and Civil Government. More than any other American, William Howard Taft would become the dominant figure in U.S. imperialism. 96. As he rose through the ranks from Governor-General of the Philippines to Secretary of War to President, he maintained an active interest in the islands, famously returning in 1905 and 1908 to make a special report to President Roosevelt. Yet he initially did not want the job. 97. By the age of 34, he was happily serving as a federal judge in Cincinnati when Senator Foraker of Ohio, who headed the recently created Committee on Puerto Rico, recommended him to McKinley. Even after he arrived in Washington, however, Taft was reluctant to join the commission, explaining to the president that he was anxious to avoid disrupting his judicial career and that he, much like Professor Sherman, had not supported retention of the islands. As he later described his meeting with the president to his brothers, "I told him that I was very much opposed to taking, that I did not favor expansion, but that now we were under the most sacred duty to give them a good form of government. I explained that I did not agree with Senator Hoare and his followers that the Filipinos were capable of self-government, or that we were violating the principles of our government, or the Declaration of Independence as far as they were concerned, that I thought we were doing them great good but that I deprecated our taking of the Philippines because of the assumption of a burden by us contrary to our traditions at a time when we had quite enough to do at home, but, being there, we must exert ourselves to construct a government which would be adapted to the needs of the people so that they might be developed into a self-governing people." 98. McKinley reassured him that the position would not hurt his chances for a seat on the Supreme Court. But Root, who was also in the meeting, put the matter more starkly: "This is the parting of the ways. You may go on holding the job you have in a humdrum, mediocre way. But here is something that will test you, something in the way of effort and struggle, and the question is, will you take the harder or the easier task?" 99. Taft decided on the harder task, but on the condition that he could be president of the commission. 100. Writing to Senator Foraker a week later, he reflected, "The work now to be undertaken is of the most perplexing and original character and I gravely fear that I am not qualified. But the die is cast, I must accept it." 101. Along with Taft, the Second Philippine Commission was composed of Dean Worcester, the only returning member of the First Philippine Commission, Luke Wright, a corporate lawyer and Gold Democrat from Tennessee, Henry Cide, a former U.S. court judge in Samoa, and Bernard Moses, a professor of Latin American history from the University of California, Berkeley. Although they probably did not realize it upon appointment to the commission, these men, with the exception of Moses, would dominate the Philippine civil government for the initial years of American occupation. Their instructions, as drafted by Root, were incorporated in the annual message of McKinley to Congress on December 3, 1900. And these instructions, which became one of the most remarkable, if largely unknown, statements of American foreign policy, left no doubt about America's ambition in its newly acquired colony. They are worth quoting at length. In all the forms of government and administrative provisions which they are authorized to prescribe, the Commission should bear in mind that the government which they are establishing is designed not for our satisfaction or for the expression of our theoretical views, but for the happiness, peace, and prosperity of the people of the Philippine Islands, and the measures adopted should be made to conform to their custom, their habits, and even their prejudices, to the fullest extent consistent with the accomplishment of the indispensable requisites of just and effective government. At the same time the Commission should bear in mind, and the people of the islands should be made plainly to understand, that there are certain great principles of government which have been made the basis of our governmental system which we deem essential to the rule of law and the maintenance of individual freedom, and of which they have, unfortunately, been denied the experience possessed by us, that there are also certain practical rules of government which we have found to be essential to the preservation of these great principles of liberty and law, and that these principles and these rules of government must be established and maintained in their islands for the sake of their liberty and happiness, however much they may conflict with the customs or laws of procedure with which they are familiar. 102. Taft called it one of the greatest state papers ever issued, and William F. Willoughby gushed that will always occupy a leading place side by side with that of the Northwest Ordinance. Its significance lies in the fact that in its few pages is formulated, in the most authoritative way, the whole theory of the American people in respect to the government of dependencies. 103. It would also prove to be a gross misrepresentation of the later reality of American empire. Lofty rhetoric notwithstanding, the Commission had relatively little capacity. As Taft wrote to his friend, Assistant Attorney General Henry M. Hoyt, "You can get some idea of what we have to do if you imagine a large state like Pennsylvania or New York without any laws at all, and think of yourself as attempting to provide all the necessary legislation for the establishment of a civil government." 104. Yet by November of 1900, Taft could confidently write Root that we have threshed out the matter of taxes and are convinced that the only adequate tax is a land tax. 105. Despite this early work on taxation, Taft's first battle was with the leadership of the U.S. Army, which was reluctant to acknowledge the new authority of civilians in pacified areas after waging a war against the Philippine revolutionaries. 106. Back in Washington, Root was anxious to establish the clear authority of the civilian administrators, primarily to demonstrate to Congress that the war was over and that nation building could begin. The executive order he prepared for McKinley's signature expanded the powers of the Commission, giving the President of the Philippine Commission the executive authority in all civil affairs in the government of the Philippine Islands heretofore exercised by the military governor of the Philippines. 107. In an act that would soon become de rigueur, however, Root first forwarded a draft of the order to the Commission. As he explained to Taft, the executive order to be substituted for that of May 8, 1899, and the revised rules and regulations pursuant thereto, have been in fact approved by the President, but his signature to the order, and mine to the rules and regulations, are withheld until your Commission shall have had an opportunity to examine them, for two reasons: first, that you may make by cable any criticism or suggestion which occurs to you, and, second, that when finally determined upon they may be incorporated by you in the form of a statute, which has already received the approval of the President and the Secretary, instead of being published as an order which might appear to overrule your action and might possibly interfere with the authority and prestige or the Commission, a thing which I am very desirous to avoid. When this has been done, inasmuch as these rules regulate the accountability of the entire Philippine government to this department, the Commission will not have authority to make any change without having first secured the consent of the department. 108. Before Congress had ever acted on civil government in the Philippines, then, the close relationship and lines of authority between the Commission and the War Department had already been established. Information between the Commission. In what would become a pattern in U.S. colonial government, the War Department and the colonial officials themselves wrote the bill that would eventually govern the Philippine colonial state. The Spooner Amendment, so named for Senator John C. Spooner of Wisconsin, who tacked it onto an Army appropriations bill, was to give congressional approval for the early acts of the Commission and statutory authority to form a new civil government. Although Senator Spooner's name became associated with the bill, Root and the Commission had been intimately involved in its preparation from the beginning. In fact, it is quite likely that Root had written most of the bill himself, including the first paragraph of the bill, which replaced civil for military governance of the islands. 109 Of crucial importance to the Commission was the original bill's proposed authorization of public land sales and the granting of corporate franchises, a policy they hoped would attract American capital and jumpstart the development of the archipelago. 110 Without statutory power to begin their development projects, however, they could do very little, and so adoption of the bill by Congress quickly became a top priority of the BIA and the Department of War. Root and the commissioners desperately wanted authority to develop the islands, and the bill as initially written gave them the authority to award franchises and sell public lands. Taft, in particular, believed that railroads were essential to the project's success. In his view, the rich natural resources of the country held the key to the colony's economic success. In that respect, the key would be railroads and a reduction of the American tariff on Filipino imports. Taft was clearly worried that Congress would take the lead, and he began to envision the worst of all possible scenarios, that Congress would not pass the Spooner Amendment, but would adopt a different bill for the Philippines written in Congress. The report in the newspapers today is that a special session of Congress is to be called to legislate for a civil government for the Philippines, he wrote to Root. I shall be very sorry if this results in an attempt to frame a government for the Philippines, because I do not think the conditions are ripe for the action of Congress yet, and I believe that you and the President can very much better frame a civil government than Congress, for the government by Congress would be rigid and yours could be changed as conditions require. 111 In the fall of 1900, insular authorities were optimistic that the bill would be passed relatively quickly. I have a letter from Senator Lodge, Taft wrote to Root in November of 1900, in which he says he thinks the Spooner bill can be passed if the President requests it in his message. Naturally, for Taft and his colleagues on the Commission, the bill was essential. Although he had arrived in the Philippines only 5 months earlier, it is clear that Taft was already growing frustrated with the slow pace of Congress to extend the Commission's authority. Concluding his letter to Root, he noted that if the bill was not passed, it would be like running on one wheel to attempt to develop this country without power to offer investments to capital. 112 It did not help matters that Senator Lodge, the chairman of the Senate Committee on the Philippines, proved to be more hindrance than help. He had long been a vocal proponent of American expansion and had strongly supported the retention of the Philippines, but the patrician Lodge, Boston incarnate according to Henry Adams, had no intention of taking orders from the Department of War or the Philippine Commission. Lodge cared deeply about the institutional prestige of the Senate and firmly believed that it ought to play an active role in American foreign relations. 113 For Lodge there was no reason why the Senate's role should be limited to approving or amending colonial laws written by the War Department. Although Lodge likely thought his independence from the War Department good for public policy and American foreign relations, Taft found it merely obnoxious. Even the equanimous Root grew frustrated by Lodge's dithering, writing in an especially frank letter to Taft. I have been unable to get the Senate to take up the Spooner Resolution, or either branch of Congress to take up any measure for our relief in regard to coinage in the Philippines, or any measure which would make it possible to build the railroad into Benguet, but the chairman of the Senate Committee on the Philippines has, without any consultation with the President, or the War Department, and without asking for any information on the subject, introduced a resolution to prohibit the importation and sale of intoxicating liquors in the Philippine Islands, and the Senate has delayed the progress of the Army bill to discuss that subject seriously for several days. Of course, the absurdity of attempting to legislate a subject of which they were wholly ignorant was so great that it was overwhelmingly defeated. 114. Taft was even more blunt. T is perfectly evident. He wrote to Root several months later, that Senator Lodge is entirely useless as the head of the Committee for the Philippines. He does not seem to have much influence in the Senate and is constantly playing to the galleries. 115 Senator Spooner, both men felt, was a far more reliable ally. Yet even Spooner was pressured to push the bill through more aggressively. For Taft, the Senate's delays and Lodge's grandstanding were costing the Commission valuable time to recruit American capital, which was the first step in the Commission's economic development plan. For heaven's sake, he wrote to Spooner in November of 1900, "Press it to a passage. It is this which we need now to assist us in the development of this country and make these people understand what it is to have American civilization about them." 116 The low opinion of Lodge's effectiveness as a result of this episode would become further solidified in the minds of colonial officials in subsequent battles with Congress. This episode also demonstrates that the White House and particularly the architects of the imperial state saw prominent Republican members of Congress, such as Lodge, as impediments to their plans. For his part, Lodge was never the reliable partner Root and Taft hoped he would be, and he and other prominent Republicans were rarely invited to craft insular legislation. As their frustration with Congress grew, insular officials moved to have less prominent, but more agreeable, members introduce their legislation. Their difficulties with Lodge also shaped the strategy that insular authorities would begin to employ with Congress. Indeed, Root's letter about Lodge is most revealing because it gives an indication of the importance he placed on information, particularly information supplied by his own bureau, in colonial lawmaking. That the Senate had attempted to legislate without asking for any information on the subject struck him as perfectly absurd, an experience that likely influenced his decision to mount an organized lobbying effort when it came time to pass the Philippine organic laws. For this, he would instruct the BIA to prepare, at enormous expense, thousands of pages of informational material for Congress. It may have been at this point, too, that Taft and Root decided to strengthen their relationship with the more pliable chairman of the House Committee on Insular Affairs, Henry A. Cooper of Wisconsin, whom Taft would later describe as much more efficient than Lodge. 117 Whether it was this event or something else, it is clear that within the first 2 years of Commission government, Cooper became the preferred conduit of the Commission and the BIA, and it was he, not Lodge, who would introduce the Organic Act as well as most subsequent legislation. 118 Consequently, as it became increasingly unsatisfied with the progress of the Spooner Bill, the Commission began to lobby Congress itself, an early example of what would become standard operating procedure in its later struggles. In January of 1901, Taft cabled the War Department the Commission's thoughts on the urgency of the bill for their transmission to proper senators and representatives. In the stilted English of the Telegraph, the Commission warned Congress that sale of public lands and allowance of mining claims impossible until Spooner Bill. Hundreds of American miners on ground awaiting law to perfect claims. More coming. Good element in pacification. Urgently recommend amendment Spooner Bill so that its operation be not postponed until complete suppression of all insurrection but only until in President's judgment civil government may be safely established. 119 Although the Commission tended to paint a rosy portrait of the American adventurers who had recently arrived in the Philippines, privately, it seems, Taft was wary of them as well. Later that same year, he would dismiss them as the ragtag and bobtail of Americans, who are not only vicious but stupid. They are most anxious to have Congress given an opportunity to open this country and develop it, but instead of facilitating a condition of peace and good feeling between the Americans and the Filipinos, they are constantly stirring up trouble. 120 While Taft and his fellow commissioners were anxious to develop the islands, they were insistent, and would remain so throughout the early period, that they were firmly in charge. 121 It was not only the Senate that had concerns about possible exploitation. Root, the ever-cautious attorney, wanted the Commission government to begin on more sturdy statutory grounds than were provided by an amendment to an appropriations bill. In the near term, as well, he wanted quick congressional authority for some of the Commission's actions, and so when it looked like Congress was becoming bogged down in debates over the planned economic development program, he decided to compromise. He wrote into the Spooner Bill certain restrictions on the Commission's power to sell or lease public lands, which were to be granted only with the President's express approval and which could not without great public mischief be postponed until the establishment of a permanent civil government. 122 Root's hope was that these issues could be revisited in the following session when the Philippine Organic Act would come up for a vote. Despite the acquiescence to a number of their demands, the opposition remained less than satisfied. As Senator Augustus Bacon would later recall, the Spooner Bill, as originally introduced in Congress, was one which had no limitation upon the power of exploitation, and that bill was not only introduced in Congress, but it was pressed under whip and spur. Everything was subordinated to it. We were threatened with extra sessions, and everything else, if it were not passed, and when it was passed, and the provision was put upon it which limited the power of exploitation, it was immediately dropped as a useless piece of furniture, and there has never been any action taken under it. 123 In the end, the Spooner Bill, finally passed in March 1901, was a partial victory for the insular government. It created an exact separation between military and civil control in the Philippines, and gave civil authorities broad powers in their establishment of a civil government. But the Commission's plans for economic development, at least by way of traditional channels, were severely restricted. They could not sell or lease public land or develop the timber or mining industries, which they thought necessary to develop the islands. Yet Root and the BIA were clearly of the mind that this was a temporary situation. In view of obstacles to industrial development caused by above legislation, Root cabled the Commission just days after the adoption of the Spooner Amendment, desirable to lay before Congress. At opening of next session, for its approval, general railroad, land, and mining laws. Begin preparation soon as possible. 124 Congress, again, was seen as the major impediment to the development of a robust American colonial state. It simply refused to delegate broad independent authority to the colonial government to use public lands or to set its own trade policy. Consequently, the BIA now geared up to produce favorable reports, and Taft prepared to journey back to Washington to present the Commission's case before Congress. If members of Congress were unwilling to acquire the information themselves, then insular authorities would inundate them with it. 125 The control of information and coordination among the Secretary's office, the BIA, and the Commission, a task eased considerably by the M-form design of colonial governance, became central to their strategy in the next round of enabling legislation. This almost paranoid devotion to the monopolization of the information quickly became a familiar part of the BIA's mission. Just weeks after the Spooner Amendment was adopted, Clarence Edwards, chief of the BIA, cabled Taft to request that all official communications to executive departments, bureaus, commissions, etc., in addition to notifications of appointment to individuals, should be sent through Division of Customs and Insular Affairs, War Department. Consider it essential to give War Department knowledge necessary for information and intelligent action. 126 Or, as one War Department official wrote to Edwards, I understand that the Secretary has decided that hereafter this division is to answer all the Senate resolutions coming to the War Department. In other words, it appears that the Insular Division will be the big gun as regards the answering of Senate resolutions. 127 Indeed, Edwards instructed his employees to comb through the congressional record and prepare responses to any charges that were made against the colonial state. 128. Information Control and Congress. The Commission's frustration with the final form of the Spooner Amendment led it to launch a well-orchestrated public relations campaign for the Philippine Organic Act, the law that would govern the colonial state for years. Both Root and Taft blamed Lodge for bungling the bill, and they also found fault with the lack of vigorous representation on the part of the Commission and the BIA. This time it would be different. Instead of Lodge, it would be Cooper in the House, who could be counted on to reliably introduce verbatim copies of insular legislation, with whom they would work most directly. As Clarence Edwards summed up both the goals and the strategy, the desire in drafting this legislation is to grant the